right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live here from our 105 through the Fan studios. Troy Hughes is running things as always. We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and now live on YouTube. That was a fun drive-in.
Define fun. I think we might have a different definition of fun. That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy cow. I don't think I've ever driven so slow the entire time. You know me. I'm a
Idiot.
fast driver.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Fast
absolutely.
driver.
Yes, I'm a fast driver.
Yeah, when I was leaving the house and I heard the big thunder and the downpour, I was like, that sounds bad. But then it kind of like went away sound-wise. And then I walked out the door and it was a steady stream. And then I got out on the road and it was worse.
Yep. Wind and
be careful driving, basically.
Rain, thunder and lightning. Terrible. Terrible drive the whole way.
Yeah, the wind's pretty bad out there. In fact, meteorologist Dan Brunoff from News Radio 1080 KRLD walked away from the Smith machine for 10 minutes to talk about the weather. And sure enough, wind gusts at DFW Airport reported around 5 o'clock this morning between 50 and 60 miles an hour.
Wow.
So that was pretty bad. But he said he wants to stress nothing severe is expected, but it will be pretty windy and messy over the next few hours.
Did you get it this morning?
Not at all. Zip, zero, nada.
No.
Nothing.
Really?
I get here at 4. So I got here way before that. So yeah.
I get you.
So today it's supposed to be high of 80, low of 67 with the thunderstorms. I'm not sure when they're going to go ahead and taper off. But just be careful driving this morning because it's the puddles, man.
Everywhere.
It's the puddles that'll go ahead and get you with the big whoosh.
Drags you down and the dopes in front of you slow down. Just keep going.
No.
You got to keep going to keep you got to keep the momentum. Otherwise, you're gonna cause accidents behind you. You got to keep going. Your car will slow down on its own. You're not going to fish.
Don't take any driving tips from Chaba. Just go slow.
Don't do that. Don't
go
do
slow
that.
with your warning lights.
You should go slow in general, but I'm saying you should not slow down before the puddle. Just keep going. You should be going slower
you don't
anyway.
see the puddles a lot of times. You don't see the puddles a lot of times.
Well, no, you see the people in front of you with the giant splashing. So you see that, then people want to just slow down. You should be going slow anyway. At that point, you shouldn't be worried about having to slow down.
All right.
By the way, you think practice is going to get canceled tonight, Troy?
Oh, that depends. Do you have artificial turf or real grass?
We have turf infield.
Okay. Yeah. You'll probably have practice.
So the big news that came out yesterday, very sad. Marion Barber passed away at the age of 38. Very, very popular. I mean, you were covering him before I got here. I, of course, knew of Marion Barber and Julius Jones, and Marion Barber's shot up the NFL board with how hard he ran and the whole thunder lightning thing. But it felt like yesterday, judging by the reaction, the popularity of Marion Barber was through the roof. He was loved by basically all Cowboy fans.
He was. He was loved by all the fans. They absolutely loved him. They wanted him to play first half and second half. The way they did it back then, especially, Parcells' year and then 07, it was Jones in the first half and then Barber in the second half. And they would bring him in when the defense was worn out and he would just completely just kind of overwhelm them. And then the fans wanted him to take over the entirety of the running game. They didn't like Julius. They liked Barber. It's not that they didn't like it. They just like Barber better.
Yeah.
And that really kind of, it came to head when he got his big contract, which only lasted a couple of years here. And then he went to Chicago. His teammates loved him. You ask guys like Proctor or Colombo who blocked for him, they're like, there's not a better guy that we would want back there. The only ones, the only people who didn't like it was the media. That's because he just wouldn't talk to them. And and they can,
and the defenders he ran over.
And the
because he was physical.
Yeah. That was about it. But for this dude was loved by everybody. Like all his teammates, all the fans, they could not get enough of this guy because he played like he cared. We were hitting an era where the put your head down running back was kind of dying. And he wasn't. He was he was just as hard charging as it gets, and you could not say enough about him as a player.
So in case you're wondering what happened, Frisco police said they responded to a welfare concern yesterday at an apartment they believed that Marion was leasing. They were investigating an unattended death at the location, didn't identify any individuals. But if you look at Des Bryant's tweet from last year, you look at some of the history, it appeared like Marion Barber was dealing with some struggles. So that's as much as we know right now with the news of Marion the Barbarian passing away at the age of 38. The Cowboys releasing a statement. We are heartbroken by the tragic death of Marion Barber. He was an old school, hard-nosed football player who ran with the will to win every down. He had a passion for the game and love for his coaches and teammates. Our hearts go out to Marion's family and friends during this difficult time. Troy, have you seen anything else as to cause of death or any additional details that we should get out there?
Nothing but speculation, and I think that should remain as is. But like RJ said, he was hard-nosed, and you really didn't find that during that time of Cowboys era football. And Marion Barber was a fan favorite. I mean, when you're nicknamed the Barbarian, you're going to attract a lot of attention, especially from young Cowboys fans. And he got it, but it wasn't just the name. I mean, he had the fourth most rushing touchdowns of any Cowboys running back. He's number 4.
What?
On the list.
4?
It is Emmett, Tony Dorsett, Zeke, and then Marion Barber.
Wow. Had more than DeMarco.
Yes, DeMarco, who played with Dak Prescott, apparently, according to Dan Orlovsky.
Marion named to the Pro Bowl in 2007, despite not starting a game for that 13-3 team that finished with the best record in the NFC. He led the Cowboys with 975 yards rushing and 10 touchdowns that season.
And by the way, DeMarco Murray, he had 28 rushing touchdowns as a Cowboy, which is only 3 more than Dak Prescott.
What?
Wow.
Dak Prescott has 25 rushing touchdowns. DeMarco had 28.
Wow. Pretty stunned by that.
God, Herschel Walker only had 27.
For real?
Yes.
Dude.
So a lot of the messages pouring in on the truckwreck.com text line with the memories of Marion Barber. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. A beloved Cowboy in terms of the fan popularity.
The original Beast Mode. Let's see. I had this is one of the best players I ever watched. One of the best running backs I ever watched. I had his jersey. Love this guy. So a lot of people pouring in already.
It was I'm trying to think of the order of the Thunder and Lightning combos in the National Football League. Now, I guess you would probably think of Felix Jones more.
That was more the Lightning.
More of the Lightning because I mean Marion was a banger. He's probably the Thunder, and Julius. Right, he wasn't
the super speed dude. He was just like a regular running back. You know, he wasn't like this super speedy guy.
Yeah. Thunder and Lightning really didn't apply to them. It was just that combo split.
Yeah, it was more like like loud thunder and light thunder. Like that was kind of what those two were. It wasn't really thunder and lightning. Not till Felix got there was it, but then he tried to put on weight, and that's really killed him because he lost a lot of his speed, or some of his speed anyway, when he put a little bit more weight on up top.
All right. Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. NBA Finals kickoff tonight in California. I kicked off the donations and the bet that we owe to San Francisco yesterday as we had another mass shooting. The Dallas Cowboys, by the way, contributing $400,000 to the Uvalde cause. So good on the Cowboys for doing that. And then it took me a little bit of time to kind of, go through legitimate fundraising sites because you don't want to direct people to a place that is some type of scam. Yes, that exists in this sick world, fraudulent causes that get put up where people just want to steal from you. So onestarfoundation.org. It's on my Twitter, 1053SS, if you're interested in helping out. Thanks to San Fran for coming up with the idea. Our past enemies, I guess, as the Western Conference Finals were taking place, but onestarfoundation.org if you would like to contribute. The Rangers in a wild game last night. We had game 1 of the NHL Eastern Conference Finals, And we got to get your official picks for who's going to win the NBA championship. All that is coming up Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Time, a swing and a miss, and the ball game's over. Got him on a slider, and the Rays win it in 11, 4-3.
This is a little bit of a wild game. The Rangers lose to Tampa, as you heard right here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Jonathan Gray was outstanding. He went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned, and 12 strikeouts. But the Rangers left 14 men on base. And then you had a little bit of a wild at bat in the 11th that resulted in Tampa Bay winning this thing in Arlington. Rangers fall back to 1 game under 500.
This is a bummer to waste this performance from Gray. You don't get 12 strikeouts very often. You don't get 7 innings anymore from a major league pitcher. In fact, you don't get 7 innings in less than 100 pitches anymore from a pitcher. Who probably could have gone out there for the 8th. You just don't get that, and it's a bummer to waste that performance because the bats have kind of been a little bit better of late, but they didn't really hit yesterday at all. And Tampa, did you see how many freaking pitchers they rolled out there? They had 7 guys throw. They had 7. I hate that team. I hate everything about them. I can't stand them from their core. Just from the core of them. The stupid openers they used. They didn't use one last night. But in general, the openers and the refusal to have somebody see a guy 3 times through the order. I absolutely hate this team. I hope they can I hope nobody ever goes. I hope they never get a new stadium. And I hope they go back to being the Devil Rays.
If you connect what Martin Perez did on Tuesday with yesterday, there was 30 consecutive Rays that were retired, equivalent of a 10-inning perfect game. So a trio of Ranger pitchers, 3 Rangers pitchers got out the last 22 Tampa Bay hitters on Tuesday night. Last Major League team to retire 30 in a row, Toronto, July 2019. Rangers had not done it since getting 33 consecutive out against the Athletics in June of 2016. Marcus Semien missed his chance to get over 200.
Man.
Come on now.
Came in with a 5-game hitting streak, went 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts, with the average dipping back to 193.
Come on, Marcus. You know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow is Marcus Semien Replica Jersey Day at the ballpark. You've got to show your stats in order for people to get that jersey. By the way, John,
That's for tomorrow, not today?
that is tomorrow. That is Friday. And by the way, John Gray, those 12 strikeouts, the most strikeouts. I know it's young, but still, the most strikeouts by a Ranger at Globe Life Field. So put up the plaque.
Well,
His average, real quick, had gone up every game since May 25th.
how did it jump?
181, 193, 194, 196, 197, 199, down to 193.
Okay.
That was like last Wednesday. You make it sound like it's this long, epic trail.
We take what we can get.
Okay.
All right. It's only we only got 6 more years of this.
And then speaking of Rangers and pitching, they'll face Corey Kluber today. Afternoon baseball right here on The Fan. How long did Corey Kluber pitch for the Rangers?
Let's see. It was 1 inning.
1 inning. 1 inning for the Rangers. He threw a no-hitter last year, of course, for the Yankees. His numbers this year for Tampa, 1-2 with a 4.03 ERA. He'll be going up against Taylor Hearn, the hometown kid, 3-3 with a 5.36. So Rangers lose in 11 last night to Tampa Bay. They'll play again right here today on your home for Rangers baseball. NHL playoffs game 1 in the East last night.
Kucherov's been their leading scorer in these playoffs. Here's a chance for Zibanejad out in front, and Chris Kreider scores!
Damn, Sean McDonough is good
So
in other
good.
sports. He is so good in other sports. He's one of the 7 former voices of Monday Night Football, but that was the call on ESPN as the New York Rangers, yes, they are the home team. They take game 1 last night in dominating fashion against Tampa.
Let me just, first of all, Tampa hadn't played in 9 days, so they were a tad rusty. The Rangers scored as many goals in the second period of this game as the Lightning allowed in their last series.
Wow.
Against Florida.
I know. How many did they score in the period?
3.
They allowed 3 in the whole series?
The whole series.
The previous round?
Against Florida. Yeah, they allowed 3.
Wow.
The Rangers wound up putting a 6th spot up there, and it was like skating downhill the entire night. I watched quite a bit. I watched way more of this game than I had planned on it. I was going to watch the golf yesterday, and that was an absolute cluster. Good God.
Man, I love RJ is slowly turning into me on the show.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. I'm loving
I don't
it.
know if I can handle that.
I'm keeping a list. I'm tracking like the number of things he's coming over to my side on, and the match is one of them, which we'll get into in a second.
Yeah, but so this was like, you know, that Ranger crowd. I hate the Rangers, the New York Rangers. I can't stand them. But that Garden crowd, and you've been.
Why
in the
can't
Garden.
you stand them?
I grew up a Devils fan. There's just that natural little the hate.
You
the
can't
rivalry.
be Yankees, Knicks, Devils.
Well, I'm
You
not a
gotta
Knicks
be-
fan.
You're not in the.
No, I was a Bulls. I was a Jordan fan.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, no. The only team I rooted for up there as a kid was the Yankees. I was a Browns fan as a little kid, and then when they moved,
Oh, my God. I thought Roy was bad.
Gee.
Hang on, let me write this down. So we got Yankees, Browns,
yeah, Devils,
Devils,
and then Jordan,
Bulls,
yeah.
Yankees, Browns, Devils, Bulls. Okay, so 2 teams outside of the metropolitan area.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was a Browns fan.
College?
My sister went to high school with Sam Perkins, so he rooted for Carolina.
Oh,
Wow.
Carolina.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yep. But I always hated the Rangers, but I love the Garden crowd.
Yeah.
It's just a great crowd. It was so intense last night. Like Tampa was just they were obviously look, they hadn't played in 9 days. They just looked bad. They looked slow. Vasilevsky just looked like he didn't have it. And the Rangers had a great offense last night. They were passing the puck well, and their power play has always been amazing. It's been tremendous all year. But they weren't even needing the power play to score. Like they just scored in regular full strength.
All right, so that's game 1 of the East. Colorado leads the Western Conference Finals over Edmonton on the other side. So the most viral moment of the day came with the reactions. The court case is finally done. Johnny Depp defeats Amber Heard. Now, I started chuckling out loud to myself reading RJ's email last night. We'll do this at 8:20. He said he would read Johnny Depp's statement in Depp voice, and that's what I was looking forward to.
I'm so grotesque.
That's what I'm looking forward to the most out of the entire show. So Johnny Depp wins $15 million in the defamation suit. Sounds like everyone is celebrating it. Victory for the good guy.
Victory for the good guy. That's right, baby. Now, I read that it's only going to be 10.35 because in Virginia or something like that, you can only get punitive damages up to $350,000 or some crap like that.
Okay.
But still, this is a win. This is a massive win. Johnny Depp, apparently, if you watch the court case, which we watch way too much of this, they did nothing wrong. Amber Heard was just a liar, and that was she pooped on his bed. If you poop on the bed, you give up your right.
You got to come up with
human fecal matter.
You got to come up with a Johnny Depp type saying for it. You poop on the bed. If you defecate, you must.
Oh, so I got to do Johnny Cochran?
Yeah, we got to do it. We have to come up with a Johnny.
If you defecate, you must evacuate.
You must evacuate. No, okay, that's not too bad.
I guess you already evacuated.
That's not too bad. All right, so truckwreck.com text line by the end of the segment will come up with some good ones. But Troy, did you pay attention to this yesterday whatsoever? As Johnny Depp said,
I was all over not watching it. No, all I've been listening to is my wife.
She's not here.
She's not. She was texting me. I was taking a nap during the afternoon yesterday, and I get like 4 or 5 text messages. I'm like, oh my God, something happened. They're in South Texas. Something's going on. The cartel made it over there. I've got to find out what's going on. And she's like, are you asleep? Yeah, why? Johnny Depp won. It's like, I don't care because this is all she's been attached to. But she's a lawyer, so she's been watching the litigation, the trial, and everything, and she's so infatuated with this kind of stuff.
So Depp said, his career had taken a hit as it appears that he was dropped from the Harry Potter prequel.
Oh, yeah.
And now yesterday, Aquaman 2 was trending as everybody wants Amber Heard replaced and to get taken out of that. So that's where we stand with Johnny Depp getting the W.
That movie's pretty much done, though, right, Troy? Like they've already filmed Aquaman 2?
I don't know.
Someone said they're going to get CGI to replace her.
There you go, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, honestly, she wasn't really supposed to be in the original. Jason Momoa, who plays Aquaman, apparently, according to some people, a report in Entertainment Weekly had this. They did not get along. They had no chemistry, and he did not want her part of it.
But you know what? And you said this last night in the email. This needed to happen. This is a little warning shot for people who just want to smear, not stuff on the bed.
Human fecal matter.
Just defamation.
You want to smear someone's name and you want to call someone. Yeah, we're way too comfortable with throwing around the term racist, and you want to suggest that he was beating you up and he was physical with you and you damaged someone's name. It feels like a long time since we've had a public defamation. I was trying to think of another word there. Yeah. But I'm glad that this happened for that reason.
And look how hard it was still for him to win it. I mean, the amount of money he had to spend.
6 weeks.
6 weeks in trial, and the amount of money he had to spend. Like the average person still probably couldn't win this. They would just have to deal with it.
You got any sayings up in there on the text line?
There you go.
Any Johnny Cochran?
If you do coke on the stand, You've got to pay the man.
Okay. I got
Because she
that
definitely
one.
did that.
Yeah.
She definitely bumped it.
What?
She definitely took a bump on the stand. Absolutely. Did you see it? Oh, I'll pull this up for you.
You got to make sure that's true.
Oh, yeah.
We have another defamation case. So there you go. Johnny Depp lighting up the internet with the W yesterday. 877-881-1053. Live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and we are now live on YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Not sure if it's still pouring out there, but be careful on the roads, driving in, or wherever you may be going. Deshaun Watson may have had a partner in this little sexual assault investigation. Jimbo speaks at SEC Media Days. Kyler shows up, and Dan Snyder and Roger Goodell may be in their own court case. 6 a.m. headlines on the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ next.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Here is Barber going to the outside. He's able to turn the corner, pick up the first down, get inside the 10, dives for the end zone, and gets in for the touchdown.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. That call from Monday Night Football with Al Michaels, and we play it because yesterday evening the news came out that former Cowboys running back Marion Barber died yesterday. I first saw it from Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Marion the Barbarian was 38, reportedly found dead in his apartment by Frisco police who were there because of a welfare concern. We don't have any more details more than that. He was set to turn 39 on June 10th. Selected to the Pro Bowl after racking up a 975 rushing yards, 10 rushing touchdowns, a very popular player amongst the Cowboy fans with that physical style. Troy, what were some of the things you were tweeting out yesterday with your memories of Marion Barber?
I mean, things I think about with Marion, obviously, like you said, just this running style, just how ferocious and how intense he was when he ran. And then there's the 2-yard run. That's the one that sticks out because what was the game where Tony Romo scrambled like 40 yards backwards?
Yes.
And he's
Rams.
Yeah, that's right. And he somehow ran it back and got the first down. And it's like, wow, you should have been sacked like 40 yards back. Mm-hmm. That's what happened to Marion Barber when he was right at the goal line for the Cowboys up against the Patriots.
And they run it. Barber better be careful. They've got him in the end zone. Asani Samuel has a shot. Now Green, how does he escape? Unbelievable run by Marion Barber to save 2 points.
I mean, it was like that should not have happened. At all, that play right there. And then the other thing that stands out when I think of Marion Barber, the dichotomy of who he was on the field as opposed to who he was in his personal life. The Hard Knocks episode where he's in his apartment next to T.O. Terrell Owens had his own party going on in his own apartment next door. And then there's Marion Barber. Sitting at a Steinway grand piano just playing music.
Wow.
By himself.
I wish I could play the piano.
Man, I know. Like, just about any instrument I kind of want to play.
So elegant.
It's very elegant.
So elegant. So that was the Marion Barber banging away with the keys. Now, Des Bryant last year tweeted this. As I watch this video and me knowing exactly how Marion Barber's life is going right now today, this is why I'm trying to build a personal corner, some venture that Des Bryant had been working on. He said, I can't even enjoy it because Marion is down and out bad. We are just a stat and moments to most people. So Des was alluding to some type of struggles that Marion Barber was going through last year. And then I got a journalism question DM to me by Atolo. I'm not going to say his name because I'm assuming because it was a DM, wanted to remain anonymous. But the question is basically, can you read the last paragraph of the Marion Barber story on ESPN? As a journalist, isn't that out of line? And the end of the article I felt was unnecessary. So what he is alluding to is Todd Archer's piece on ESPN.com where he's doing the write-up. And the last paragraph says, following his retirement, Barber was detained by police in Mansfield in 2014 and taken in for a mental health evaluation. In 2019, he was arrested on 2 misdemeanor counts of criminal mischief. We brought this up with Adam Schefter. We brought this up with Gil Brandt. What do you think about that Tolo's question?
Look, I get it. I think it's just, it's hard to say because it's news. It's part of the story. This is Todd Archer is not in charge of writing an obituary. An obituary, I would not put that in there. Right? He's in charge of writing a factual story about the passing of Marion Barber, which we don't know how he died. Like, we don't know. There's not a whole lot yet that we know. We don't know everything, I should say. Yeah, I don't know that I would put it in there, but I don't also know that maybe his editor told him to put it in there or said, you got to put everything in there. I have no idea. I don't think it's a huge deal, though.
It's not a big deal, but it's part of the story because you're telling the story of a life of someone who passed away, and that's their story. When Johnny Manziel passes away, they're not just going to talk about him win the Heisman. Mm-hmm. When Deshaun Watson passes away, they're not going to talk about him just win the national championship. They're going to have to bring up the other things in his life, and that's what happens with Marion Barber. It was part of his life. It's something that must be brought up. Like RJ said, it's not an obituary. It's part of the news story that is Marion Barber. By the way, Des Bryant yesterday did tweet out, athletes, I have another meeting with the NFLPA tomorrow, RIP Marion Barber.
I think if this was a car accident, you wouldn't see this included. I think you include this part of it because police went to his place in Frisco on a wellness check. So I think what people are trying to tell you without coming out with too many details right now, because it would be a little bit premature, there's something going on with this passing that may have related to Marion's struggles. And I think that's why you include it at the very end if he was taken in for a mental health evaluation. If it was a car accident, if it was something else where you're not thinking about, was it a mental health issue? You don't include it, but I didn't personally have a problem when I saw it yesterday. But good question by the Tolo, and that's at least where I stand on it. Your memories of Marion the Barbarian throughout the entire show on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Man, I've made my unofficial decision on Deshaun Watson after this story that came out yesterday. So a 23rd woman has come forward in terms of accusing Deshaun Watson of inappropriate, aggressive sexual advances during a massage session. Well, the part of the story we did not see yesterday was that the woman is also alleging that Deshaun was working with the owner of a spa who facilitated the massages for him and knew that Watson was attempting to have sex with the girls. Watson is said to have paid the owner $5,000. And that, to me, RJ, right now, would be the smoking gun for the NFL. The criminal investigation is done. He's off the hook. Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of civil and paying up and all that stuff, I'm not sure what the status is. But Deshaun Watson was cleared in court. That's why the Cleveland Browns went and gave him the $200 million plus guaranteed. But if I'm Roger Goodell, I need to figure out if this is true. Because if I find the spa owner, and I mean, he doesn't really have to testify. I guess he doesn't have to speak to the National Football League whatsoever. But Deshaun Watson, in my very uneducated legal opinion, is very lucky that this part of the story did not come out before the real courts decided his fate. Because if this spa owner was put on a stand and admitted that he facilitated or they found that Deshaun paid him, wow, that changes everything to me. Changes everything to me.
Well, I mean, it also, like, it obviously would not look good on the spa owner by any stretch. Like, that person would be in some major trouble, I would imagine. She or he is basically pimping out their employees to Deshaun Watson. I guess the first thing the attorneys would ask, if you're Deshaun's attorneys, is what were you facilitating? Were you facilitating massages, or were you facilitating sex, or some kind of just be hush-hush about whatever happens in there?
And I guess Deshaun could still escape by being like, he was setting up women for me to sleep with, and I did sleep. He's admitted to sleeping with 3 of them, so that's still not a crime. That would just look really, really bad.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, again, I don't know if it's a crime. Is it because he's paying money for something? He's paying money for a sexual act, which is,
he's that paying money for a massage?
Massage that turns into maybe not. This is where the whole "are escorts really illegal" thing. It's like you're not paying for sex, you're paying for company, and if it happens to turn into that, it happens to turn into that.
I do think after this, it would be very difficult for me right now. If I was a diehard Cleveland Brown fan, I would think that Deshaun Watson was guilty of something. It would be really, really hard for me to root for him. I'm glad I get why the Browns did it. I may have done the same thing if I was their ownership and I was desperate to finally have a consistent winner, but I don't believe that Deshaun Watson is innocent of all 23 of these cases. More and more comes out. There's too many numbers here, and I'm going to be interested to see how the Browns fans react and how this impacts Roger Goodell's decision to suspend.
Look, the Browns fans will, quietly be like, this guy's, root for this guy. But then this is also a franchise that's never made a Super Bowl. If he makes it there with them, all's going to be forgiven. That's how sports fans generally are.
Yeah.
But
Mike Vick ended up being loved in Philly by many. You're still going to have there'll be a segment of the Dog Pound the Dog Pound might not.
Dog Pound might not care.
Dog Pound, but there'll be a segment of the fan base that will never accept him, especially women. Just like Mike Vick was never accepted by some in Philly, but Mike Vick ended up being a popular figure in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and you can recuperate and recover your image.
Sure.
Through time. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it certainly can be done. But he's going to have to get into the community and do certain things and then win games. Like, that's the other thing.
He's trying these convenient photo ops that he drops in on. One of the teammates who gave up his number for Watson when the trade first happened was standing at the podium the other day at practice, and here comes this arm just busting into the shot, and it's Deshaun giving him a fancy watch. And then Watson taking everyone to the Bahamas, and he's trying to, go ahead and have that PR image out there for everyone to see. But I've officially turned. I'll be rooting against Deshaun Watson from here on out. Troy, do you have a strong feeling one way or the other on rooting for Deshaun Watson or rooting against now?
Not really a strong way, because my way has never really changed or wavered. I'm definitely cheering against him. I don't care if it's 24 allegations or one. Either one is bad. I'm more interested in how Cleveland's going to react to this. Like, is there going to be support for Deshaun? Is it going to be sort of like Art Briles and the people in Waco, where they're going to support him and want him back on the field? Or are they also going to go, yeah, we may need to push away from this?
Speaking of legal matters, oh, baby. Roger Goodell and Dan Snyder have been requested to testify at a congressional hearing on June 22nd. So they came out and said, the NFL needs to answer the question of why they conducted that Washington investigation in the way they did, why they have not brought transparency as to how the investigation was conducted. I saw some attorney, it wasn't some well-known media attorney on TV. I saw an attorney say, this matter will cost Roger Goodell his job. He won't be able to escape this once he's brought in to deal with all these legal matters, and I can't wait get them up there. Now, when the baseball players lied, or did they not lie? They just wouldn't answer.
You talking about the Astros?
No, the Palmeiro stuff.
Palmeiro lied.
Okay,
he lied.
Did he get punished? I can't remember. He didn't go to jail for that.
No, he did not go to jail for that.
So this whole thing about perjury and the truth has to come out. I was like, wait, I don't remember it really coming out or guys getting punished for not telling the truth in the baseball hearings.
Yeah, I don't remember because I don't know that was technically a court of law. Well, it was like just a Senate hearing.
Yeah, it was a House Government Reform Committee, and they decided to not pursue charges of perjury.
Okay.
Yeah, you could have had perjury charges.
Yeah, they could have, I guess. Yeah. So this, if he lies, that's obviously not something you want to do under oath. Palmeiro, they believe, lied under oath. I guess they didn't prove it, but they kind of proved it.
So I just want to see both of those guys Squirm.
Squirm.
I
Yeah.
see him squirm a little bit.
Yeah, it would
Swarm.
be better if they were being asked questions by NFL diehard, analysts or fans. But I'm not sure how hard Senator Warren is going to go in on Roger Goodell. So that's the only thing that I'm like, yeah.
All right, there it is. Around the NFL, Marion, the Barbarian Barber, former Cowboy running back, passing away yesterday at the age of 38 on your home of America's team. NBA Finals start tonight. Are you telling me that the Massholes are now the most popular team? I thought everyone's kids. I thought it was the Warriors in all the video games. Some of the different numbers are saying different things. And who are we actually rooting for to win the NBA championship, if you care at all? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to BetterHelp, and let's get some help.
segment this morning brought to you by the Khan Academy and Mark Rubin, along with Rubin and Associates. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. Give Mark Rubin a call. He'll take the weight off your shoulders and get you back living life again with Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS.
7 o'clock tonight on ABC, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Warriors are favored by 3.5 as they host the Mass Holes from Boston. I hate Boston even more because of the travel plans that I've had to make going there in about a month. Oh my, what is up with the flight prices?
That's what we do, stupid.
$5 gas isn't going to hurt.
Yeah,
Or it's not going to help the prices. That's what it is.
I mean, that's my family is flying to Florida next month. We're going on vacation, and I'm like, you guys fly because I'll drive. I'll drive 12 hours. It's fine with me. I'll save money. I ain't saving a damn dime. I'm having to buy this gas.
Are you going to drive?
Yeah.
And they're going to fly?
Yeah.
Why? Why are you going separate?
Because I'd rather drive that way and carry more stuff in the truck with me as opposed to pay for everything onto the flight. And plus,
And none of the kids are going to go with Dad.
I'm probably going to make my son go. He's 15. He'll turn 16 in September. So, I'll let him drive a little bit through Alabama and places like that.
So fuel is about 20% of an airline's cost. That's on a normal when gas is $2. When it's $5, now it's almost 40% of their cost. So there's your uptick in price.
Yeah, I'm going to a wedding.
I was about to say, why are you going to Boston?
Yeah, it's not even in Boston, but I'm like, you know what? I've never been to Boston. Well, I've been to Boston once for like 4 hours. I flew in for a finals game and then left, where I almost got thrown down the steps by these racist a-holes.
Wait, racism in Boston?
No, huh.
But I have kind of wanted to see.
Everywhere.
I feel like I could be in for a Philadelphia surprise. Like I went a couple nights to party in Philadelphia when I was in college, and I was like, I liked it. I enjoyed it in the bars I was in, and I've wanted to see what Boston was like, especially the Italian food. The North End. You got to go into the North End. So I'm going to stay in Boston a night before going to God knows where for this wedding. That's going to cost me like $2,000 to fly out there.
The only problem with Philadelphia are the people. City's great. Same thing with Boston. It's the people. I've been to Boston a couple times. I loved it every time I've gone.
What's it like? You gave me the good comparison with Atlanta being Dallas East.
Okay, Boston. It's hard to. There's nothing like it. It is the most jumbled city.
Hate that.
Yeah, it's
like for one.
There's the downtown areas there, but it's like it's a giant neighborhood. It's really weird. They've got these odd streets that are so narrow you can't navigate because these streets were built by cows.
In
literally.
Cambridge and Worcester.
Yeah.
What did you say?
They were built by cows. So a lot of the streets in Boston were built because that's how they would run cattle through the city back in like the 1700s. So it's the most jumbled mess, but it's fantastic. Like if you like history, which I do, you'll love it.
Yeah, 0 for 2. I don't care about history.
Yeah.
I just want to know what the restaurants are like.
The bar scene's just amazing. It's
Okay.
the
bar scene.
It's a giant city of college bars.
You been?
Yes, I've been to Boston. Where's my Boston music? Let me get some. Some Dropkick Murphys. The Departed.
The Wahlburgers theme.
Yeah. Is there music for bad burgers? I didn't know there was a song for that.
Have you had it?
Yeah, I've
never had them.
Yeah, I had it in Vegas, and then I think it's still open in Frisco.
Really?
Yeah, it was okay.
Okay.
It was okay, but yeah, Boston to me was. I was there for 2 days doing a radio interview.
Well,
and I thought it was great because I love history. I do like places like Washington, D.C., where you can actually be at a place that's in a textbook. So, yeah, that's kind of cool. But if you're not into history, I mean, yeah, you're probably not going to enjoy it.
It's just the world's biggest college town. There's like 70 colleges.
Yeah,
There's like 70 colleges there.
Okay.
So it's like bar scene like crazy. I don't remember the food being like amazing, but I was more in the bar, so I don't really remember eating either.
All right. How much are we caring about the NBA Finals? Be honest. We're going to watch and we're going to talk about it regardless. But how much do you care? 877-881-1053. Start off. Don't lie.
I mean, I care a little bit. I don't care enough to like, sit there and like be on the edge of my seat the entire time. It'll be on basically like the Rangers Lightning game was on last night, the hockey game. Like it was on. I was watching it, but I was not like edge of my seat. Oh my God, I can't wait to watch this thing.
Necessary background noise for me.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to sit down and be like, all right, let's see what Jason Tatum can do. I'm not going to do that. But when I'm doing stuff around the house, I will have it on. I will have it turned up so I can at least hear it.
You?
I don't care that much. I mean, I'm going to watch all the games. I like to watch like the first game or two of a lot of the series to try to see if I can figure out the matchups and who's not going to be able to guard who and who has the advantage where. But there's just always something to me that's just a little lacking about the Celtics. I'm not drawn to them. I like Jaylen Brown. I respect Jason Tatum. I don't know. I have like some sick jealousies towards a couple sports cities. Boston is one of them. Baltimore is kind of one of them where I grew up 2 hours from there, but I could never stand the Ravens. Like Philadelphia in a little bit of a way. Like I don't like the way that Boston acts, but I do respect the passion and the home court advantage that they bring. Like, I'll never forget going to a finals game. I was rooting for Kobe and the Lakers to beat the Celtics, and I legit felt physically threatened. I legit felt physically, so I hated them. I've never been able to get that out of my mind, but at the same time, I'm like, damn, they cared that much to maybe go to jail by throwing me down these steps. They care this much to physically assault, and you will feel like you felt last night with the Ranger game with that home ice advantage. I mean, you definitely feel the love / racism in the Boston crowd yelling and screaming that much. So I don't like that I respect it in a way, but I do. But it keeps me from like loving watching their teams. I'm drawn to watching Steph and Clay and Poole and what's going to happen with the type of basketball that they play, and then that rugged Boston Red Auerbach cigar with these Celtics teams. I don't know. I don't find the Celtics very, very, very sexy in terms of the entertainment. But I've been wrong based on these numbers. I don't get it. And again, this is a sick respect. 4 of the 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals. To me, the Eastern Conference Finals were a big letdown. 4 of the 7 games were won by more than 10 points. 4 of 7. And all but one game featured a double-digit deficit at one point. All right, yeah, it went to 7, but a lot of the games were uncompetitive. Didn't matter because the ratings were up 40% from last year. Now, we do have to point out that last year was awful in terms of the matchup and the intrigue. It was Bucks-Hawks, okay? Bucks-Hawks
conference finals,
in the conference finals. But the Celtics and the Heat saw a 40% increase and 12 million viewers for Game 7. Do you remember what was the series early on in the playoffs that blew away everyone in terms of the ratings?
Celtics, Bucks?
No.
Celtics, Nets?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A sweep. Yeah. So it feels like the Boston market is sitting here and dominating and carrying a lot of these ratings. And you even said that your daggone kids are talking about Boston?
Yeah, they're, I'm like, so I asked them, the other day, was it Tuesday? Who do you want to win the NBA Finals? And they're like, we're going to root for Boston. I was like, I thought like everybody liked the Warriors. He goes, no, the Warriors are old. They're old now. We're out.
Wow.
Like the whole school, like all the schools rooting for Boston. At least their school is.
For what reasons? I would wonder I wonder what they would be able to name.
They're just they're the cool new thing. They're the new thing out there. We've seen Golden State.
So it's not like style of play. It's just that the Warriors have been around.
No, yeah. I mean, the Warriors' style of play is more pleasing to watch. The Celtics are on when they're. I'm sorry, like unless your team is doing it, like the Maverick style of play is sometimes unwatchable. If you're not making every 3-pointer, you're going 7 for 45. It's unwatchable. But you root for it because it's your team. But when it's somebody else's team, like Boston, and they're chucking up threes all over the place, and they're not making any. That's an unwatchable type. Game 7 that they had against Milwaukee was a tough watch. It was a tough watch because teams were bricking like crazy. Well, Milwaukee was at least. And now in this series, you're going to have the Warriors, who are so easy on the eye to watch.
Yeah,
with the amount of passing they do and just the style of play. But the kids, at least my kids' school, is they're like, yeah, we're rooting for Boston.
Are we rooting for anyone in particular?
Yeah, I'm going to root for the Celtics. I got Grant Williams. He's my Tennessee guy. That's the only rooting interest I have in this thing. I have no other reason to root for either team. I'm sick of the let's put Steph on the Mount Rushmore and let's put Steve Kerr on the Mount Rushmore talk. We got to end that anyway. So I'm going to root for Boston.
Yeah, I'll root for Boston because of Robert Williams. How about that? Texas A&M zone. So I'll go with that as well.
Grant Williams, Robert Williams.
Okay, there we go.
Let's toast.
That's it? That's your level of rooting interest? That's as far as it can go?
Yeah, Marcus Smart. Metroplex's own, even though I personally don't like him.
All right.
But no.
I'm going to root for the Warriors.
I don't really have a rooting interest. That like the question of, are you going to watch it? I'll answer that. Who are you rooting for? I'm not rooting for anyone.
I'm going to root for Golden State. I'm not going to be that invested in it. I normally root for dynasties. They're a likable dynasty, which is very rare. We still don't hate them. We only hate Draymond. That's basically it. There's nothing else really to hate.
That mouth guard, man.
Let's have these legacy conversations. I can't bring myself. I don't love Tatum, personally, in terms of watching him. So I'm going to root for the Warriors. Let's see. What about you on the truckwreck.com text line? Whether it's going to be Golden State, Boston, or neither. Don't care. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
All right, let's see. I really am tired of Golden State. If you can't beat them, though, join them. The Celtics are a team win team. They're a team win team. There are no standout stars on that team. That's why I like Boston. I care 10%. I'll watch Game 7. Might watch other elimination games. I am out on 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Zero interest. I'll check the score next day. Background noise. I care. I'm a Celtics fan, though. Zero interest. Couldn't care about either team. What's an NBA final? They stopped at 2011.
Wow.
Couldn't care less. I care 0.00001%. 0% won't watch.
That's
a
lot
saying,
of.
Sean, go to the bar top and liquor back in Boston.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take all the restaurant suggestions as well. A lobster roll. How do I get the
lobster?
accent?
Lobster roll. Lobster roll.
Did anyone care about this event yesterday with 4 of the biggest names in sports? I'll tell you what was good. The trash talk. The trash talk got pretty good between Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, and Josh Allen. We'll recap the match. What's going on with Mike Trout? Is he going to quit as the fantasy football commissioner? And the RJ Choppy phone saga continues. He needs your help and your total advice after this.
Let's get you over to Parkway Buick GMC in Sherman. My good friend Justin Rogers.
check or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Who watched the match yesterday? Was I the only one that was a little bit taken off guard? I thought this was like on a holiday sometimes. Not a random Wednesday night.
It's been on like the Friday after Thanksgiving. It's been on other holidays, but this was a random Wednesday night, June 1st. Just like out of nowhere. I guess there's a Memorial Day holiday in there, but it's that we're way past Memorial Day. We're 2 days past it now.
Troy, did you know it was on? Did you care that it was on?
Yeah, I knew that it was on when I changed the channel because, man, first of all, I'm not a golf fan unless it's like the Masters, which I've said before is probably the most visually stunning sporting event of the year. To me, it's a tune-in equal to the Super Bowl. The Masters That was bad yesterday. Like, I even went back, and we'll play some of the audio, which was good, but like the play-by-play audio, this is not Jim Nantz calling golf.
Well, you had Ernie Johnson and Barkley calling it.
Yeah.
Immelman was there as a swing coach, basically. Yeah. He's telling Tom, hey, try to extend your arms and push right when you're swinging through, because Tom was left to begin. Then Tom tries the adjustment, shoots it way, 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 way right, and he's like, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thanks for all your tips. Charles saying, if the spectators, and I guess early on, I'm not watching this for any of the golf shots. I don't care how any of them play golf. I don't want to have FOMO when it comes to trash talk or some of the moments, because I am interested to hear the guys mic'd up to a degree. Aaron Rodgers saying, man, the trash talk has gotten so soft with athletes nowadays. Back when he and Tom came into the league early on, they would go at each other, but now everyone is TikToking with each other, and everyone is IGing, and everyone is going out to dinner. So he said the trash talk doesn't cut very deep. This was probably the deepest cut that happened yesterday with Tom Brady taking a little shot at Josh Allen.
Little chunky. I call that a little Josh Allen-y.
Wow. A little Josh Allen-y, but
still like the outcome. They'll fix that one post.
So that was after one of Brady's shots, calling Josh Allen little fat. And leading up, Josh Allen unveiled the golf balls he was going to be using. It was Tom Brady's combine photo. Tom had playfully asked for the internet to get rid of that, of course, all-time famous shot of him coming out of Michigan. So somehow Allen got that superimposed on his golf balls. Well, Tom then has his golf balls that he shows off, and it's of the Super Bowl trophies. And he holds that up to Allen's face, and he's like, Josh, do you know what this is? Have you ever seen this, Josh? So the trash talking took place to the golf balls and the equipment yesterday too.
Yeah, that was that was an eye roll. That's a Jeter comeback. It's one of those. These guys have no personality. Although Tom has personality, I was surprised by that. Jeter's got no personality. His personality is based off rings.
Yeah, which is why he's going to be perfect on Twitter, because his personality will be through 144 characters. So that's what you get. But Josh Allen, to be fair, he had one decent shot to the old guys.
This guy's pretty good at golf. That's what happens when you don't go to OTAs. You just play golf all day.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Let's see what else was. Yeah, Mahomes definitely has the worst personality.
Yes.
He's got the least personality.
100%.
The only thing Mahomes did was he started drinking Coors Light in the golf cart. I think it may have been around the fourth hole. They only played 12. By the way, Aaron Rodgers, he's the best golfer out of all of them, right? I don't know Allen's game that much, but Aaron Rodgers has been winning at this event a couple times, and he sank the last putt. I did go ahead and watch like the last 2 or 3 holes live, and Rodgers sank the final putt to win this thing in Vegas right in front of this waterfall on the 12th hole. It was an awesome scene.
The course looks great. It's the course of the Win in Vegas.
Is that where Chicoline played?
Yes, it is.
$600 to play that thing?
Yeah, if you're not staying there, I think it's like $600 to play.
Woo!
Woo! Yeah, I know, right? It's not cheap, man. It's Vegas. It ain't cheap, but that course looks fantastic. But I was like, man, I started watching this, like, God, this is awful. Like, the golf is so bad. It's so you're watching it for I could not get
I
past.
tried to tell you the golf would be awful.
Oh, I knew the golf would be awful. Like I could
but not
fight
enough
through.
to not you make you not want to watch it.
Right. Like I would fight through Phil and Tom against Tiger and Peyton because it's like, okay, there's Phil and Tiger. I would fight through that. But like, when it's just these four guys out there, I mean, it's like you're watching the group that you don't want to be playing behind. Like that's what this was like. It's like I was stuck watching a group that I'd be, driving up on every tee box, and I'd be absolutely hating them. The only thing good about this was Patrick Mahomes' hat.
I didn't even see it.
The black hat with the 3 stripes, the 3 vertical stripes. Just the Adidas hat. Look, I love that hat. Love that hat. Got to get it. That's the only thing cool.
That's what you like, the Adidas hat the most.
That's the only thing good about this entire event.
Here's Charles on the mic when Josh Allen was playing.
I play real fast, Chuck.
Yeah, I like that, Josh. You can sling that thing too, boy. It's a pleasure to watch you throw that thing. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Come on now.
Come on, guys. Good Lord. Good Lord.
Yes.
And then they tried to sucker Aaron Rodgers into cutting off the man bun. Now, on the final hole, Mahomes is like, hey, if I make this putt, will you jump in the waterfall? It was like a putt from,
60 feet.
60 feet. It was crazy. Well, Josh Allen had the same putt, and he almost made it. I mean, it was like Tiger on the cusp, back with his famous one that eventually fell. But when they're sitting there playing, Charles is like, what would I have to do to make you cut that man bun? And Aaron Rodgers was kind of not going along with that. But Barkley was fawning over Tom Brady. That's his new bit. He says he can't stare Tom in the eyes. He can't look at Tom. No. He gets fidgety, and he loses his train of thought, making Brady blush out there.
Yeah, I mean, they're exchanging watches. Tom is going to give him his watch. Chuck's like, I want that watch. I want your watch. How do I get that watch? And Tom's like, I'll just give you this one. This one's old anyway. I hope he deletes all any photos that might be on that.
Did he give him a watch?
That's what he said. He said during the course of the thing that he was going to give Chuck that watch. It was it was one of those kind of, I don't want to say Apple watches, but you get what I'm saying.
All right, so that's what happened with the match. Let us know if you were interested whatsoever. A lot of people were interested in your cell phone conclusion yesterday.
Well, there's no conclusion yet. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do.
Explain the dilemma.
So my camera, my something happened to my camera. Don't know what happened to it. But, on the back of your phone where you've got your 3 camera lenses, one of the lenses is like the glass casing is punctured and it's gone. So the camera now works, but there's a weird glare. It looks like there's a water spot all over the photo. So I went to go get it fixed yesterday, or at least figure out what the process is to get this thing fixed. And it's going to cost like $200, they say, to fix the camera. I got to fix the lens, and I need an entirely new glass back because it's got the casing involved as well. That's going to be like $200. I went and asked, I was like, how much do I owe on this phone? Because, you don't do these plans anymore where it's like, well, you get a new free phone after 12 months. No, now you got to pay for the whole dang thing.
Now, some people were busting on you saying, why do you owe money on a phone? Why do you owe money on it?
Because everybody owes money on a phone when you get a phone. Like, they don't do free phones anymore.
No, but I pay for my phone outright when I get a new phone.
You paid $1,300 for a phone outright?
Yes.
Oh, no, hell no. I just finance the thing.
Why?
Because I want the money in hand now.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
You don't pay for the thing outright?
I don't have $1,400 to play
Even
outright.
if the money was an issue, I'm still going to finance. It's not costing me anything. There's no interest really on it. I mean, maybe very little. I'm just going to, I'm not, instead of paying the $1,400, I'm just going to finance it for $30 a month over 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is. Whatever the plan is.
But you have $1,300 in your bank account. You could just pay it and be done with it versus making payments.
Yeah, but I mean, it all equals out to the same amount. So I just rather pay it over time instead of giving up that one lump at once.
Okay.
So I owe like $450 on it or $400 on it or whatever. So do I pay the $200 to fix the phone, which will give me a brand new camera, which I could now keep the phone beyond that extra year that I have or however many months I have left on it, or pay the $400 now, get out of the phone, trade it in, and get a brand new one, but I would have to start making payments on it immediately.
Right.
That's the dilemma I'm in. I theoretically could take the $200, buy a new camera, keep the phone beyond the extra time that I owe, recoup that $200, and then just get a new phone. Or bite the bullet. Or option 3, don't worry about the camera, don't get it fixed, and, have blurry pictures for the next year.
Advice from the Tolos. Carlos, you're basically paying $650 for it. I'd pay the $200 to fix the camera, then sell the phone and get yourself a new one later. Just get an iPhone, Chop. Troy, this is one of the things I was talking about earlier in the show. He's starting to move with me on football over baseball. The match he's moving away from, and I saw him tweet back to someone yesterday, he may be considering coming to the Apple side.
To the Apple? Oh, as Darth Vader once said, come to the dark side.
I hate the phone. I use my son's phone. I can't stand it. There's no home button, so you got to trying to swipe out to get clear all your things. I hate the.
All you got to do is just go like this.
Yeah, you just got to.
No, keep swiping. No. Swipe up to get to all your. See, if I want to get to all my, I just hit that button or hit that one. Bam! It comes to all these. I just get out of them. Right? Get out of them all.
Wait till September. Get the 14 Pro Max.
I was about to say it's not confirmed yet, but there's rumors that that's when Apple will announce the iPhone 14.
Pay it off, RJ. I have the Galaxy Z Fold 3, and this phone is awesome. Unless you're an IG influencer, it really shouldn't be that hard to keep a phone without a camera. You got kids. You want to take the photos. I'm assuming you're taking the photos of the kids. Pay it off. Get a new one for sure. Trade it in. Don't reference the camera not working. They just check for scratches and cracks and that the keyboard works.
Ooh, that's really good advice.
Right?
That is true.
Yeah.
That is. They're not going to do a deep dive like forensic files investigation
Trade
into this.
Trade it in. If the camera isn't cracked, they don't care. So this is some of the Tolo advice that you're a man. You don't need a camera that badly. Pay it off, dummy. Fix the camera and flip it to the new model. So there you go.
Yeah, I looked yesterday at that Z Fold.
A couple people saying, "Why is your phone on a payment plan?" I told you.
I mean, most are. Everybody I know is they just you just pay the $30 a month for the phone instead of paying the $1,400 up front. Money in hand, baby. That's what it's about.
Dave Ramsey, cash is king.
Is that what he says?
Yeah, that's what he
then
says.
you have debt. I'm sure you have a ton of debt.
Yeah, it's not because I finance a phone.
Yeah, but you apply that principle to 15 things in life, and that's why you have a ton of debt. I have no debt. I just pay it all off up front.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay making payments every month.
But I don't want the debt over my head. You have debt over your head.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never pay it off anyway. So how do I care?
There's the strategy.
Yeah.
So there it is, the RJ Choppy phone dilemma. Which way are you leaning?
I'm leaning getting it fixed and just riding it out until. Or I'm sorry. I'm leaning paying it off, and then getting either the iPhone or the flip flip phone. I am sick of people complaining about me not getting their text messages, and I'm like, look, guys, it's your fault. You're the one with the phone problem, not me. My phone's fine. Your iPhone service is the one that's screwing this whole thing up. You guys had to be all cool with your Steve Jobs and your Tim Cooks or Tim Apple, whatever his name is. You guys had to change everything. But I really like the idea of that flip phone thing. But, man, I don't know. Like, that screen will probably crack, too.
Could the Rangers keep it going last night in Arlington? Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And Jimbo speaks at SEC Media Day. Headlines, our highest-rated segment of the show to get you ready for your Thursday. Next.
But let's get you over to Diamond.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The 2-2 delivery. Swung on in a line drive. Drilled to the right field corner. It's in there for a hit. One hop off the wall. Ramirez scores. Choi into second, sliding with a double. He has put Tampa Bay in front 4-3.
Didn't sound like many left last night in Arlington as the Rangers get cooled off just a little bit, losing on this radio station. You heard the call from the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. Tampa wins 4-3 in 11 despite an outstanding performance from Jonathan Gray. 7 innings, 12 strikeouts, 3 hits, 1 earned run, and only 2 walks. Meanwhile, 7 different pitchers used for the Rays to finally cool off the Rangers a tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is really a wasted performance that they did for John Gray. He got a raw deal there by not getting the victory. When you strike out 12, when you go 7 innings in today's game, when you throw less than 100 pitches, you only allow 1 run. I mean, you should win that game 99 times out of 100, and this is the one time.
14 left on base.
Yeah, I mean, like he pitched tremendous, and they could not figure out a way to scratch runs across. If you're wondering how the attendance did, because you mentioned the crowd, didn't sound like there were a lot of people there. It was over half full last night, Sean. 20,000, 20,634 paid to see it. It was also a 4-hour game because it went into the 11th, but which I do love. I enjoy the man on second. I don't care what anybody says.
Same.
Give it to me. Keep it here. Make it stay. Never have it go away. I do not need a 16 or 17 inning game on a Wednesday night.
Hey, you get the most bang for your buck though with the baseball ticket.
Oh yeah,
not even close.
Yep, it's not. It's a very affordable ticket, and you know you're going to be there at least 3 hours. You know, hey
least.
Kids, we need 3 hours of entertainment. What are we going to do tonight? Let's go to the Ranger game. All right, let's do it.
Have we seen average game times this year? Any numbers or stats?
Let's see. I could look it up real quick.
Come out with that. The Rangers will face former Ranger for 1 inning, Corey Kluber, today. Afternoon baseball right here on DFW Sports Station. The pregame will be at 12:30 with Jared Sandler. First pitch at 1 o'clock. Taylor Hearn on the mound for the good guys.
So far this year, the average 9-inning baseball game is lasting 3 hours and 7 minutes.
Okay.
Which is down from 3 hours and 10 minutes last year.
Good. Moving the right way.
Yeah.
Cut it down a few minutes.
Of course, in 2013, it was 258. It was 2008, it was 250. In 2003, it was 246.
Wow.
But it's been over 3 hours for 7 years in a row.
Astros lead the West by 5.5. Angels are in second. The Rangers are in third, 8 games back. Then Seattle, then Oakland. Game 1 of the NHL Eastern Conference Finals at the Garden.
Kucherov's been their leading scorer in these playoffs. Here's a chance for Zibanejad out in front, and Chris Kreider scores!
Sean McDonough, former Monday Night Football voice, with the call on ESPN as the Rangers offense goes bonkers and they beat Tampa 6-2. The Lightning are the favorites in the series. The Rangers have home ice.
Yeah, and the Rangers did it without one of their biggest advantages this year. They were fourth in the NHL in power play percentage, and they only got one, and that was late. That was their sixth goal of the night. So they were really on. They were really on one last night, and Tampa, probably not their fault. I mean, they had 9 days off. They were probably a little bit sluggish, a little bit rusty, and if you look at it, the Rangers really kind of picked things up in the second, third period. Maybe they got a little bit gassed. Maybe the Lightning got a little bit gassed, but they still should be the favorites.
They scored 17 goals in their last 3 games.
Tampa?
No.
Oh, the Rangers. Yeah,
the Rangers. 17 goals.
They've been on fire. They had to win game 6 and 7 of Carolina series. They were down 3-2. They finally did that. They've been dominant at home. Their games at home this postseason have been tremendous.
And tonight, game 2 out west, Colorado leads 1-0. Jared Sandler's wife hanging out with Connor McDavid yesterday. Oh. Put that together.
Yeah. Connor McDavid. Why?
I was waiting for you to put it together. Where, how that could possibly be.
Were they in Colorado?
Yeah. Colorado in the elevator.
Oh, really?
Yep. Staying at the same hotel. Them Sandler's got sneaky money, man.
They got sneaky money. They
do.
really
They got us to throw them that fundraiser, and they capitalized.
I mean, he spent a week at Matterhorn for crying out loud.
What is that?
That's in the Alps.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there you go. These Sandlers hanging out with the squads in the Western Conference Finals. Game 2 tonight. Yesterday evening, really, really sad, awful local news as a former Cowboy passed away.
Down the sideline, a big play by Barber. Still on his feet. Trying to beat Roll into the end zone and does.
Dick Stockton with the call back in the day. Very popular Cowboy running back Marion Barber passing away at the age of 38. He was reportedly found dead in his apartment in Frisco. Police showed up on a welfare concern. We don't have any other specifics. Marion was going to turn 39 on June 10th. What do you remember about covering him?
I remember that his teammates absolutely loved him. I remember that the fan base absolutely loved him, that they loved his energy, they loved his passion for the game, they loved his style of play, that reckless style that he played with, where he just kind of would lower his shoulder and run you over. I remember that he was very quiet. He didn't ever really enjoy talking, and there was times where
he disliked the media?
No, I don't think he disliked it. He just was shy. He didn't care to talk, and that's fine. I do remember that the media members got on him for not talking to the point where they turned him into the NFL.
Oh.
And he got fined for it because that was, you do have to, at least I assume you still have to. But especially back then, you still had to speak to the media all the time, at least once a week. And he would oftentimes did not do that to the point where a lot of the media started turning him into the NFL. And he would get fined. But no, his teammates, you ask any of his teammates, and we know a few of them, they, to a man, loved playing with that dude.
Troy, you got Marion Barber memories? That was before my time covering the Cowboys starting in 2011.
Yeah, I mean, being a kid that grew up, watching guys like Bo Jackson and that would just demolish other people, you just didn't really see that with the Cowboys until you saw it with Marion Barber. And thus the name The Barbarian. And it's like RJ said, there are media darlings and there are media targets. And he was kind of a media target because he was so quiet, which...
He was a fan darling, though.
Oh, he was a fan darling. He was a fan. I mean, the guy made the Pro Bowl in 2007 as a backup. Yeah. He was a backup for the Cowboys, and yet he still made the Pro Bowl. Just terribly tragic. Yep. Just everything about it.
And look, the fans wanted him to start. They loved him. I mean, he came in the second half, and he came in the second half of the games oftentimes with a tired out defense. And he had fresh legs, and he was a bruiser, just a beast. But they wanted him to start over Julius, and he finally did. He got the big money. He got the $45 million contract and the $15 or $16 million guaranteed, and he lasted a couple more years before they cut him, and they went to Chicago.
All right, speaking of the NFL, Kyler Murray showing up to Cardinals practice.
Look at that.
So maybe he's not totally going to be absent while looking for that new contract.
Maybe he's sick of hearing it. You know, I don't know what it was. Maybe he's sick of hearing it, but he showed up, and that, look, it's probably better. It probably is. It can't hurt to show up to OTAs. I wouldn't think.
Well, his agent may think it would hurt the leverage.
It could hurt the leverage, but from an actual, on the field standpoint, it probably can't hurt. He's going to have enough leverage. He's a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's a good one. He's going to have enough leverage anyway. Rappaport was saying yesterday he's going to side in somewhere between Dak and Stafford in the money category. So between 40 and 43.
It was Jimbo Fisher's turn to talk yesterday at SEC Media Day. Where do things stand with you and your former employer, Nick Saban, after the NIL fight?
We had any just like we would on normal conversations within the issues that we have. Probably since I've been here, but I've also been in the ACC meetings for all those years when I was a head coach. One of the best dialogues as far as a group of coaches with everyone speaking and having opinions that I've been around, one of the best ones we had because everybody knows the pressing issues. But we had dialogue. If we had an opinion, we had an opinion. I mean, we all discuss things very professionally in the right way. It's over with. We're done talking about it and what happens, and we're moving on to the future, what goes on, and try to fix the problems of what we have in college football. We're a lot more pressing needs than our arguments.
So you said that directly. We're done. This is over. We're moving on.
Yeah, we're moving on to do what we got. I have no problem.
Jimbo, that says with 2 weeks have gone by, do you regret anything you said?
No, I mean, things are said, and what he says, what we say. I mean, it moves on. We're moving on to the next thing.
Troy, what do you think? This is your guy saying ceasefire.
Yeah, well, he's saying.
What are you doing?
Could you hear that in the background?
I didn't hear it. Typing?
The typing. It was like they were going crazy with that. The court reporter.
Trying to get all the news and notes out of it. Listen, they were warned. They were publicly reprimanded by the SEC to not talk about this anymore, and that's what's going on. They're mutually going away to not cause this fight anymore. But then comes in Scott Woodward to start a triple threat match. He is the LSU athletic director. Yesterday, he was on Paul Feinbaum's show on ESPN. He was asked about, Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher being right there in the moment. Listen to this.
I'm sure you've had a good front row seat to all of the theatrics lately.
Yeah, Paul, like we were discussing, I'm not going to get in between two hillbillies fighting from West Virginia. That's a no-win situation.
Wow!
Bringing up a West Virginia reference.
Wonder if he'll have to end up apologizing for that. Speaking of warnings, all the PGA golfers were warned, do not go on over to that other tournament. Do not go over to that other league. Do not be playing in other events. And Dustin Johnson is probably the lead name that's breaking it. DJ reportedly getting $125 million to go ahead and break away from the PGA Tour, or at least to compete in the Saudi League event. That's also going to have some of the, the has-beens like
Sergio being there, Lee Westwood, Louis Oosthuizen. Now, Oosthuizen still plays very, very well in major championships somehow. He still does, even at his advanced age. So does Lee Westwood. I mean, he plays very, very well in these majors.
But the PGA Tour commissioner drew another line in the sand. He met with a lot of these guys' agents yesterday, and he said, choose the PGA Tour, or if you go on over to the other league, you're not going to be allowed to play on both circuits. So the Live Golf League released the names of 42 players, and they reiterated the warning as communicated to everyone. You have not been authorized to participate in the Saudi Golf League, and apparently Dustin Johnson is going to test this.
Yeah, he's going to test it, and he's got his lawsuit ready because when he wants to go play in the Byron Nelson, he's going to play in the Byron Nelson. He's Dustin Johnson. He's one of the biggest draws on tour.
Okay, but what does the PGA... I always get mixed up with the majors. What does the PGA control event-wise?
None of the majors.
None of the majors?
None of the majors.
Okay. So Dustin Johnson, there's no chance or no worry about him missing the British, the U.S. Open, the Masters, and the PGA?
The Masters, maybe. The Masters can do whatever they want.
No, but I'm saying the PGA...
PGA
keep them out of the 4 majors because they don't control those events.
Correct.
Okay.
However,
so it'd be like events like the Colonial, the Byron.
Right. However, the Masters could honor the PGA's suspension, and they might. They might. There's rumors. There were rumors that Phil's suspended by the PGA, and the rumor is that the Masters honored the suspension. Now they may not have. That may just be complete bogus rumor, but they could theoretically if they wanted to. But he is exempt from all these tournaments. He has full exemption. The only thing the PGA has is they can hold the pension over the players. You've got a pension fund here. This is what you got. But if I'm Dustin Johnson, I just got $125 million. I don't care about my pension. My pension can go to the same place the RBC sponsorship went, which was to hell. RBC got rid of Dustin Johnson yesterday. In a related story, I'm not sure Dustin Johnson knows what RBC stands for. I don't think he cares. It's a sponsor to him. He makes gobs of money. This was a 37-year-old golfer who sees that he hasn't played very well since the Masters in 2020. He's played well enough, but he's definitely on the downside of his career saying, oh, I get a $125 million payday? Yes, sir, I'm in, and I'm Dustin Johnson. I'm going to sue. I don't know if you noticed this. Chase Koepka is in this. That's Brooks' brother. You might know that. You might recognize the name. How long before Brooks finds out and says, I'm going to go to this thing too? I'm going to go play with my brother.
How the NBA Finals that starts tonight started and created a Steph MJ fight. We'll play the audio, see which side you're on as we get you set for Game 1 of the Finals next on Sean and RJ. But first...
early mono tonight, kicking off the series. And if you want to know everything about the latest spread, projections, money line, and more, check out BetQL, available right now on the Odyssey app. Segment this morning brought to you by the Can Academy and Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big trucks on the road this summer because of the gas prices? Yeah, right. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
A lot of the legacy conversations are taking place because the Warriors are in the finals. Steph versus LeBron and KD, and Steve Kerr versus Pop and Phil Jackson, and Mount Rushmores and dynasty rankings and all that stuff. Is there one in particular that's really been ticking you off or intriguing you amongst those discussions with Game 1 set for tonight?
I think the Kerr one is bugging me.
Okay, why?
I mean, I think he's a fantastic coach, but the idea that if he wins,
but here's the thing, and I hate to bring this up because it has a lot of your influence in it. How do we know that Steve Kerr is a great coach?
We don't.
We don't. Now, I think in order to be able to tell that, you got to cover them
every day.
Every day, like we can tell you 5 things that Jason Kidd did in the playoffs that really stood out, and we can tell you how he outcoached Quinn Snyder and Monty Williams, because we also saw Monty Williams and Quinn Snyder and what they did and did not do. But I think we fall into this trap all the time of just saying, okay, well, Steve Kerr's got to be an all-time great coach, and I don't know that he's not. Oh, and we saw Steve Kerr against us. There was nothing that Golden State did that seemed like
they were just better.
Gave us, but it also, he didn't do anything that was malpractice.
Right? No, he didn't.
He didn't do anything to hurt. But you know, when Luke Walton stepped in there, they won.
They were like 24-1.
I mean, Luke Walton got a coaching job off of that.
Yeah,
you know, stepping in and filling in with an all-time great roster. So I'm always intrigued by that. Like, how do we actually? No, it's one of the difficult things about judging Phil Jackson and Red Auerbach and Greg Popovich. You sometimes get dinged when you have great talent like that.
You do.
But why would Kerr not belong up there since we judge them all the same way?
Well, look, I mean, I think he belongs up high enough, but like this idea that he is going to be on the Mount Rushmore. Look, I mean, 3 of the spots are already kind of spoken for with Red and Phil and Pop.
Okay, you almost said Riley.
Well, Riley is on there for me. Like this idea that Steve Kerr is going to pass Pat Riley is luda.
Okay, but why would it be ludicrous? Based on what?
Because Pat's done it in 3 places. He won 4 titles in L.A.
I'm just.
Yep, I get it.
With Magic and Kareem.
Yep, no doubt, no doubt.
Yeah.
He went to New York and was within a fingertip of Hakeem Olajuwon of winning one with the Knicks, and then he goes to Miami and wins one, and then he's an all-time great front office guy.
I agree.
Like, let's not forget what Pat Riley did.
I agree with you.
So like the idea that he's going to be better than Riley is to me a bit crazy. Like we could put him. I mean, you put him in the top 10 all you want. Please, God, put him ahead of Doc Rivers, who somehow made the top 15 coaches of all time.
Yeah.
But this idea that he's going to be on Riley. Rushmore. Yeah. Like, and I can't look. I never saw Red Auerbach coach, but whatever. Dude won like 87 championships.
I keep losing track of Golden State's success. I don't know why it is. I think Kevin Durant going there screwed it up for me. I don't know. Is this going to be their? Would this be their 5th?
I think.
I'm purposely not like, looking it up because I should be able to recite this off the top of my head, right? We do it with Brady's titles. We knew the number with the Patriots because it was that same core base. Basically, you were keeping track of Brady and Belichick. How many will this be for the Warriors?
I think 4. It is number 4.
1 on their own, 2 with KD.
Yeah, it is number 4.
And I keep asking myself, why do I lose track of it? Why don't I care as much about tracking this Golden State dynasty as I did with the Bulls and the Lakers and even San Antonio to a degree.
Yeah,
Are you the
great.
same way?
I am because the one they lost to LeBron, they never should have lost. They're up 3-1.
Yes.
They wound up beating. I don't know, man. It was just don't we lose track of LeBron's too? He's got 3.
Yeah, but LeBron was in different places.
I know.
This is basically the same core, the same group.
Yeah.
That we're really, really familiar with.
I don't know why we forgot. I don't know why we've forgotten how many they won. We know how many San Antonio won. We know they won 99, 03, 05, 07. And then that one other one, what was it, 2014 or 2013? We know that. We know that. We don't know that. We don't know how many they won. I'm pretty sure it's 3.
So yesterday there was a little TV fight that broke out as one of the legacy discussions is influence. And here's Stephen A. Smith bringing up Michael.
The guy I love so much that I believe is the greatest player to have ever played, Michael Jordan, is responsible as much as anybody for changing the game for the worse when you consider you. Stay with me on this.
Okay.
This is throwing no shade on Michael Jordan, of course. He's the greatest ever in my estimation, number one, all right? But he was so phenomenal that the NBA marketed the individual, the audience gravitated towards the individual, and the game became a bit more individualized because people wanted to be like Mike.
I can't stand. I hate
his delivery.
I hate his delivery. I like his basketball points. Stephen A. knows basketball, but God, his delivery is so annoying. But he was basically, that sent off some shockwaves from sports fans as he was talking. You got to pay attention to what he's saying in terms of the style of play that people were trying to mimic. As they were having the argument, who had the better influence on the sport between Steph and the wide open ball movement and all the 3-point shooting versus Michael.
Yeah, and this was what Mari Stoudemire was on there, and then Chris Russo was on there. That was the 3 on the panel, and that was that long form discussion. I don't necessarily disagree with Stephen A. Like, if you hate isolation basketball, then Michael Jordan's the reason. Prior to that, Magic was very team friendly, and the Lakers were a team. And so were the Celtics, so were the Pistons. And then you bring the Bulls along, and they had a team element to it, but it was a lot of times, crunch time, the ball's going to go in Jordan's hands. When it was the Lakers, you had no idea who was going to take that final shot.
Yeah, but, if you're going to sit there and knock Michael for isolation, you have to credit him for the explosion in skill that Kobe Bryant is Kobe Bryant because of Michael Jordan.
Absolutely.
So, in terms of, look.
And the marketing of the game. The NBA figured out with that, you don't market teams anymore, you market individuals. Baseball was still worried about marketing teams and not individuals, and now we see the marketing difference.
The Mount Rushmore of influence. This is a very finicky discussion. It's like, individual play and the growth of the game and the impact. It's Magic, Larry, Michael, Iverson, and Steph. I'd have to try to figure out who to bump off the Mount Rushmore. I'd probably bump off Bird, but the Mount Rushmore of basketball influence in terms of getting people to play. And then Dirk would have to be thrown up there as well. So, I went in the backyard and was trying to do fadeaways and switching from right to left because of Michael Jordan and the tongue out and going across the lane like Elo. I don't think that you had an explosion of isolation basketball because of Michael Jordan. That's just the way the league was in terms of style. Shooting was not, 3-point shooting was rare, wasn't at a premium. So I'm not blaming Mike for that. I think that was a way to kind of get MJ into the headlines. But Michael Jordan calls Kobe Bryant, and then Kobe Bryant calls Jason Tatum and everyone else to go in the backyard, play basketball, and eventually make it to the league.
They did, but from that standpoint of isolation type, Michael was the forefather of that. He really was. But Stephen A. did not. He got kind of killed for this. The people say so because he set the standard and made guys after him want to be better than me. and chased for the GOAT crown. He made the game worse.
Do we have all-time usage stats? I'd be interested. The stat that we always talk about with Luka, about how he's dominating the ball more than anyone else in the postseason. I would like to see all-time usage stats where Michael Jordan belongs, being such a quote-unquote ball hog. Every great player, unless you're a center posting up, is going to have the ball in their hands. I'd just be interested in seeing all-time usage stats. But
all right, well, here you go.
You got it?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Number one.
Now, does this mean ball in your hand or shots attempted? How is that calculated?
It's a great question that I don't know the answer to.
All right.
I'm not up on some of
whatever.
these NBA
Let's run
stats.
down the list.
Number one, Michael Jordan.
Okay.
33.26%. More than a full percentage point higher than number two.
Wow.
Who's Russell Westbrook? 32.12. Who's more than not quite more than. Then it's Kobe 3, Iverson 4, LeBron 5. Wade, DeMarcus Cousins, James Harden.
DeMarcus Cousins?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dominique, KD, Devin Booker, Melo, top 12. George Gervin, Shaq Malone, Kyrie, McGrady, Mark Aguirre, World B. Free, and Damian Lillard.
Like I thought of Michael's era of basketball. I wasn't thinking of it as isolation. I was thinking of it as ugly offense. Like the amount of offensive skill now compared to then is not comparable. It's not comparable. If anything, I feel like there's too much isolation today. The pick and roll just taking over for me, that kind of that left that was a negative effect for me. Now you saw James Harden and Luka, but just pick and roll. I want to see Luka up against your best defender.
Yeah.
But everyone just switched to get the big man on you. And it turned into, pick and roll basketball with ISOs.
By the way, MJ 33.26%. What is Luka?
29.
35. It's higher. But he's not. He doesn't qualify yet.
Wow. 35.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we think of Luka as ISO ball?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I think of him as, I've always defended him as a passer, and I blame the ISO on the roster and the lack of talent around them. But that's just one of the discussions leading up to Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight on ABC with the Warriors favored. We'll get your official picks for the series a little bit later on in the show. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. A missed opportunity for the best player in his sport is Mike Trout going to give up the role of fantasy football commissioner, and JJ Redick is everyone's new media darling. He may not be after you hear his pizza choices next. But let me get you your This Thursday morning, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are also now brand new on YouTube. We got YouTube rolling. We got the Twitch stream and the fan cam on your home for the Cowboys and Rangers. As yesterday, God, Mike Trout, good Lord. Mike Trout. I thought he had a little bit more fun with it than what you told me. But Mike Trout met with the media. This is a little bit lower sound quality because the microphones, at least that made it on Twitter, were away from Trout.
No, they fell asleep while he was talking. The mics did.
They were asking Trout about his role as fantasy football commissioner in the Jock Peterson-Tommy Pham baseball fight.
It's just one of the things that's, everybody's competitive. Everybody loves fantasy football. Who doesn't? So.
Have you been caught off guard that this is like a week-long story now?
I think it's you guys dragging it on. So, I talked to Tommy, I talked to Jock, everybody that was part of it, was just passionate about fantasy football. So.
You still resign?
What's that? Am I going to resign? I haven't made that decision. I don't know. Every commissioner I know always gets booed. So. No, but it's like I said, Tommy and everybody in that was involved in that. Very passionate about fantasy football. I think a lot of people, put their hearts through it. I do too. I lost that league. So.
Did Jack break the rules? Now you're the commissioner, so do the last word.
I'm not answering the question.
I thought he had a little more fun with it. You can't hear anything.
Can't hear anything. He did have a little bit, but it's like there was such an opportunity here to do this giant. I mean, they were in New York. It was a rain delay. It was a rain out yesterday. Like, he could have easily.
He should have just opened with a joke and had fun with it.
He should have called a fake press conference, like at a podium, and just have a big giant press conference with a commissioner statement about this.
That would require personality and charisma.
I know.
That wouldn't happen. Instead, he went full Jason Kidd. He blamed the media. You guys are dragging this out.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about the bench decorum. That's why we're having to pay all these fines. That's exactly what he did.
Like,
he's just dead inside.
He is.
He's so dead.
And Angels PR. Yeah, where were you guys? You should have said, dude, Trout, do this.
Yeah.
That would have been great. Like the social media team, Trout, do this. It'd be hilarious. And maybe he would have. I have no idea.
This doesn't have to be a serious story.
Oh, it doesn't.
Good Lord.
It's not a serious story. Like, just the guy called you out. Call him back out.
I'm trying to think of the other faces of a sport that had less personality that the commissioner had to be disappointed in. Like, Kareem was a pain in the ass malcontent. You could argue he was the face. Bird, he was crabby, but you had Magic.
Oh, I wouldn't say this guy was the face, but you could actually throw him out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Kawhi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If he was the face, I mean, that's a nightmare scenario, but he's never been the face. There's always been a more popular player. LeBron. I mean, LeBron has had personality, but I'm trying to think who else in any sport that's been the face of the league and the best player has had, like Rob Manfred's like, gosh, dang it.
I mean, like, would you say Jeter was the face? He had no personality.
But he had charisma, right?
He had charisma. I mean, he was dating everybody. Every famous, hot chick he was dating, but he had no personality.
But he could speak to the media
without
saying anything.
He just never said anything.
Yeah.
But I guess that was it. But, it's baseball, man.
The Trout comes across as like a mimbo.
100%.
Yeah.
He absolutely does. He comes across as a total mimbo.
A dead quiet, mute Eagles fan.
Yep.
That just doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense at all. He should be out there just louder than life.
Sorry, I'm Googling Minka Kelly, Derek Jeter pics from back in the day. Man, that girl.
Yeah.
That girl.
I mean, you could Google a lot of pics.
A lot of pics. A lot of pics.
Who was on that Rolodex. All right. As frustrated as you were by that, this frustrated me even more. This is worse. JJ Redick, what a turn for him, by the way. One of the most hated college basketball players and athletes of all time.
Said he had to change his number like 15 times a year, his cell phone number.
Really?
Yeah, because he was getting so many hate calls. People were getting a hold of his number. He had to keep changing it.
And now he's loved. This ESPN gimmick, not a gimmick, this ESPN stint, I don't know how long it's going to last after this year, has been amazing for him. JJ Redick was on a Barstool podcast, and they asked him about I've never heard some of these combinations.
No.
JJ Redick on his favorite pizza toppings.
JJ, you have the floor.
All right. I'm actually going to go in order of how I want to eat these pizzas. I would say this is my number one pizza.
Okay, number one.
I just want shallots and hot peppers.
Stop.
Second.
Stop. I have never, in my 40 years of existence, now maybe I should try it before I knock it, but no, I'm just going to knock it. I've never heard someone order shallots on pizza. Do you even know what shallots are?
It's like an onion-ish thing, but I'm not really sure.
No. Say it like you're supposed to say it. Onions.
I have never heard someone order shallots. Shallots and peppers? Like what? Hot peppers? Is that what he said?
Hot peppers, shallots, and mushrooms.
What are hot peppers?
They're peppers that normally tend to be high.
Are we like banana peppers? Are we jalapeno peppers? Is that where we're going? I know there's sweet peppers and I know there's green peppers.
Well, I would assume hot pepper would be the jalapeno type.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's got to have a kick to it.
Okay. So shallots and peppers.
He could have just said pepper and onion.
Pepper and onion.
I mean, I
would have.
I would have thought nothing about it.
But he wants shallots instead.
You know why? Because he went to Duke.
This is a very Duke type response.
I just want shallots and hot peppers. Second pizza would be what I call a twin special. It's my wife's favorite pizza, along with her twin. I'll go pepperoni, white onion, green pepper. For kind of like a dessert, I would go with ricotta, sausage, and maybe some sage.
What the was that, dude?
Wait. So I don't know who this other guy is. It's Taylor Wan and Will Compton.
Yeah, Will Compton. Yep.
Who's Will Compton?
He's a football player.
For?
Oh.
I love how you say it like I should know, and then you have no idea. I had no idea who Will Compton played for. Yes. What else is Google telling you as you're searching it?
He plays. He started with. He's currently now a free agent, but he was at Tennessee.
Okay.
He was with at the time the Redskins. Now they're the football team, or what are they now? The Commanders.
Yeah. So I've never heard someone order sage on a pizza either.
Sage? No, rosemary. Yes.
I've never heard rosemary on a pizza.
Oh yeah,
we're not making a turkey here.
Yeah. When you go to there's a certain pizza place in the Metroplex that can modify your pizza, and I would definitely put rosemary on there. My problem is what he said here.
Kind of like a dessert, I would go with ricotta, sausage, and maybe some sage.
This is not the cinnamon pizza at CC's.
That's not a dessert pizza.
That's not dessert pizza.
No, dessert pizzas have Nutella on them.
Yeah. Have brown sugar on them.
Yeah.
Hey, he's going with sausage, ricotta. Good. And then sage, shallots and sage. Anyone have any familiarity, and have you ever ordered that before on the truckwreck.com text line?
Music, please.
877-881-1053. I'd like to know how many places.
Wow.
I'd like to know how many places even have shallots on the menu that you can order, or sage. I've never seen sage anywhere.
If you go to a place at Duke, you probably have it. Here you go.
Right.
Rosemary crust on pizzas are great. Basil, yes. Shallots are a sweeter, smaller onion.
Yes.
These sound legit. Shallot is a cross between garlic and onion, both amazing on pizza. Shallots are delicious. I'm going to try this on pizza. Shallots on pizza are the best. Got to try them either a fancy pizza restaurant, make it at home.
Oh, my God.
Hot peppers are a pickled spicy pepper. Shallots are just a big green onion. What the hell's a shallot? I didn't even spell it right. He's one of them fancy pizza eaters.
What about the sage?
LOL. Nobody actually loves JJ Redick.
People love him on TV with his analysis. Was that 337 on there?
Yes.
Yeah, jackass.
Let's see.
Contrarian
Will
jackass.
Compton played for 9 years on 9 different teams.
Oh, wow.
Never in my life have I heard of this. This guy's a maniac.
Yeah.
He definitely only goes to bougie pizza places. Never tried it, but I want to try shallots and hot peppers now. That's rich people pizza.
Wow. So there you go. And nobody was sage. Nothing.
No, people are saying that there's some pizza place that call themselves, a pie joint near a fire.
Oh, I get it. Got it.
That they have a garlic and sage white pizza.
Okay.
JJ is ordering from Douchey Domino's.
Yes, I don't know about that. I'm looking for sage and shallots on this list, the most hated pizza toppings according to Mash.com. And some of these I do have a problem with because some of them I do like. That would include
anchovies on there.
Anchovies is on there.
Have we had any type of Brussels sprout transition with anchovies as we've gotten older? Because we now all love Brussels sprouts.
Mm-hmm.
Any of that with anchovy? I love it in like Caesar dressing, but that's it. I can't look at them and eat them.
No, I like them in Caesar dressing, but I don't like the chunks of them.
Yeah. It's got to be ground up. I can't see it.
No, I can't see it.
I like the flavor of it.
Some of the other most hated pizza toppings according to Mash.com. I don't agree with this one. Spinach. I love spinach on my pizza.
Yeah, I do too.
Eggs.
You can't taste it. It makes you feel like you're healthy.
Broccoli. Olives, anchovies.
I hate olives.
You know what? I've seen this kind of pizza. You people are sick. Clams.
This white clam pizza. I haven't really.
Look, if it doesn't have,
if I'm not in New Haven, or I'm not ordering it.
Look, if it doesn't have marinara sauce, I don't eat it. It's not a pizza.
Barbecue chicken pizza.
Oh, here's another one. Corn. Don't put corn on your pizza.
I agree.
I mean, if it's roasted, maybe.
No.
But you don't put corn on your pizza.
Pineapple's the number one. No.
And pineapple's number one on this.
Pizza. It's refreshing. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So there's JJ Redick with his out of left field pizza toppings. We talked about the Cowboys being in the bottom half of NFL off seasons. Who is in the top half? Let's go around the NFL on your home of America's team next.
Let's get you over to Athletic Greens and let's get healthy. Let's get and stay healthy. That's the key.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
All right, I guess we can talk about the second part of this list now that Bobby Belt is not with us. Our Cowboys insider substituted for RJ on Monday, and we kind of went up and down his list. Bobby is blunt, and he was saying who he likes and dislikes amongst NFL insiders. And as soon as I said Bill Barnwell, he basically killed the segment. Nope, not a fan. Doesn't like him. And we were talking about where the Cowboys were put on Bill Barnwell, ESPN.com's list. We've always liked his work. Bobby, not as much of a fan. And needless to say, not a fan of Dan Orlovsky either. So Bobby Belt was crapping on Barnwell's list where he had the Cowboys number 24 in terms of NFL off seasons. Out of 32 teams, the Cowboys were all the way down there at number 24. And I was frantically searching for the other half of the list for days. And apparently it didn't come out till yesterday. That's why I couldn't find it. Normally these websites say for the second part, it'll be released tomorrow or the next day. I didn't find the future release date, but RJ got it yesterday. So around the NFL with the best off seasons, all right, heading into the 2022 year. At number 1, the Denver Broncos. And I just cannot wait to see what Russell Wilson has left. How much of last year was him? He had receivers. He had weapons. Yes, he's got a dinosaur coach in terms of the philosophy. He also had a bad offensive line. Let's see what happens with Denver. By the way, the Jerry Jeudy charges from months ago got dropped. So Jerry Jeudy looks to be in the clear. Full steam ahead for the Broncos. Number 1. Number 2, the Eagles. RJ's favorite general manager in the division. What went right? Blessed with cap space and draft assets after trading Carson Wentz, they went and got Hassan Reddick, 3 for $45. They brought back Derek Barnett. They convinced Fletcher Cox to take a pay cut. When the Giants weren't unable to find a trade partner for James Bradbury, they swooped in and got him 1 year for $7 million. They have their best duo at corner on paper since the days of the Dream Team, Nnamdi Asomugha. That would be enough for a lot of teams, but then they got a first-rounder from the Saints after moving down from 19 to 101, and we all know what they did in the draft. Jordan Davis, A.J. Brown to team up with Devontae Smith, Nakobe Dean in the 3rd. They addressed significant weaknesses at corner and receiver. They pushed one of their first-round picks into the future and opened up the possibility of a more valuable first-rounder in case they want to replace Jalen Hurts. Jason Kelsey is coming back for another year. That's a lot of good.
It is.
My Lord.
They put on a clinic in team building, and then they screwed up by drafting a linebacker.
In the 3rd.
With Dean? Yeah, I know. That's fine. That's fine. But sometimes, they're smart enough not to draft him in the first round. We didn't draft a linebacker either. We drafted a defensive end. This team just doesn't know it yet. But that's okay. That's neither here nor there. We're not here to talk bad about the past. Oh, but they do. The Eagles are a tremendous front office, and they had a good offseason, man. They really did. They still don't have the better quarterback, and that's going to hurt them in the long run, though, in this division, I think.
Number 3, LA Chargers. Remember, they got Khalil Mack over there. They re-signed the receiver in Mike Williams. J.C. Jackson. A lot of people forgot he went over there from New England. So they're number 3. Tampa Bay, number 4 on the best offseason list. At number 5, the Baltimore Ravens. This Lamar Jackson thing is really, really weird still. Bobby taking his usual shots at Lamar Jackson. Number 6, the New York Giants. And you said you were afraid. They had to
be better. They got rid of Dave Gettleman.
Right.
That was good enough to have a top 15 offseason, I think, in general. So, okay. All right.
They get Brian Daboll and the Bills' assistant GM. They declined Daniel Jones' 5th-year option. They moved on from Logan Ryan, Kyle Rudolph, Devontae Booker. Jabril Peppers and Will Hernandez and Evan Ingram were allowed to leave in free agency. So a lot of this was cutting fat and going ahead and fixing some cap issues. And then their draft. They picked the Cowboys' top 2 players on the Cowboys board. And they did not get them at 1 and 2. They got Thibodeau and they got Evan Neal. That's who the Cowboys had at the top of their draft. So there you go with the New York Giants, number 6 on Bill Barnwell's best offseason list. Number 7, the Jets. Number 8, the Rams. Yesterday when we threw out that hypothetical about trading for Aaron Donald and giving him his contract, did you get any total response on the truckwreck.com text line?
In terms of the Donald deal?
If someone would want to do that with everything it would cost?
A lot of people said yes, absolutely. But, the majority, I should say a lot of them, people said yes, absolutely. The majority of them, though, were like, it'd be nice, but not the cost it's going to take. It's going to take a first-round pick and, $150 million or whatever. First-round pick of $25 million a year.
Yep.
Basically, probably fully guaranteed. And it's not something that they want to go down that road.
Green Bay at 9. The Dolphins at 10. Cincy at 11. Jacksonville at 12. Indianapolis at 13. Kansas City at 14 after the Tyreek deal. The Browns at 15.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Me neither.
Look, to me, the top 3 off seasons this year, in no particular order, was Denver, Cleveland, and Tampa. Tampa lost Tom Brady at the start of the offseason.
And replaced them.
And ended the offseason as the NFC favorites. They started the offseason as a top 10 draft team next year and ended it as the favorites in the NFC. I don't know how that's not a great offseason. I don't know how that's not number 1 or number 2 or number 3. Now it isn't 4, but it needs to be higher than number 4, I believe.
Buffalo 16, the Minnesota Vikings at 17, Carolina at 18, Pittsburgh at 19. The Titans are at 20. Feels like everyone is finally kind of writing off the Titans, even though we never pay attention to them. San Francisco at 21, New England at 22, the Bears at 23, and there was the Cowboys at number 24. Bill Barnwell's complete list of the NFL offseason.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't a great offseason for the Cowboys. They did lose a lot. That said, and this is brought up by the fan text, teams that win the offseason rarely win the regular season.
Sure.
So outside of Denver maybe getting a quarterback, depending on what Russ is still at this point, outside of Cleveland getting a quarterback, none of these teams that improved themselves or didn't improve themselves took care of some of the most important spots of the field. Like Philadelphia did not improve their quarterback position. The Giants did not improve their quarterback position. Some teams didn't have to.
Pro Football Focus has come out and named the top 3 players on the Cowboys roster. Let's go ahead and name them. PFF top 3 players.
So this is not the most valuable. This is just the most talented players on their roster. It'll be Zach.
Yes.
It'll be Micah.
Yes.
And it will be Tank.
No. You got a guess there? Baldy?
Baldy? Is that I'm Brian Baldinger? Okay, Baldy. Let me just throw out the obvious. Dak?
No.
Okay, then let me throw out my original guess. Diggs.
Not from Pro Football Focus.
Okay, all right.
They have him as one of the worst corners in the game.
Okay, all right.
Is it Tyron?
Yes.
Oh.
Here's what they wrote. Martin and Smith, 2 of the best players at their positions, are the constants. They rank 1st and 4th, respectively, in PFF's wins above replacement. That's their WAR measurement. Parsons doesn't have that same extended track record, but he showed in his rookie year he's already one of the most impactful defensive players in the NFL. He was our highest graded off-ball linebacker last year, while also beating offensive tackles consistently when Dallas asked him to rush off the edge. Also considered Dak and DeMarcus Lawrence. So those were their top 3 players in Zach, Micah, and Tyron Smith.
So they wrote this on the day that Tyron wasn't on the injury report. That's when they wrote this.
I know.
I mean, God, it's brutal. It's brutal knowing what he's going through.
I mean, we're going out on Tuesday for the Cowboy Home Run Derby to MC it.
Yeah.
And we may have to.
Oh, man. I can't. Oh, yes.
What?
Get me all the audio I can. I would love to hear you guys MC in a home run derby.
We did it once.
Yeah. I want to hear this.
That's when RJ won it. He won the home run derby.
Right.
Not amongst the Cowboys, but he would have won it amongst the Cowboys.
Put on a laser show. Plan to do the same. Start taking BP, some swings, and start with some tee work, then do flippies, a little front toss action.
Oh my God!
Can I go in there and punch him?
Then I'm going to set up the iron mic, painting 100 on the black on the outside.
You're what? Huh? What did you say?
Don't worry about it.
I can't wait to see your children grow up. I can't. Which one do you think is more like you?
Julian's more like me. Luke is very shy, very quiet. Not shy, but he doesn't.
He's a little bit more reserved.
He's definitely more reserved. Julian, I can't say is like me either because he's scared to death of getting in trouble. He's a really good student. But his personality in terms of that, I would say, is a little bit more like me. When you get to know him.
Okay.
Yeah, but Julian is more like you, especially about baseball.
Yeah.
Luca, you're be named a baseball player.
And the only thing you were missing, I guess, was your walk-up music.
Yeah, I had a couple of things I was going to do. There was a song I was considering. It was called "Handsomer" by Russ.
Well, I don't know that.
It's I know I'm fine, but the money makes me handsomer. That was one of it. But
what was the other lyric you were dropping the other day in the commercial break?
I'm 5'10", but the money makes me 6'5".
Oh, God.
Yeah, I was going for the.
Get away from TikTok for like a week.
The total heel roll here, okay?
You are.
You got to have so. And I said, who's the ultimate heel? Who's the ultimate heel, Troy?
The ultimate heel.
Razor Ramon.
It's Ric Flair.
Oh, it is Ric Flair. That's right.
So I'm going to go with Ric Flair drip.
Ric Flair
drip. Ric Flair drip.
And what?
I think it's an offset. It's offset.
Okay.
One of the Migos.
I thought you were going to go with this.
No.
That's Ric Flair.
It's going to play behind the entire.
Everyone will know Ric Flair on the Cowboys. They all.
Oh yeah,
they all love him.
They will. And they'll know the song.
Okay. By the way, side note: Ric Flair 73 stepping back into the ring for another match. What is he doing?
He'll be y'all's main attraction. All you have is senior citizens starring at all the main events.
Oh, this isn't that WWE. He's doing this for some other promotion.
Have you started watching WWE again?
No.
Still not.
No.
How long has this been now?
It's been a while. I stay in tune with what they're doing. Shout out Cultaholic, and I see the news and notes about it. But to sit down and watch them, no, not a chance.
Today is the anniversary of an all-time great TV show that I don't think any of us have watched. 0 for 3, I think, when it comes to the anniversary of this show today. Plus, what are we learning about the Rangers and this baseball season so far after their game last night? That's all next on your Home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
But let's get that home sold at opendoor.com/KR.
in Arlington, Tolos, on your way out there, hey, check out my station. It's called Stadium Anthems. It is streaming 24/7 all the time on the Odyssey app. Segment this morning on The Fan brought to you by Autoflex. It's also brought to you by Mark Rubin and Rubin & Associates. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. Give Mark Rubin a call. He'll take the weight off your shoulders and get you back living life again with Mark Rubin. Rubin & Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, tying run at second. Here comes the pitch. Heim, a swing and a miss, and the ball game's over. Got him on a slider, and the Rays win it in 11, 4-3.
Rangers get cooled off a little bit. They waste a fantastic outing from Jonathan Gray with 12 strikeouts over 7 innings. They'll try to go ahead and bounce back today. 12:30 pregame on this radio station. First pitch at 1 o'clock. Marcus Semien had a chance to get over 200. Instead, he goes 0 for 6, and the batting average drops again about 6 points.
And also a big day for that Rangers game today, Sean. You know who's going to be there?
This company.
Oh, yes. It's the Odyssey baseball game.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Come out and see Jeff Miles from K-Love. And make sure you shake his hand and kiss his babies in section 242.
Who else would you like to? You can pick someone from any floor, and you would want to hang out with them the most. Are they going to be in the suite?
No. They have like the whole little section.
Oh, okay.
So it is section 242. That's where they're going to be.
242.
Yeah. So they're going to be over there. I would definitely say Jeff from K-Love. I love Jeff.
It's Dan Brunoff for me.
Dan Brunoff. Well, he's a little busy today. There's a lot of weather in the Metroplex.
Isn't it over for the day, or are we going to still get more?
He'll still send out, pics of like radars and his traps and stuff like that. Who else in the? Your favorite, JT from Jack FM.
He's not my favorite anymore. He's a sellout.
No, wait, what are you talking about?
He went sober.
What are you?
He got a sober sellout. Now look, 20 years ago, with the meth and everything, I'm in. Or the needles. I'm kidding. The old JT Springer. So there you go. Say hi if you're going out there for afternoon baseball to some of our colleagues here at 105.3 The Fan. All right, give us a little baseball reset of what we've learned so far with this season.
Well, we are at just past Memorial Day.
Thanks.
And what we have learned.
Thanks, Gabe Kapler.
Yep. Yeah, right. So that's usually like for me, Memorial Day is the spot. 30 days is the spot where you can start looking at some stats a little bit. Memorial Day is the spot where you can kind of get a handle on where the season is. We're about 50 games in for every team, and that's enough time. That's enough time to get a good read on where you are. Typically, teams over 50 games, you can get a hot 50-game stretch. But one thing that we've noticed throughout Major League Baseball this year, and if you look at the standings, you'll see this really jump out at you. It is, there's 12 spots. We know that. There's 12 spots for the postseason, right? 6 in each league. Man, we kind of know the 6 in each league.
The playoffs are set.
They're not quite set, but we kind of know. The top 6 teams in the American League, Yankees, 2 games behind them are the Astros, 3 games behind them are the Blue Jays, a half game back are the Rays and Twins, and then 2 more back is the Angels. The Angels are 7.5 out. They're the 6th place team. Next up, the 7th place team is the Rangers, who are 2.5 back of the Angels. And then it's the White Sox and the Guardians, who are 3 back. And then the Red Sox, who are 3.5 back. Now, that's not a big gaping hole, but there's a little bit of a separation here. We've got a 4.5 game difference between number 7 and number 5. And that's not going to go away. The Rangers, as good as they've played, they may not keep the chance they keep this up all year are probably pretty slim. Although they have grossly exceeded expectations so far. In the National League, it's a little bit worse. The top 6 teams, Mets, Dodgers, Brewers, Padres, Cardinals, Giants, are all separated by 6.5 games. The next best team is 10 back, which is the Diamondbacks. Nobody thinks the Diamondbacks have any shot.
Yeah.
They are one of the worst rosters in the sport. And then you got the Braves and the Rockies. Nobody thinks they're any good. So the NL, your 6 teams in the NL, you know who they are. None of those other teams. The Diamondbacks, Braves, Rockies, Pirates, Phillies, None of those teams are making the postseason. You already know the 6 in the NL.
Wow.
In the AL, the only ones that most people will say they could see happening are the White Sox, who have been outscored by 50 runs so far, Sean. The White Sox have the second worst run differential in the American League, second only to Kansas City. They're a talented team. People could see them making a run. Maybe Boston. Maybe. Because they've been a little bit hotter of late.
They're 11 back.
They're 11 back. They're 3.5 back of that final wild card spot. But they're a better team than their record shows at the moment. That's about it. So here we are. We're 50 games in, and we kind of know the 12 teams. We know at least 11 of the 12.
That's not good if that holds true.
It's not good.
Not good.
No, it's not good. Now, is Minnesota going to keep it up? I'll tell you what. You know the Blue Jays are, and you know the Rays are, and you know the Astros are, and you know the Yankees are. And in the National League, who's knocking them off? Who's getting rid of the Mets, Dodgers, Brewers, Padres, Cards, or Giants? Those were the best teams in the sport last year in the National League, with the exception of flip-flop, Atlanta in for one of those two teams. But other than that, that's what you had.
Josh Donaldson came out and said he was hurt when Yankee teammates did not back him after the controversy surrounding Tim Anderson and the Jackie Robinson comment. Suspended for one game, and he basically said that he was hurt by the lack of support. Dude, take it as a lesson. You don't go near that name. You don't make a reference. You don't joke around. You don't make a comparison. I thought that Major League Baseball suspended him just for PR. They did it for public relations, but that's a lesson for you, dude. Stay away from it. That's no-go. That's no-go territory. And Aaron Judge and Aaron Boone basically said, I don't think it was the right thing to say. And Donaldson said, I think that was tough to hear. For sure, for the simple fact that I pride myself on being a good teammate, and everywhere I've gone, every organization that I've been a part of, minus Oakland, has offered me extensions, has wanted me to stay back. They've showed me they wanted me to be a part of their team, but look, there's a business end to it. I think part of winning is having good team chemistry. I've taken pride everywhere I've went. I've always tried to help people try to get better. I guess some of the Yankees could have come out and said, wrong thing to say, but I don't think there's no racism behind it. I know Josh, and I don't believe he would come from that angle, and I will defend him on that. But no one really came out and said that because they're terrified, especially probably Aaron Judge, to get caught in that Jackie Robinson in those crosshairs.
Yeah. No, they probably were terrified to get caught in that crossfire. And Josh. I get it. If I was Josh, I'd be like, I probably should have said what I said, but I mean, I would hope my teammates would have my back,
right?
Or my organization would have my back. So I understand his comments there, but I mean, that's kind of what happens when you go there. He went there, he went towards Jackie.
And how are you a beloved guy? I just got a text from someone who would know saying he's not a beloved guy, and then your former teammate, who I think was the White Sox reliever, Hendricks, came out and blasted him. So
yeah,
I don't know how much of a beloved guy you really are.
No, and he had said yesterday. Donaldson said, Hendricks always daps him up and says hi to him when they're alone and talks to him when they're alone, but in public did this. So he's like, I don't know what to think about Liam Hendricks.
All right, Troy, we got a little mini version of On This Day.
Yeah, a little mini version that you should know about, because on this day, 20 years ago, debuted a show that my first interaction with one Sean Sharif when he came to the Fan was, pull as much audio of this show as you can. And my reaction was, well, what is this show? Because no one I know around here watches this.
Okay, well, I'm 10 years later and still right about the popularity
you are
of it. But
you absolutely are.
We never got caught up into it as a show.
No, we did not, because it came out on this day 20 years ago. The Wire premiered on HBO. And this is definitely one of those shows that everyone I know about talks about. In fact, I tweeted out at Tommy Sledge that it came out on this day 20 years ago. Newey Scruggs, our friend from NBC5 here in Dallas, says, best cop show ever made.
Didn't even know it was a cop show.
What did you think it was?
I thought it was. I mean, I had no idea what it was. I never thought about it. Like, I've never seen the show. I never knew what it was. I just figured it was a crime show of some kind. I had no idea. Like a drama. No idea. No idea what it was.
I knew it was a crime show about drug use in Baltimore, so I assumed it was a documentary.
Yeah. So on May 24th, I got a text message from the Mac Attack. Mac Engel, were you a Wire guy? I said, no, tried, but I quit early. And then he goes, it's good. I just assumed because you're from Maryland, you would go ahead and be into it. I said, well, no, but people put it with The Sopranos. He said, let's not tell anyone this, but I've never seen a full episode of The Sopranos. So that was from Mac Engel.
Are you not entertained?
About 10 days ago. About 10 days ago, never seen The Sopranos. But no, people love The Wire.
And by the way, coincidentally, bringing up The Sopranos, The Wire is one of those shows that everyone talks about it being great, yet it really wasn't like the award-winning show that everyone talks about. The Sopranos was nominated for 112 Emmys. 112. It won 21 of them. The Wire, nominated twice.
That's it?
Won 0 Emmys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby Bell, outside of season 2, The Wire is perfect television. So there you go. Man, everyone is talking about what you tweeted about the other day with Stranger Things.
Oh my
Stranger
God.
Things 4, I think.
Yeah, Stranger Things 4 just came out on Netflix, and man, I don't want to undersell this because I feel like I'm going to by saying that it is easily.
Hang on a sec. Have you seen Stranger Things?
I'm not.
Okay, give us your guess, since you were so horrible with The Wire, what you think Stranger Things is about. And don't just say strange things.
Oh, man. It's about, like, supernatural.
Okay. Troy?
Yeah, it's supernatural. You know, it's basically like Goonies meets Aliens meets anything Stephen King. But yeah, the Stranger Things 4 final season came out over the weekend, and I don't want to state this, but it is the greatest thing I've ever seen on television.
Whoa!
Easily. I mean,
Stranger Things 4.
I don't want to get too nerdy, but I'm talking about cast, storylines, plot, cinematography.
Wow.
And the fact that it almost made me poop my pants at least 2 or 3 times. It's without question the best thing you'll ever see. And you don't have to be a sci-fi fan or horror fan, although Sean, you would absolutely hate it because it's very, there's some gruesomeness in there, but it's great.
Well, unfortunately, we have actual reality that we have to update you with every once in a while, it's every damn day. Yesterday, there were shootings unfolding simultaneously in a Walmart in Pennsylvania, apparently a high school in L.A., and the story we probably know the most about, a hospital in Tulsa. What happened at this Oklahoma hospital yesterday? The blurb that I saw was that someone took issue with a physician and went in there and started killing people. So now we have grocery stores, movie theaters, schools, churches, and a hospital where you're apparently not safe.
And then Chicago, which only had 52 people shot over the weekend of Memorial Day. This is just random Chicago. Like that wasn't like a mass shooting. It was just like randomly in Chicago, just another weekend where 52 people were shot.
4 people killed after the gunman, who was later found dead, opened fire on the 2nd floor of this medical building. What? 4 people dead at a hospital. I haven't really dove deep into this to look for the motive and other details, but that is another shooting that took place yesterday. Gunman found dead by police as they worked their way inside the building. The fatal wounds were self-inflicted. And let's see, we have a semi-automatic rifle and a semi-automatic pistol that were believed to be used.
Yeah, like you said, it was a story in which details are slowly coming out about the Tulsa shooting, where the guy was looking for a specific physician, a specific clinic, and he was trying to talk to them about that. But still, the details are coming out. The Tulsa Police Department did respond within 4 minutes. That is the details coming out in the news report, unlike in Uvalde, where they decided to wait over an hour to go in there.
I still don't know why. Like, what's going on there? And then
the guy is like hiding from talking to people. Apparently,
the police chief,
one of the officials, is not cooperating.
Yeah, the Uvalde police chief has been asked numerous times to talk to the FBI. He said, "I've talked to DPS. I've talked to them multiple times." And they're like, "Yeah, but you failed to contact us for like days now."
Yeah,
Border Patrol had to come in and do it.
The radio station that we BS with back and forth in California said, in order for us to pay up our Western Conference Finals bet, let's just donate that money, that $200 towards a Uvalde foundation. Yesterday, I put one out for the Tolos. I pinned it to my Twitter page at 1053SS. If you're interested in helping out, onestarfoundation.org. onestarfoundation.org. San Francisco and some of the Warrior fans and their hosts are contributing towards that cause. And I kicked it off last night as well with some money donated. So that is the website if you're interested in helping out on top of it. onestarfoundation.org. A news service just screwed up the awful Cowboy news yesterday. Oh my gosh, this is legit. We'll talk about what someone did over the Marion Barber news next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It will be a short show. Rangers baseball starts.
or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. It's buyersbarricades.com.
Here is Barber going to the outside. He's able to turn the corner, pick up the first down, get inside the 10, dives for the end zone, and gets in for the touchdown.
A beloved Cowboy player in terms of the popularity, Marion Barbarian Barber, passes away yesterday at his place in Frisco at the age of 38. Apparently, police were called for a wellness check. We don't really have additional details on top of that. Marion had apparently been struggling a little bit after retirement in 2011, detained by police in Mansfield in 2014, taken in for a mental health evaluation in 2019. He was arrested on 2 misdemeanor counts of criminal mischief. One of our Tolos said, should that be written about? Should that be included when the man just passed away? Kind of like, Dwayne Haskins. And we look at this a lot of times with people who have been arrested and then you pass away. Should that really be included in the summary of their life? I think because police were called for if this was a car accident and it was 100% clear that it was just a random accident, I wouldn't have included the past arrests and the mental health evaluation. But because police were called for a wellness check, maybe Todd Archer or other reporters have heard or know that a mental health situation was a cause of what happened yesterday, then I think you have more reason to include it. That's just the way I would go about it.
I would agree. You mentioned car accident. If you died in a car accident, that's probably not part of the story.
Tough call.
Yeah, 38-year-olds typically don't just die. I mean, unless there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Like they don't typically. And that's what makes this that much more tragic, stunning, sad, is that this was somebody who didn't even, he didn't even make it to 40 years old. That's my sister's, 39. Like that's my same age as my sister. It's like this 38-year-olds don't just die. So it becomes part of it because of football, of, the way he played may have something to do with the way and the reason that he's not here anymore.
Some of the Tolos reacting when I put this up on Instagram last night. Man, this sucks. This is just truly sad. One of my favorite players, Johnny, writing, I'll never forget I shot craps with him at the Bellagio in Vegas in 2008 for my 21st birthday. He had just signed his big $50+ million contract the week before. Rest in peace. Sad. Wore his jersey even after he played. Wow, so sad. R.I.P. the Barbarian. The NFL has got to help these guys transition out of football, and that kind of leads us to what Mac Angle wrote about in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We'll get to that after I get to this text from Bobby Belt. So Bobby texts me, our Cowboys insider, and he goes, not sure if you're seeing this, and it was a link. It was a news link. Okay. He goes, just waking up, not sure if you've seen this. And I open up the news link, and it says, Marion Barber has died at the age of 38. And I was like, yeah, Bob, welcome to Thursday. We saw it yesterday. We've been talking about it all morning. Then I look closer, and it's the headline from ABC News, verified ABC News. Marion Barber III, the former Dallas Cowboys running back who scored plenty of touchdowns without recording a 1,000-yard season, has died, the team said Wednesday. He was 38. What? Are you serious? Look, verified, blue check mark, showing you the story, the headline on my phone. Without a 1,000-yard season, the stupidity and the judgment of the sports media when these stories happen somehow continue. What moron made the decision at ABC News to include that in the headline? Are you stupid?
That is not a sports person who tweeted that. It's their social media person who never has watched a single football game.
Oh, I go against you on that one.
There's no doubt.
You think it's like a Dallas Cowboy hater?
I absolutely do.
Oh, no.
I absolutely do. I mean, listen, I don't want to get political. But, there were people that wrote headlines when President Obama was in office that said, Mr. Obama, or they wouldn't refer to him as president. That happened at, WFAA and Channel 8. They had to put out an apology because the person was not a fan of President Obama and the administration. And I feel like this probably was the same way. To mention plenty of touchdowns, but not 1,000-yard, rusher. News people don't know that. They don't know that kind of information. Someone who's a Commanders fan or an Eagles fan or a Giants fan, probably a Giants fan considering ABC News is based in New York, I assume that's who wrote that.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking because plenty of touchdowns, what the hell does that mean? Like, that's somebody who has no idea what they're doing. Like, they're just like, he scored plenty of touchdowns. He never had a 1,000-yard season. Like, they were trying to make that a positive. Like, he scored all these touchdowns, but he never rushed for 1,000 yards. Like, he was a touchdown maker. Like, that's somebody to me who never has watched football.
Okay, so you think they were trying to intend it as a compliment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, he never...
Marion Barber, the former Cowboys running back who scored plenty of touchdowns without recording a 1,000-yard season, has died. He was 38. Okay, initially I was thinking it was slighting him for never rushing for 1,000, but you're looking at it the opposite way. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look.
The whole thing it shouldn't be included anyway, I don't think. But maybe I think I would more lean towards you now in terms of it was just a non-sports person who wrote it.
I think look, if it was ESPN, then I would be like, okay, that's a haterade comment. ABC News, NBC News, CBS, like you get the news people out there.
Well, you have sports people. You have people who do have to comment on sports deaths. There are. Michael Jordan is going to die one day.
Breaking news.
And they're going to.
He definitely is going to die.
You know what? It would be like Michael Jordan, who wasn't as good wearing 45 as he was 23, he passes away. They're getting roasted. Like the Metroplex, especially. I'm seeing a lot of local verified accounts roasting them. But that's interesting, RJ, with the different perspective. Maybe they were trying to pay a compliment.
Yeah, but also, to be fair, this was a tweet that went out last night at 10 o'clock, and they've tweeted since about Marion Barber and his passing. So that tweet was from 10 o'clock last night, which is why it's still up there. Why did they not delete it? Yeah. Why is it still there?
I agree.
It's confusing.
I agree. It's very confusing. Matt Gangle, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, bringing up another issue towards a guy whose running style everybody loved.
Football is the other issue. Marion Barber dies at 38. The average life expectancy for a male in the U.S. is 78. The average career of an NFL player is under 4 years. His career lasted twice as long. His entire life lasted half as long as the average American male. And when he goes on to talk about the issues of Dave Duerson, Junior Seau, Vincent Jackson, Andre Waters, these are all people, football players, who died tragically well before their life expectancy. All those former players were later determined to be affected by CTE. And if you look at the players that he was drafted with in that same draft class, which, by the way, wait to hear this draft class, DeMarcus Ware, Marcus Spears, Kevin Burnett, Chris Canty, Jay Ratliff, you wouldn't know that any of those guys have ever been touched. DeMarcus Ware, you don't even look like he ever took a hit. Marcus Spears is on TV every day. Chris Canty is on TV every day. Kevin Burnett is coaching. And Marion Barber has had a lot of problems with his mental health, or at least that's what we think.
Yeah.
And it's just a tragedy. And that he is saying, and Max said, when the coroner makes his official report, one of the causes of death needs to be football.
Look, I think that's one of those things where it's one of those off-air discussions. I'm just being honest with you, right? I probably wouldn't have written that yet, but it's one of those things when you hear the news, it's like CTE, mental health, but I wouldn't have presumed that while writing it this early, this soon. My usual approach on these things is, look, man, you can always add on stuff later. The man passed away at the age of 38. Let's talk about what he was known for, what he was loved for. And I'm not criticizing Mac or Todd Archer. This is they're writing stuff that we're all talking about when it's just like the hours during and right after the news comes out. Let's just go ahead and say he passed away from what that we know of, and what was the legacy, and why did Cowboy fans love him, and then we can add stuff down the road. That would just be my personal approach, but I get it.
No, because the conversation of CTE is so prevalent now because of today's NFL, and not with just the players in the league, but also previous players. Larry Johnson, the former Chiefs.
And these guys, by the way, sorry real quick, Troy, these guys may know because Marion was local.
Right.
A lot of stories, and I personally knew a lot of the Earl Thomas stuff on why teams weren't going after him. I didn't want to say it all on the air, but I heard stories and stories and stories. So maybe a lot of local reporters know more.
Well, what I was saying is that, CTE is so prevalent now. Former Chiefs running back, Larry Johnson, he did an interview last year where he talked about, listen, I'm pretty sure I have CTE. I have these violent urges. I have these mood swings. I cry, I laugh, I scream. I don't know why. And it's so prevalent now that conversation comes up, especially with running backs and especially with guys that ran as hard and intense as the Barbarian.
Yep, absolutely. Marion Barber dead at the age of 38. Would have been 39 in just a few days. Final hour of the Thursday edition coming up. Let's make the official picks on who is winning the NBA championship starting tonight and why, and what does Vegas think about every Metroplex squad moving forward in the sports world. Final hour with your NBA Finals picks after this.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour Thursday edition. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam and on Twitch and now on YouTube. Thank you for checking us out, whether it's the Odyssey app or just that regular old traditional radio. You are appreciated. You're appreciated. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you, and Troy Hughes running things as always. Tonight is game 1 of the NBA Finals, where the Golden State Warriors are favored over the Boston Celtics. Who are we picking to win this series and why? On the truckwreck.com text line. Based on preseason odds, the Celtics would be the biggest long shot to win a championship in the past 35 years. Teams split their season series, each winning on the other team's home court. Celtics the only team with a winning record against the Warriors since Steve Kerr took over in 2015-2016. Celtics roster enters the finals with 0 games of finals experience. The Warriors have 123. Just the third finals in history in which one team has had 100-plus games of experience, while the other team had 0. First time since 1997. Bulls had 134 games of finals experience. The Jazz had nothing. That's crazy. Wow. Some big bets on each team. 2 weeks ago, someone in Arizona put $25K on Boston to win the title at 10-1. So that would get $250,000. In late October, someone in Iowa put a $12,000 bet.
Oh, those are big Iowa basketball fans.
That's right. $12,000 bet on the Warriors at 10-1. So that would pay back $120,000. Who wins? In how many and why? At 877-881-1053.
Celtics in 6.
Whoa. Celtics in 6.
Going with the Vegas favorite. Celtics in 6, right? That's the favorite in Vegas.
Kinda.
Yeah, right. Like that's the series the series odds if you were to pick the exact series prediction. Yeah, I'm gonna go Celtics in 6. There's nothing, nothing in terms of talent. Like the Celtics are a very deep team, and they're much, much, much deeper than the Mavericks are. And Golden State, kind of put it to us, but the series should have been 2-2. The Mavs series should have been 2-2. Golden State is tremendous. There's no doubt. And they have the coaching advantage and they have the experience advantage. Man, and I wonder, though, we had this discussion about Steph being, have we forgotten about him? Have we put him on the back burner a little bit too much? Dude, there's a reason, though, that, again, maybe they're going to be wrong again, but all these metrics have like a big-time Celtics favorite. Big time. I don't know why.
Well, the Warriors are still favored in Vegas.
They are.
I mean, me personally, I don't listen to 538.
It's not even. I haven't even looked at them.
They butchered the Mavericks series. They said the Mavericks are going to win in 5. So
I haven't even looked at them.
I completely dismissed them. But what other metrics?
Well, but they're wrong. I mean, you can be wrong and not be dismissed.
Okay, but how often are they right?
More often than not. Like they're 70%, 65, 70% right.
Okay,
they're right a ton.
What other metrics are saying the Celtics are going to win?
Like the BPI, the ESPN BPI, which, I mean, that hits at about a 70% clip, and they're saying Celtics have like a 76% chance of winning the series. A lot of these numbers show Boston is a live dog here, like a very, very live dog. And that's what the value says. If you're gonna bet the series, you have to bet Boston. You can't bet the Warriors. There's no financial advantage to betting the Warriors, other than the fact that they will be favored in Vegas. No, I mean, just the 6th game, going back to the 2-2-1-1-1 instead of the 2-3-2, I think puts a huge favorite on that game 6. That game 6 becomes so big, and it becomes an advantage for the dog in the series if it gets that far.
The ranking of the players has been done. See if you can pull that up from ESPN. Kind of how we went in the order and figured out that the Warriors were much more talented than the Mavericks, and that ended up playing out. I'm going to pick the Warriors in 7. This to me kind of reminds me of a Lakers-Celtics matchup where the Lakers are always thought of being this finesse, soft team. How are they going to respond when things get tough and physical in a crazy environment like Boston has? And that's what the Warriors are. They are a skilled, pretty, finesse, maybe a little bit softer team compared to Boston and what they're known for. But in the end, I'm going to go with Golden State in 7. Troy, do you have a pick?
I'm going Golden State in 6, but I want to say 5. I really do want to say 5. Only because it's a toss-up between the two. Although the Warriors are more than likely a team that's going to just fire up threes way more than the Celtics will with who they have on their roster. But to me, this is all about experience. This is all about that finals experience. Steve Kerr is going into his 6th NBA Finals. Adoko, this is his first. So I think the experience is there. It's very similar to the Mavericks. Who was it on the Mavericks that said that they were nervous during the series? Was it Dorian maybe? But someone said that there was nerves when they were playing in
that was the Cowboys for the 49ers game.
Yeah, okay, let's not talk about that. But in any case, I feel like this is going to be the same way. So I'm going Warriors hesitantly in 6, but I want to say 5.
Okay. Did you see the player rankings for the series?
I do. I got them right here.
All right, let's go. Slowly, starting at the top.
At number 1.
This is from ESPN?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Steph.
Number
2 is Tatum. Number 3 is my boy, Donda, Jaylen Brown.
It is not.
It's not Clay.
It is not.
It's not Jordan Poole.
It is not.
It's not Marcus Smart.
It is definitely not.
Wiggins?
It is Andrew Wiggins.
Wow. That Mavs series vaulting him to the 3rd best player in the series.
An effective field goal percentage of 54% from the field after accounting for the added value of his 1.5 3-pointers per game. They could use more of the same from Andrew Wiggins. Number 4 is
Jaylen Brown.
Number 5.
Clay?
No. Dre.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right, ESPN.
It's the things you don't see. It's the intangibles. It's the leadership. He's a facilitator. Okay, Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, number 6.
What did they have a write-up for him?
Mm-hmm.
All right, what did it say?
Interesting contrast between the credit for the NBA's top 2 defenses during the regular season on a per-possession basis. All 5 Boston starters got at least one all-defensive vote, while Peyton was the only Golden State player besides Green to get any. This is a testament to the importance of Green, who's earned a spot in the second team despite missing 36 games.
That's a badge of honor.
So far, we've alternated Steph, Tatum, Wiggins, Jaylen, Draymond.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead.
Marcus Smart.
Okay. Still alternating. Now
it's a toss-up series.
Now we're going to... Well, you said you wanted to pick them in 5. That's not a toss-up.
No. It is a toss-up on paper, but it's not a toss-up when it comes to experience.
No, not experience.
Yeah, when the experience totally outweighs the other.
Then Clay?
Then...
After Marcus Smart.
Klay Thompson.
Okay, we have alternated so far through 7 players. Then... Poole?
Nope.
Horford? Wow. Then Poole? Still alternating.
All
right. Then I don't know.
Grant Williams.
Your boy.
A boy. He ranks 4th in the Celtics in playoff minutes while starting just 5 of the 18 playoff games.
Okay.
All right. Very nice. So that's who they have as the top 10.
Wow.
Most important or best players in the series.
All right, I got some of the over-unders real quick from Vegas in case you wanted to bet on the finals. Highest margin of victory in one game in the series. The over-under is 17.5. Will any of these games be decided by 18 points or more?
Oh, God, I hope not.
It seems like it's the NBA playoffs
I know,
this year.
I've seen way too many of those. Hopefully not.
Highest scoring game by any one player. The over-under is 39.5. So will anyone drop 40?
Yes, I'll take the over.
Yeah, easily.
Easily.
With all the three balls that are going to be shot, someone's going to get hot.
Tatum, Steph. Highest scoring game by any one team. The over-under is 129.5. Lowest scoring total. The over-under is 92.5. Total flagrant fouls in the series.
Oh, that's a good bet.
What do you think the over-under is set at? I'm going to take the under.
Wait, this is for the series?
For the series. Total flagrants.
6.5.
Nah, 4.5.
6.5?
Dude, great. Draymond's going to get 3.
Good Lord.
He's going to get 3 on his own.
Flagrants, not text.
I was going to say 4.5.
It's not the 90s Pistons. 3.5.
Okay.
6 flagrants.
I'll take the over.
Okay. Will any game go to overtime?
Who's officiating these games?
I don't know yet.
I'm going to say no.
Noah's going to be the Vegas favorite at minus 500. 1-5. If you think it will go to OT, 3-1. What team will get the first tech?
It's going to be the Celtics.
What? It's going to be Draymond. It's going to be the Warriors.
Thank you, Troy.
It's going to be. There's going to be some bad calls in Game 1, and the Celtics are going to get a tech for complaining about it.
Well, because of Draymond, you know that the Warriors are the Vegas favorite for first tech. Minus 140. Boston plus 100. Will a fan run on the court during any game in the series?
Oh, my God.
That's the final prop bet.
No, I would say no. We're not in L.A. That's what
it's not L.A. It's Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, that's right. For the Timberwolves owner. They come in there.
The chicken plant.
The chicken plant. That's right. I'll say no.
I'll say no's the slight favorite.
Oh, it's not slight.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's heavy. Minus 5,000.
Oh, okay.
1 to 50 that no one will run on the floor, and 12-1 that someone will run on the floor. So those are some of the numbers coming in on the NBA Finals with Game 1 tonight. RJ going Boston. Troy and I going with the Warriors. 877-881-1053. Is there a heavy favorite on the TroutWreck.com text line?
Most people are saying the Warriors. The Celtics team hasn't seen the Warriors at full strength. A lot of people are saying Warriors.
Tells you
Celtics win. Celtics. Warriors at 5.
Tells you how the state of the NBA is in terms of full rosters and stars playing in the regular season. How many times, especially in the Mavs previews, how many times have we come on the show and said, regular season matchup was this, but 2 guys were missing.
Yeah.
But 1 guy.
Crazy.
But 3 guys. But they weren't at full strength. That's the state of the NBA regular season, why it's a big problem for many who don't get to see the stars play automatically every single game.
It happens all the time.
All right. I'm very excited for this next segment. Before Crosstalk, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Mahomes, and Josh Allen answering the following. Favorite video game as a kid, the song you were blasting in the car, the jersey that you saved for, favorite social media app from Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, and Allen, and Johnny Depp stops by the studio to talk about his major win yesterday. That was so good.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Next on Shot at RJ.
Why did I have to follow that up? I know why I have to follow that up, because Tolos, guess what?
Roger that, Sally.
Tell your smart speaker to play 105.3 The Fan and listen through the Odyssey app. Segment this morning brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, a.k.a. Soda, and Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of the gas prices? Well, think again. In those big trucks, they have insurance companies to protect them. So who's going to protect you? It's Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
And he can close the door here on number 12.
Oh, my.
And he just did.
My.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
2 of those.
That's awesome.
Aaron Rodgers ending the match yesterday on TNT. He had the shot off the tee that set them up for the putt to win it. So the old guys beat the young guys, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers over Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen. And this was the least interested you ever were in this event?
Yeah, because there was no pro in it. If there was a pro or obviously two pros, I'd have been much more interested in that. And I just didn't do it for me. Seeing guys shank ball, Brady trying to shank balls. Plus, you got, I love the trash talk. I enjoy Barkley and Ernie doing it, even though, they keep going back to that same well with those guys over and over and over again. But it's just, I just wasn't really into it. I mean, I watched it, but I was flipping back and forth between that and the hockey game, and the hockey game got really, really fun. So I was kind of out on that.
All right, they did a Q&A with all four. You should be able to tell the voices. Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Josh Allen with a little Q&A for the match on TNT.
When you open your phone, what social app do you check first?
Probably Instagram. It used to be Twitter when Twitter was fun. Pat, I'm sure, is a big TikToker. It runs in the family.
Oh, stop it. Stop it right there. Little Jackson Mahomes shot. Wow. So has Pat Mahomes ever been asked about his brother? No one has asked him.
I have not heard.
I have not heard that whatsoever. So let's go ahead and start that from the beginning. Aaron Rodgers beginning with his favorite and not favorite social media apps.
When you open your phone, what social app do you check first?
Probably Instagram. It used to be Twitter when Twitter was fun. Pat, I'm sure, is a big TikToker. It runs in the family.
What NFL jersey did you save all your allowance for as a kid?
That's a trick question. I can't say it. We're going to go with Brett Favre.
I saved all my allowance money for a Jerry Rice jersey because he was the man in San Francisco at the time.
What I would have wanted was probably Joe Montana or Jerry Rice.
Des Bryant was the first one I ever got.
When you were younger, what video game was your go-to?
Definitely MLB The Show.
Either RBI Baseball 94 or Madden 94. I don't think Tom's ever played a video game.
No, cavemen didn't have video games back then.
Josh went to Wyoming or something like that. Probably pretty bored out there. He probably played a lot of video games.
My video game go-to as a kid was definitely Madden.
What is the song you remember most when driving in the car when you got your license?
That's a good one. Who was I rocking to?
Young Tyga, maybe?
Grenade, Bruno Mars.
Tupac's greatest hits, Garth Brooks, Counting Crows, 90s, by far the best time for music.
Any idea what the #1 song on the Billboard charts was in 2000 when you were drafted?
Oh, God. 2000? So what was the song? That was Country Grammar. Country Grammar, Nelly. Let's go.
The actual answer was Breathe by Faith Hill.
Oh, man. I wouldn't have got that.
This was #1.
Wow. Would have lost that bet.
Yeah, probably.
I'll let y'all handle the music. Well, what jumped out to you the most, RJ? Let's start with you.
That baseball video games were mentioned
rage.
multiple times.
94 was Aaron Rodgers' favorite video game year. 94 RBI Baseball, MLB The Show as well.
Yep,
Mahomes was a baseball guy.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was drafted, I think, right? Was he not drafted? He was. I know he was a tremendous player in high school. I don't remember if he was drafted or not.
He pitched his freshman year at Texas Tech, and then was like, didn't pitch a lot, and then was like, hey, I'm going to be a quarterback. I can stop playing baseball now.
Okay. You could tell the 49er love from Brady and Rodgers. Rodgers wanted to get picked over Alex Smith to go play for San Fran. Tom wanted to play for the 49ers over the Buccaneers in that offseason. Aaron Rodgers with not just the Mahomes TikTok dig, but saying when Twitter used to be fun.
Yep.
So now he goes to Instagram. Why couldn't Josh Allen say the jersey?
It's probably because it was Tom Brady.
I was thinking that too. Because
I was thinking about maybe someone in the division.
No, because I remember when he was coming into the league.
That would have been in the division.
A lot of people were tying his name to Tom Brady because they were asking him about his past and who he modeled this game after. By the way, you mentioned the 49ers. Quick news note, Adam Schefter tweeting out a statement that came from John Lynch. Debo will be part of the 49ers this season.
Oh.
So we'll see if that actually comes to fruition.
Dang it. I was hoping he would go ahead and leave there,
moving
the Cowboys up a little bit further. So Josh Allen eventually said Brett Favre. I don't know if you can say Brett Favre nowadays for the jersey that you want to go ahead and collect. And Mahomes's was Dez.
Dez, yep, absolutely.
Chime in, Mike. Turn on your microphone.
Well, I just looked it up. He was out of high school. He was drafted in the 37th round by the Detroit Tigers.
For Mahomes?
For Patrick Mahomes.
And he's a minority owner with the Royals, I believe.
Yes.
As well. Okay, what else jumped out? I lost track of all the music references.
That's the one.
End.
That's what. What song do you remember driving around to when you got your license? And Josh Allen's was Bruno Mars "Grenade." I'm like, I was like 40 when that came out. I was like, what are you talking about? You were 16 that came out.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That doesn't make that's old.
Yeah.
That's old, man.
So
make us feel old at least. I don't think Brady. I'm sorry. I don't think Rodgers ever had any idea. He just started naming off about 6 different bands. Like he named off Garth Brooks. He named off Counting Crows. Really?
Yeah, but I can see what you said. I mean, when I got my license when I was 16, there wasn't one particular song that I heard that I was like, "This is I'm 16. Here's my license song." Now, when I drove into college, I had a certain song that was playing. It was Dish Wallace "Counting Blue Cars." I know, what a great track. Like I remember that one, but I don't remember like what I listened to when I was 16. I thought, "Oh, this is the song."
We were all rap, and that's where Aaron Rodgers is right. 90s
is the best.
90s is the best generation.
Every
decade for music.
Yep.
Period. 80s, everything is overrated. 70s, take your disco ball. 90s.
Yeah. The only thing the 70s have is like the rock and roll in the 70s was amazing.
That was great.
But 90s metal is the best. 90s hip hop is the best.
Without a doubt.
90s country is the best.
Yeah, you said we're all rap guys. I literally, now thinking about it, I was probably listening to John Michael Montgomery or Clay Walker or, Lone Star. Yes.
Wu-Tang Noriega?
No, not a chance.
Why not?
I mean, yeah.
That no.
Why not?
Because it's regional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
Pac and Biggie were original?
No, they were not. They were not. But
90s.
Wu-Tang, yes, I can.
I never got into Wu-Tang. I never got into Wu-Tang.
Method Man?
Yeah, Redman. Method Man. Never got into them.
Never?
No, not really. I'll tell you the one song I remember listening to we would go. We would all ride together. Like we would always ride together as a team
Riders.
to these games. And this one kid wanted to play Wherever I May Roam on the way to every single game. And that's the one song that sticks out of my head from as a kid, the one song that I would always listen to basically on the road to every single game was Wherever I May Roam. I have no idea why. That was it, though. Stuck out.
All right, so that's basically the highlights from the match. It certainly was not the golf as Rodgers and Brady win. Tom Brady was making some fat jokes towards Josh Allen. Barkley was making fun of Aaron Rodgers' man bun. And that was basically it. And then, of course, the big Hollywood story yesterday. The case is finally over. Johnny Depp beat Amber Heard. And he's getting $15 million awarded to him with the defamation lawsuit. $15 million. And RJ, in the email, wrote, Johnny Depp released this statement, and we're going to have Johnny read it live here on 105.3 The Fan. Probably our most automatic go-to laugh on the show is part of this testimony.
Oh, easily.
With what happened. I chuckled to myself, sitting by myself, reading it and thinking about it on the computer.
And you got to throw in that weird little chuckle laugh that he did before.
So grotesque.
It's so grotesque.
She got destroyed in this case.
She got absolutely destroyed.
And good. It's about time someone reminded people about defamation.
Yeah.
We need to hear the radio station a lot of times. You can't just say whatever the hell you want about someone, especially with topics we discuss. Just racism thrown out. You're a racist. You're a racist. I mean, you got to have some actual proof behind it, or some solid steps to go ahead and make that statement off of, and she tried to call him a woman beater and an abuser, and he disproved her.
He disproved her.
I thought you told me he's sued for like $50.
That was the original. It was a $50 lawsuit that was happening in the United Kingdom. That was the original lawsuit, $50.
Okay.
But they got these punitive damages.
Okay.
That got thrown on there.
All right. So let's see Johnny Depp. Let's hear Johnny Depp reading his winning statement. This is the actual statement he put out.
This is the actual statement. 6 years ago.
All this the cameras and the press.
My life. The life of my children. The lives of those closest to me. The lives of the people who, for many, many years, have supported and believed in me, were forever changed all in the blink of an eye.
That's good. That's good.
The blink of an eye.
False, very serious and criminal allegations.
Do you have a shock collar on?
You got to laugh during it. He's laughing during half of these things.
I stay in character.
Levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content.
Words like barrage are so perfect for him. Barrage.
Although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond. And it had a seismic impact in my life and my career.
A what?
Seismic impact.
Oh, I got it.
6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I'm truly humbled.
Is that it?
There's a lot more.
Oh, no.
There's a lot more.
Yeah. I like the press and the cameras and everything. Give me probably for the final time the 2 drops that gets us every time. Probably the last time we'll hear this on the show.
I mean, will it be the last time? Probably not.
He's gonna have to come out with a big movie. People want her taken out of Aquaman. He got taken out of, I think, of his Harry Potter role. Maybe there'll be a new Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's already said on the stand that he would not do another Pirates of the Caribbean movie, which is sad because he could be asleep on the ship.
Was human fecal matter.
Okay.
And it was also
and so grotesque.
So grotesque.
All right, it wasn't this funny that time.
Oh man, we can't
have it overplayed.
Was that the full clip? Was that what we've been playing?
Yeah, that's what we've been playing.
So bizarre.
So bizarre. And so grotesque.
That's what it meant. So bizarre. It's so grotesque. And Mike Bassett didn't laugh one time during all that.
He didn't care.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It will be a short show. Rangers baseball starts at 1 o'clock. We'll pick up 4:30, 5 o'clock, something like that, with a full report on what made news from the OTAs. The Nation after Rangers till 7 o'clock in The Fan.
Masterpiece here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What?
I'm just excited for Crosstalk. Why do you think I always have some nefarious agenda?
You're the only one that gives that type of
nefarious,
really concentrated look, and your head goes to the side like you're about to ask a question.
You're doing it right now.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. That's just my natural state. I cannot tell you how many times that's gotten me in trouble in real life because I just have like a sarcastic way of talking. Is I've tried to say genuine things and people are like, you know what, you're an a-hole. And I'm like, no, I swear I really meant it. They're like, oh, okay.
How much better of a mood do you guys come in with on days like this with the abbreviated show?
What are you talking about? We give everything we got for 2.5 hours today.
Can you imagine doing a 3-hour show every day? 3-hour show? That'd be stealing. I might get a second job if I had a 3-hour show.
What do you think your second job would be?
A podcast.
Stockbroker.
The commercial break, not a stockbroker.
I really wanted to be in a retail environment, and I would just come see you like every day and just try to harass you at your retail job.
God.
Go unfold all the shirts and just kind of push them to the side.
I had to sell tickets for my salary with the Rockford Lightning, calling people up, there's nothing worse than cold calling.
Ugh.
Some people who just love selling, props to you. Thank you, sales department, but so uncomfortable.
Did you just get to the point in the phone call where you're like, hey, so you're going to buy the ticket or not?
Yeah, it's like, I don't remember. It was like,
did you like it more when they just hang up on you when you'd call? When you start the pitch and then you're just like, sorry, never mind.
I'll fax over the offer. I'll fax over fax. I'll fax over the ticket form. What's coming up on this very full effort KMC Masterpiece?
It is the KNC Quickie, or as Mike likes to call it, the Mike Special. Short show today, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think they should play getaway games every time they end a series.
Oh, they absolutely should.
1 o'clock game every time a series is ending.
That's a great idea. I think they should just do more summer day games anyway, though.
That's why they got the roof.
Mm-hmm.
I think they should try like brunch baseball, like 9:30.
That's what I was going to ask you. Y'all are the only show
that gets screwed every
never
year?
changes because of this. Is like it happened to us all the time at night, and I will tell you, there was times at night where it would really piss me off because I was like, man, we worked really hard at putting together like 2.5 hours of content, and they're like, not today, 15 innings, buddy, and you're like, oh, what a waste of time. But like it happens with the night show, it happens with G-Bag, it happens with us. There is no scenario in which they're like, this game's going to happen at 8:30. Y'all take
we
your
need a
day.
team in Japan.
Yeah.
Or team in Europe.
Yeah.
That would be able to play a noon game.
We're the only show that doesn't get hours sliced ever. We have the least amount of people on a show. How else can I negotiate publicly here?
Oh my gosh, is that what's happening?
There's no negotiation.
There is no negotiation.
Sometimes we get an extra half hour on our show if that helps you.
That's true. That's right.
Do you think I should charge people to have lunch with me?
I think you should. I think
dinner?
absolutely.
Like if somebody says, hey, we want to go out to dinner with you, I should say, yeah, you know what? Somebody's paying $525 right now for the Eric Nadel. I know it's not the Eric Nadel Foundation.
For
Grant Halliburton Foundation.
Okay.
And it's lunch or dinner for 4 with Mike Bassick at the Pecan Lodge. And right now the current bid is $525.
Okay. Well,
so I feel like people are getting a huge discount when they just have lunch or dinner with me and I don't charge them.
But the problem is those people might also be giving the money to charity or a foundation, and you would just be pocketing it.
What if
people did cameo dinners? That's a new idea.
That's your
cameo
job.
So instead of cameo, have you? First off, you should try out Cameo.
Is that what that
personal messages?
That's what Hushman's Auto did.
You should. A lot of people are on it, Mike.
No, like he did one for us.
He said, "Hey, G-Bag Nation, Kevin, Corey, Mike, you can get on the Cincinnati Bengals bandwagon."
I thought that was the only person.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so go.
Did you hear that?
G-Bag?
Yeah, he still thinks that's a show he's on. You can work 5 hours. Well, not today, but another day.
So try Cameo first.
Yeah.
And then that is the new thing to do, charge to go and eat dinner with people.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, I wouldn't pay to eat with you, but somebody will.
What do you think what would his Cameo charge be? Let's look up some of the others, like Brad Sham.
While you're looking that up, I'm just envisioning a world in which RJ is going on dates and insists that the woman pays for the date because, like, that's his charge for going out to dinner.
If you're lucky enough.
Yeah, you're like, I'm going to let you pay, but really
Okay.
it's a discount.
What if I wouldn't take any of the money, but they'd have to pay for my meal and then also $50 to the charity of our choice. We would have to make a negotiation of, like, hey, I want to donate. And I'd say, that's okay. Like, you know,
You just happen to be the chair of
if they
that
wanted to
charity.
donate to PETA, we might have a little bit of a discussion.
Chair of the
type of
charity.
deal.
So you're just trying to eat for free and get. Hey, that's all I like.
All right,
He's helping charities?
Yeah, charities are.
All right, Brad Sham's cameo price is what? I have it.
$100.
That sounds, I would guess that. Yeah.
No, not even close.
$350.
30.
It's been cut from 50 to 25.
Oh,
So
what
he
a
just sends a
deal.
1 minute message. Is that what that is?
Now guess Michael Irvin's.
$5,000.
No,
$200.
It's like $300.
$500.
$500.
So what do you think you're worth, Mike? If
Brad Sham,
Sham's
he's a Hall of Famer, right? Is Brad Sham a Hall
I'm
of
sure
Famer?
there's
Yeah,
some
he just
Hall
went
of
in over the
Fame.
weekend.
No.
Or a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
That's the
Texas Hall of Fame.
Texas
He's not an
Sports Radio
NFL Hall of Famer.
Is it, man, the Texas Hall of Fame's like the Basketball Hall of Fame, I guess. Wow.
Getty.
Oh my God.
He was just here
I'm
yesterday.
kidding, Brad and CA. I'm just playing around. Okay, so go ahead.
And anybody else who's worked for 25 years.
Yeah, name your price. If you work for 25 years, you're in.
Oh,
It's going to be really hurtful
All
when
right,
none of us get
Choppy,
in.
real quick. Who's been in this business for 25 years or more who's not in?
I'm not saying his name, but I know.
Okay.
Is it
Oh.
someone that does
I
work
used
for
to work with him.
Man, now
Grego?
Grego?
Oh,
All
How
right,
do you
well,
say his name?
I still want to.
how much should I charge?
I
I guess
didn't wanna-
20.
I was hoping you guys wouldn't say it either. I didn't want to like.
I didn't know who it was.
$20, and I think I could get some business, right?
I don't know. I have no idea what your
I feel like I have to
popularity is.
undercut
I
Brad
don't
Sham.
know.
I feel like people would want Brad Sham more than me.
I think
Yes.
if you did Coach Ballsack, though, you could.
What do
the
you think
fee.
is your love-hate ratio, like your Q rating? Because some people love.
If I was
that-
being optimistic, I would say 75% optimistic
oh,
that
yeah,
like me.
that's way optimistic.
66%.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
I'm busting his balls over that.
2/3 of people like
But
me.
the thing, I would say,
Michael Tenney doesn't. The dude that you get mad at today.
337.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard me say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would
did you say
go
his
for
name?
Mike. I would probably say 70-30.
Okay. Yeah.
I wouldn't
That's
put
good.
mine, high.
Oh,
that-
based on the fan text though.
anything.
Yeah, 30-70. Yeah.
30 like him.
Yeah, 30 like him and 70% hate him. On the Tuolos, though, 100%. He's the king.
I'm
of
trying to
Tuolos.
change. I think the Cowboys are going 17-0.
There we go.
Winning the championship.
There you go.
They're led by a Hall of
exactly
Fame.
how I feel.
They're led by a Hall of Fame
That's
general
exactly
manager
how I
who's
feel.
won 3 championships.
What do you think about Dak?
Dude, he just drafted Larry Allen.
Hey,
Dak
Yeah.
Prescott.
And
is
Lawrence Taylor the year before that.
Yep.
who y'all picking in the finals? That's
Boston.
Boston in 7.
Boston.
Golden State. I'll go 6.
Okay.
I was
On
thinking
the road,
between 5
yeah.
and 6. They
Okay.
went, like, road doesn't seem to bug them.
You know, Boston has won 7 road games this playoff.
And Boston, I don't know. It's weird. If Boston would have beat Miami in 6, I wouldn't have picked Boston, but I think I would have gone Golden State in 7. But them kind of peeing away that, I don't think Golden State's going to let them. If you give up a game to Golden State, I think it will cost them the series, and I think they're going to give up a game against Golden State, and that's why I'll go Golden State in 6.
Why do you like the Celtics, Corey?
I like their defensive effort. I think they're a good enough defense. They are athletic enough to keep up with what they have across the board at Golden State. I think Golden State's a really good team, but I think Boston's defense is going to be the main factor in this. They're tough.
I can agree. The only real flaw in Boston's defense is their transition defense, and I don't know if you'll see that enough for it to really take them down. But I'm really excited. I think it should be a heck of a competitive series.
You guys want to end on Star Wars or pizza?
Oh, I love
Star Wars,
Kenobi.
Those might be my 2 favorite things in the world.
The episode,
outside of my family, though.
The episode last night, which I guess this is the weird thing about television now.
This is Disney Plus?
Disney Plus, which you can't say anything because, like, my 2
Spoilers.
guys haven't watched it yet. But in
kid had
All 3 of you guys have always been Star Wars guys? I know Kevin. Yes.
You know there was a
Didn't you-
lightsaber battle at my wedding?
There was?
Yeah. My wife
Was it
said
on your honeymoon night?
See, I think you can charge whatever you want for dinner. RJ. I really
appreciate
do.
that.
That
Thank
was
you.
delightful.
Didn't you used to stand in line for these?
I would go when they were doing the reboots or not the reboots, but the prequels and all that crap.
Reboots.
Yeah, I would go and stand in line on the midnight showing or whatever. Because it's an event. I felt like I had to be at the event. I would do the same thing for Fast and the Furious and the Bond movies.
Last night was so awesome. If you haven't seen it, can't give it away.
So
It is
why isn't this in
freaking
theaters?
awesome. I think you can make it longer, right? That was a 47-minute episode last night.
This
The
is a
first two were
series?
6 episodes, approximately 45 minutes a show.
And they need content for Disney Plus. They have sunk so much money into Disney Plus. And Disney Plus has been struggling compared to like ESPN Plus, which is really weird, and I never would have guessed that. And so Disney Plus needs content. And so this and the Marvel, that's their content.
Troy, did you see it last night?
I did not see
My
Star
show
Wars.
doesn't watch TV.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
They bailed.
Not bailed. We're being fathers. No. Like I watched Stranger Things 4, because the wife and kids are gone for a week, so I was able to watch that. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Yeah, he loves Stranger Things.
Oh my God,
I
so
do like
good.
that, but that's on the back burner.
It's on the list of things I got to watch, along with Ozarks and that Kanye thing. And what else have you told me to watch?
Oh, the Kanye documentary.
A Showtime.
A show.
The NFL.
The winning
Lakers.
time. Yeah.
The NFL.
No, I watched the NFL.
I've heard that.
Winning time.
do.
All right.
Lukewarm on the NBA, but I watched the NFL.
I'll tell you what, I can't wait for this Cowboys season.
Jane's
It's going to be the best.
Mike's so excited about it. He
I
told
just-
Kevin not to even go to training camp.
Jane
Mike's
Slater
like,
has-
I got it covered.
I got it.
Jane's responded to your idea of charging. She said it's a great idea. It's called an escort service.
Oh my God!
It's true to be going to dinner.
Wow.
like that.
It is. They do call that escorts.
Slater has no problem finding men.
We are back tomorrow morning from after game one. It's the KMC
If I was an
masterpiece.
escort, don't they expect something in the end?
Yes. They have money.
In the
They
end.
expect. In the end.
I expect
Right
the money.
in the end.
Good God.
Get
Will
us,
she date a black guy?
get us out.
Oh my God.
Hit the button.
Oh my God, we're 30 seconds late.
Hit
There
the
we
button.
are. Let's get you over to Athletic Greens and let's get you healthy.
105 through the Fan. KNC Quickie today will be leading you all the way up to Texas.
Show's over.
Rangers baseball.
That was good.
Not quite that quick.
Good show, guys.
12:30. But our question right out of the gate: the NBA Finals begin tonight.
What?
Are you still interested with no Mavs? And what is your official prediction? And the only reason I ask that is because, obviously we've been very used to no Mavs in the NBA Finals for the last 11 years. But this is the closest you've been since then. And a lot of us were breaking down, what would be the better matchup, everything like that. You just lost. Do people need a break, or are y'all still in on the NBA Finals?
I am kind of in, but I've been studying the draft. So now I'm up to 5 guys studied that could be at pick 26.
Okay.
So I'm into basketball, but I'm so into the Mavericks improving their team. Yeah. I almost want the finals to get over. And nothing good. It's a great matchup. I will be paying attention to the finals. But I'm so Dallas Mavericks heavy, and as one person on Twitter said, just stick to baseball. And I'm like, you can stick something else.
Wow.
Like glue or something. I don't know.
Stickers.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I thought he meant something.
the stickers you get out of grass.
Gotcha.
The ones that hurt.
I'm not what I would call excited about the NBA Finals because my team's not in it. I'm interested in the NBA Finals, and I'm very interested for this Finals to end so we can get to the offseason where Nico can get a better team around Luka, or we can see what is Nico's vision for the Dallas Mavericks? Because he really wasn't here to do maybe what everything he wanted to do in the first offseason because it was such a crazy offseason. So I'm excited about that. I'm interested in the NBA Finals.
I have a new friend, Kevin, who moved here from Israel.
Basketball?
No, he moved here from Israel, and his
is he
daughter,
an Israelite?
I don't know exactly what to say about that, so I'm just going to leave it there.
Yes, that's probably wise.
But his daughter, Lucy and his daughter are best friends at school and everything. So, but.
Are you from America? That'd make you an American.
What he knows, Mike, about basketball, he was one of those guys that grew up watching the Bulls, watching, that era.
Oh, yeah.
And he was watching them at 3 a.m. He was one of those guys that really loved the NBA, and so it's not just Mavs. He's taken on the Mavs since he got here, but it's he loves the NBA, and he also doesn't have TV, live TV right now. And I was like, dude, you're welcome to come on over and watch. And so our discussions on the rest of the NBA are a lot of fun because he has some interesting thoughts on the way that they play here as well. So I am very interested in that for a selfish perspective.
Yeah.
But for the other part, we were discussing yesterday, this Boston Celtics team could be around and in the Mavs way for 10 years.
Yes. How great would that be if that was the next big rivalry?
Yeah, if it's Mavs and Celtics.
Awesome.
That could be a problem.
As long as it says Mavs. I don't really care the other side. I kind of do, but that would be just Mavs. Will be great.
But that could be a problem for the rest of the NBA for a long time, is if they realize what they are and then they overcome it and continue to do this. The Boston Celtics could be here for a very, very long time with as young as they are. And then the Warriors have this collection of old and young that's a problem. So I think it's a great series for basketball fans.
And here's what maybe basketball's getting back to, probably won't, right? But maybe. Let's look at the Boston Celtics. Tatum, Brown, Smart, Williams, the other Williams, Peyton Pritchard, Daniel Theis. Now I know he went away and came back. What do all these guys have in common?
Is it Theis or is it Tice?
Tice.
Okay.
Sorry. What do all those guys have in common?
They drafted them and they're young.
Yep. Yeah. All drafted and developed by the team. Now we go to the other side. Now I know that at one point they added Kevin Durant. Take Andrew Wiggins out of it, right? But you look at Green, Thompson, Curry, Poole, Looney. I don't know how much Kuminga and Moody are going to play in the series. But what happened?
Yeah.
Drafted.
Yeah.
Almost all the time. Not all, but almost all the time. It's through the draft in the NBA.
Just to go along with that, I know there's a lot more work to be done, but seriously, who are the Mavericks' best 2 players?
Brunson and Luka, without question.
Draft.
It's draft. As much as we want it to be other things, usually championship teams are made through the draft. I know there's the LeBron James exception, and there's a few other exceptions, but literally, this is how it's done. And so why am I studying so much at 26? Now, I know Mark Cuban's going to want to give away the pick, but that 26 pick is important. What happened on the computer?
It's something regarding the show. It's the rest of the show.
No, yeah, you're fine. It's not. We're just gonna have to adjust the segment. We're good.
We're good. Yeah, no, the draft.
Rangers can't get rained out. There's a roof.
You know what I loved, Mike, when we would do the night draft show? Like, I always enjoyed it because it was like there was a lot of basketball talk going on those nights. It was a lot of fun. But the Mavericks always seem to be, they're either not in the draft or they're trading back from it and everything. And it felt like, why are you even involved in it at all? It's a huge way to add parts to your team that can grow into something. And if Jerry Jones can teach you anything, it's people love the idea of the draft picks growing into a player. Like, we love our own players here in DFW.
That's true.
Yeah, if you're drafted here, we want you to be here forever and be part of the fabric of this team. And if you can find the good players and like really understand how to get good players, that's the thing I wanted to know. Y'all mentioned a European name yesterday, and I started thinking, is that even in the Mavs world anymore? Is it still because of Luka, or is it, you know what, we have other things now because Donnie Nelson seems so intent on that focus for so long?
Okay, I think it is because there are viable players that are not project players.
It better be.
You know, like with Donnie, it always felt like, or with the old regime, it always felt like we're going to get this player and outsmart the system. It just might take a minute. But there are still like viable players coming from Europe who aren't project guys who you're like, man, in 5 years, if this kid learns how to shoot, he's going to be something.
It has to be everything, Corey. It can't be, now we don't do Europe or foreign players, but we're pretty good at American players. Before it was, we have no clue how Americans play basketball. Let's take Dominic Jones. Sucks. I know Roddy B was an American. Horrible. But like, it has to be where you're drafting well. Because if you change some of those picks, the Mavs win multiple titles with Dirk Nowitzki. If you just get average to nice players, with not every time, but 50% of the time, every other year, you're actually getting a quality NBA player to help out your team. The Mavs probably have more than one championship with Dirk Nowitzki, but instead, they pretty much, after Devin Harris, which was a major trade to get the 5th overall pick, they said, we're not going to take a good player again until Luka Doncic. Do you know how hard that is to go from 2004 or 2005 to 2018 and not take a good player in the draft?
Man,
and to be competitive during a lot of that.
But I mean, I'm looking at Mo Ager, J.R. Pinnock, Nick Fazekas.
Nick Fazekas couldn't run. I went to a preseason game. I'm like, my God, we took a human being he kind of looked like the way Tom Hanks did as a kid when they had the braces on his legs.
Oh,
and you're just like,
God.
Hey, did this guy just learn how to, he's trying to learn how to run. He looked like an infant just born at 6'10" trying to learn how to run. And you're like, you drafted this guy? I remember looking at Dirk Nowitzki in the locker room of his Heroes game and was like, you guys took a guy who couldn't even run, and he started laughing because he knew it was true.
Man, I'm just Justin Anderson, Satnam Singh, A.J. Hammonds, Dennis Smith Jr.
Horrible.
Trey Young.
Well, that was a great pick because it traded for Luka.
Jalen Brunson, Shake Milton. They traded. They
never picked him.
Yeah.
This is tough. This is why you can't really look at this because the NBA draft is weird because they won't do a trade. It's almost like the Cowboys didn't draft Micah Parsons. In the NBA, the Cowboys didn't draft Micah Parsons.
Right.
Because then that's somebody else's pick, and then 24 hours later it goes through, but it was considered a different pick. See,
Isaiah Roby, Josh Green, Tyrell Terry. That's it, dude.
Whoops.
None of them are playing. No, Kelly Olynyk and Tyler Zeller.
And
those were traded.
Right. We drafted Shane Larkin in the Kelly Olynyk draft.
I do have to admit, I kind of thought Shane Larkin could give us a little something, and then I was like, oh, well,
good in Europe.
That didn't super work out. All right. Now, in terms of this NBA Finals, I got 2 quick questions for y'all. What do you think is the over-under for the highest margin of victory?
Over under, I would guess 12.5, and I would pick the over. But that's my guess. Maybe it is 18.
11.5.
17.5.
Oh, wow.
What do you pick at that then? And that's
now
the entire
that's a real number because I think somebody's going to win by 15 or more points in one game.
Okay.
We watched the Mavericks. Hell, they didn't even have a competitive game for 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, it is interesting how that played out. But yeah, 17.5. And then the other one, I think this is worth taking the over on. Highest scoring game total by any one player in the series.
I'm going to guess 35 will be the highest.
33.5.
Well, maybe you guys do not want to take the over then. Or maybe you're going to want to take the under. Is 39.5.
I would stick with I would bet the under there because I think both teams.
They have multiple scoring options.
Did Luka get, I guess, did he get 40 in a game against Golden State?
40, did he hit 41 or was that, am I thinking of the series before?
But it was tough on Luka.
Yeah.
And as you can disagree with me, this isn't a fact, but I think Luka's a better overall scorer than Jason Tatum is.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And Jason Tatum's great at it, and then Jason Tatum does rely on, in a weird way, as great of a one-on-one player as he is, he relies on his team to get him the ball.
Yeah,
the highest scoring he had was 37. Nope, that's minutes. He had 42, 40, and 30 in the 3 consecutive games.
Yeah, I would bet under, and then I would say I saw this morning, the stats on Marcus Smart guarding Steph Curry. I believe Steph Curry is a 36% shooter.
Yeah.
With Marcus Smart guarding him and 30% three-point shooter. Now, I bet those numbers aren't going to be that low in the NBA Finals, but it just goes to show that Marcus Smart is the type of player that can make life difficult on Curry. And I don't think Poole's going to get 40 in a game.
No, I do not either. All right, give me your prediction and give me the games. Also, Tolos, 877-881-1053.
I'll say 10 for each team whenever it comes to technical fouls.
Okay.
Or
I'm more concerned about
fouls.
the outcome.
Okay.
I don't have any kind of numbers.
You don't think there's going to be 10 flagrant fouls for each team?
Golden State in 6. And they win the last 2 games. I think it's tied at 2.
Okay.
After 4. And for some weird reason, I think it's going to be splits at both places. I think Golden State.
The Celtics have won 7 road games already in the playoffs.
I think Golden State wins tonight. Then Boston wins. Then Golden State wins. Then Boston wins. Then Golden State. So that's going to be my prediction. Don't bet on it. I'm not putting money on it. But I am saying Golden State in 6, tied at 2 after 4, which would be hopefully a great series where we're actually seeing the last 3 minutes matter in a basketball game.
Corey,
I think Warriors win the opener, and then I think Boston wins out in 6.
Okay,
it's gonna be tough for them to close out because I don't know if they know how to do it right yet.
Do you think that? I think tonight.
I think they probably to win it are going to need to benefit from an injury also because that's what they like the entire time they've been on this run. An injury has helped them along the way.
I felt like, and this was a shocker to Dallas, and they never overcame it, and they're just better. Golden State just better, but I felt like the pace that Golden State played at shocked Dallas on, oh crap, they're playing really fast and at home. And if you look at Boston's more athletic than the Dallas Mavericks. They're deeper than the Dallas Mavericks, but Brooklyn doesn't play at a super fast pace. Milwaukee at times does, but they were a little bit limited with Middleton being out. And then I wouldn't say watching the Miami Heat, they're more of a grinded out team than a fast paced team.
Right.
So I think sometimes when you go against a team that all of a sudden plays up and down as quick as Golden State does, at times you're like, oh crap, we are used to kind of this playoff basketball being a slower tempo.
Now, this is really interesting to me. The favorite for specific outcome is Celtics win 4-2.
Okay.
But then the next 3 outcomes are all in favor of the Warriors, and the Warriors are favored in the series. But Celtics 4-2 is the most likely predicted outcome. If the Warriors take it 4-2, that's a plus 475. I'm going to say Celtics 4-3. Celtics take it down in 7. But yeah,
wow.
So
you're scared to say that Jason Tatum can sweep them.
Yeah, for sure. But that is not a reflection. That's not a reflection on Jason Tatum as much as the Warriors are a really good team. Okay. I would be stunned if either one of these teams got swept. But
yeah, how much of a Duke fan you are.
I'll tell you what. I'm a Duke fan of this draft. I watched that Trevor Keels.
You
know, it's interesting because there's better players on Duke, but dude, That dude is freaking. He's built like Ezekiel Elliott at
He
6'4".
can play point guard.
He is built like a truck. You know what you will like about him? His best asset right now is his defense. He is a good defender. But you're right. He is built like a truck. When you said like not like direct replacement, when you were like, oh yeah, maybe you'd like kind of replace Jalen Brunson if you did something else. I was like, man, he is so much like, I know they have some of the same skill set. He is so much bigger than Jalen Brunson just as a
19
human.
years old, that big.
Yeah.
And he's not fat at all.
No. He is built like a man.
Trevor Kills reminds me of Desmond Bain, Louis Dort, who you mentioned yesterday. And then I put this and I said, look, Landry Locker called me out on it on Twitter. I said, look, it's only a 1% chance because I watched about 30, 45 minutes of Trevor Kills last night and about 20 minutes of Walker Kessler, Auburn center. And I was like, dude, could he be the Joe Dumars to kind of.
Oh my gosh.
No,
that is a
that's
lofty.
But if he stayed in school 2 more years, which nobody ever does anymore, what could Trevor Kills be if he started becoming the main guy?
And I thought he might because there was a cut in the season where Trevor Keels just disappeared and he got benched.
Yeah.
But then when the games mattered the most, they brought him back up, and he was probably their second best player behind Banchero in that Final Four game. Like he kept them in that game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which NFL wide receiver on a new team will have the most impact or the biggest season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, you've heard. what to think, but if you're thinking about diamonds, you should be thinking the Diamond Factory. They are a 5th generation diamond cutter and the export authority when it comes to diamonds. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Go see them being cut right in front of your eyes. If she loves rose gold or platinum or yellow gold custom design rings, think Diamond Factory. They've had to expand their showroom yet again to meet the demand. Take advantage of their expert knowledge and get a great deal. Call them at 987-980-8700 or thediamondfactory.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Rubin & Associates. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Which NFL wide receiver on a new team will have the most impact or perhaps the biggest season? 877-881-1053. Now, we are less than 100 days away from the start of the NFL regular season, so huzzah for that. But you knew I had to work that in today, short show or not.
Because you're a big Shaq fan.
Isn't that Shazam? All right, so a lot of the most elite wide receivers we've ever seen move in an offseason, right?
Yes.
And that
I've never seen this many guys get traded and they were up for contracts and they didn't get their contracts from their team. Never seen anything like that before.
Absolutely. And so you have so many questions, whether it's Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, Marquise Brown, Robert Woods, Christian Kirk. Like, the list goes on and on and on. Tyreek Hill. Who is it for y'all? Because I have to admit, and I know this answer might have been dumb, I was thinking about Christian Kirk quite a bit. And I know he's not like...
What?
Hear me out.
Oh, because he went to A&M?
No, well, I mean, sure. That is a logical argument. And what a way for me to start with my biases and be like, man, you know what I think is going to be awesome is Tatum from Duke and Christian Kirk from A&M. Is like, Trevor Lawrence, I still believe, is going to be really, really good. And he said, and he's talked about how he's already got a rapport with Christian Kirk, and the opportunities are going to be there for him to excel. And I wonder if this is Christian Kirk's step into the spotlight, because whatever Devontae Adams,
in your face, LaVisca Chenault.
Yes, whatever.
You stink.
Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, is it fair to say, like, they won't do anything statistically that you're like, wow, I can't believe it? You'd be like, well, of course I knew they could do that. I wonder if Christian Kirk can at least step out statistically from where he's been.
Statistically, I can say that I don't think that Devontae Adams, I mean, what he did with Aaron Rodgers is elite.
Yes.
What he's going to do with Derek Carr, probably elite too.
Yeah.
But I think the impact that he can make is the difference in winning a game and not. And that's what the Raiders have needed for so long. So I know that, like, the statistic impact might not be there, but I think there are going to be times in games where he's the difference. And whether it's because Darren Waller gets wide open because Devontae Adams took two secondary players with him or whatever it is, he's going to make that type of an impact on the Raiders team. His stats might even go down a little bit.
Yeah.
But because they have to respect him, that's the difference there.
And there'll be higher profile situations by a mile. Like, I don't envision Jacksonville being like, oh, if they win this game, they're going to get, probably like the 6th pick. Instead of whatever.
But Tyreek Hill,
sorry.
10th.
I have no clue how Tua is going to feed all those guys. Like, they have so many talented receivers.
Softly.
That's going to be very easily catchable football. I don't know how they're going to come up with the plays to get the stats to blow up. Because it seems like, well, we found this mismatch today, and today it's Jalen Waddle's day, and today is Tyreek, and that's what happened in Kansas City, right? Today's Kelsey's day. Some days it was everybody's day, though. I have no clue how Tua is going to be able to distribute the ball to all those players. But I think Devontae Adams can make an impact, not statistically, just by being on the field. I think a huge impact, though, is Marquise Brown leaving Baltimore. Not going to the Cardinals as much as it is leaving Baltimore. Not that he was a great receiver for them or that Lamar Jackson, and he exposed everybody. But I think now it is the Rashad Bateman show.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a huge impact on them if Lamar Jackson can find him open and make plays downfield with him rather than panicking and taking off running.
Mike?
I mean, I liked your pick with Sensei Lawrence throwing the ball to Captain Kirk. Huh?
I should have known.
What do you think?
Should have known.
Does that work?
Yes. No, I like that actually quite a bit. Very topical about a show that I like quite a bit.
It's obviously Tolbert, the third-round pick.
No, that is not an option. These are players that switch NFL teams, not just that you got to an NFL team.
James Washington.
That is, no, that's not one of them.
That is a terrible selection. I really thought you were going to say, who's going to stink is Amari Cooper. Is the Cowboys got rid of him for a reason. I thought for sure that you were going to say that from these 6'8".
I just can't wait till, honestly, to that point. I still think that Baker Mayfield's going to have to be passing the ball in week 1 in Cleveland.
Okay, I'm intrigued by this because I think it's Mary Kay Cabot or other people as well that seem convinced that even if he's on the team, they are not going to play him. Like, I get that he would be the better option if Deshaun Watson was suspended, but they seem convinced that one way or another, he is not going to play for the Browns anymore. But if he did, the Browns become must-watch TV. Like, they might already be because of Deshaun Watson, but if Baker Mayfield is going out there and you're like, is he playing for everybody else? Is he going to go into business for himself? Like, what's going to happen?
I got a question, Mike.
I do think Devontae Adams, by the way, is going to put up the best numbers out of all these guys.
Would you rather have Tua in Miami or Baker in Miami?
That's a great question. I was thinking about that. I think they are similar in one aspect where they're limited as quarterbacks. I think they're right now at best average quarterbacks in the NFL, at best. And you're hoping if you have Tua that he's better. Wherever Baker lands in his career, you're hoping he's better than that. Tua, I don't think, brings the issues that Baker brings to a team.
Okay.
So I will lean towards Tua being less maintenance, even though Tua did admit, which doesn't help me out here, that he didn't care to study a playbook or really know much of it his first year in Miami, which, hey, he might not be the talker and the disruptor that Baker is, but he also might not want to learn the game as much.
Yeah.
And maybe Baker doesn't either, but like that's it. My issue with Tua is you are limited as an athlete. You are limited as a thrower. And look, I know you guys don't like him, but Tom Brady did say, I knew this. I was limited going into the NFL, especially being next to Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe was arguably the best arm in the NFL in the mid-90s to the early 2000s. So that's why he was the number 1 overall pick, took the worst team in the NFL in 1993, and they were in the Super Bowl in 1996. So Drew Bledsoe did have a whole bunch of talent. And he said, here's the deal. I got to outwork all these guys because I'm never going to out-talent all of these guys. And so if Tua looked at it and said, I'm never going to out-talent Josh Allen in my own division, it'll be impossible. Tua, you'll never have more talent than that guy. You'll never have more talent than Justin Herbert. You'll never have more talent than Burrow. You'll never have more talent than Mahomes. I'm just naming your conference right now. Arguably, you're the same talent as Mac Jones in your own division. But are you going to outwork these guys? Are you going to outstudy these guys? Right now, I'm not betting on Tua to outwork and outstudy those guys. That way he can level the playing field the way Tom Brady felt like, if I'm going to level the playing field being a 6th round pick, and I know that Tua wasn't, but I don't know if Tua has that in him to level the playing field.
Do you think a conversation takes place where all of the stakes are laid out for him, where they're like, we got you all of the help, this is your shot? Like with Tua.
I think his agent needs to let him know that.
Okay. Is that...
If I was his agent...
How honest are agent conversations with players?
It's tough because sometimes agents just say you're the greatest thing ever, but then negotiation-wise, right? If you're Tua's agent, you know that if Tua wins 11 games this year, and let's just say they win a wild card game, I have a tough time seeing that they're going to be better than Buffalo. But let's just say they go 11-6, make the playoffs, and Tua does throw for close to 4,000 yards and close to 30 touchdowns. Tua, man,
he's getting love.
We're asking for $40 million a year.
Yeah, and he's probably going to get it.
Like, I mean, if I'm his agent, I say, Tua, you go out there and you do this, I'll get you a $200 million contract.
Yeah.
If You go out there and you throw for 3,000 yards and 20 touchdowns, they're going to try to replace you, and now I'm struggling to find you a job in the NFL as a starting quarterback. That's what's on the line for Tua this year. Because Miami, with everything that they did, as Corey laid out, if Tua can't lead them to 11 or more wins, they're going to try to replace him in the offseason. And then if you're another team, how excited are you to bring in Tua if you're like, dude, could we get a better combo than what he had receiver-wise and all the things that they brought in? It's going to be tough to put that in place, and he couldn't succeed with that. We can't bring him in here and expect anything more than 8 or 9 wins.
The A.J. Brown, I am kind of curious what you think about A.J. Brown going to the Eagles, or is it just because it's Jalen Hurts? Okay, interesting.
I hate it.
I do too.
When that deal got made, I said S. Because...
Loudly? Oh, you were emceeing a kids thing that night, too. That's amazing that you said that in front of all those kids.
Internally.
Okay, gotcha.
Having worked at a daycare and here really helped me out for that. But it's kind of what you were going with the Tua principle. Let's say the Tua principle is exactly the same as the Jalen Hurts principle. All right, if you don't think he's that great, well, guess what's going to make him better? Putting elite weapons around him. Like, it's not going to make him worse.
Right.
And so
it should help, for sure.
Putting elite weapons, that makes me concerned because you know what? It looks like the Eagles are trying to do. And I think this is the problem that some people...
What the Cowboys did?
Yeah, well, you know what? If you think about it, it's the problem that some people have with the Cowboys offseason. And I'm not saying that Dak and Jalen Hurts are the same before we get to all of that. But some people think that the Cowboys are deficient at quarterback. And what do? They send away Amari Cooper. Some people think that Jalen Hurts is deficient at quarterback. And what do the Eagles do? They bring in A.J. Brown. Like, that's the difference right there, is they're like, we're going to try to give you more weapons. And then the Cowboys were like, this guy doesn't fit into our system, so we're going to do this. And it could turn out great, and I hope it does. And I hope Michael Gallup heals up and he's ready to break out. I hope Tolbert is a great draft pick.
I hope CeeDee Lamb turns into Devontae Adams, and it's like he's a mismatch with everybody.
Yes, all of those things. But the Eagles are also going about it by being like, let's just bring in somebody awesome, which is a hard strategy to argue against if you're a quarterback. You'd be like, yes, I also support bringing in the awesome people.
The Robert Woods move, like, he was really good with the Rams. I don't know what to expect, like, because that offense, McVay, the way he builds it, the way he does things, that's a great move. But I just don't know if him going to the Titans is Ryan Tannehill's like saving grace right there.
Just real quick, Mike, think about the fascination of some of these moves. Like, tell me what all of these quarterbacks have in common, because it feels like they're all kind of in this echelon of like, either I think they're okay and they could be better, or maybe they could break through. Because you think about it, Derek Carr, Jalen Hurts. Well, before it was Baker Mayfield, I know with Deshaun Watson, that complicates the whole thing. Kyler Murray, Ryan Tannehill, Trevor Lawrence. These are all people who are not necessarily in the elite of the elite, but some of them people are like, they can be or they will be. I think it's interesting that all of these quarterbacks seem like kind of in that same space. Not exactly the same space, but they're all kind of in that same space.
I'm going to ask you guys a real quick question. I know we're out of time because we didn't bring him up, but he does go to arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. In his second year, Juju Smith-Schuster caught 111 passes for 1,426 yards and 7 touchdowns. Does he get back to that player in Kansas City?
I don't think so, because I think when you saw that he had the opportunity to be this like the straight number one wide receiver, he's not that guy.
Yeah.
So we need Sky Moore to turn out amazing, and then I think he can be ultra productive again. I mean, look, I'm inclined to just defer to whatever Kansas City does and be like, that'll probably work out. You got Patrick Mahomes throwing you the ball.
Yeah, I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's going to be really, really good.
All of a sudden he's going to be really good, and we're going to be like, oh. And then, now, not that Tyreek Hill's great. Don't get me wrong. He can't do what Tyreek Hill could do. But I just wonder, he's going to be kind of looked upon as a major asset for Kansas City this year. And he did have, last year he was hurt, but the year before he did have 97 catches for 831 yards. So maybe somewhere in between 1,400 and 831. And then he had 9 touchdown catches.
I think he can get 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns, which for what they signed him for.
Yeah.
They'd be fine with
maybe a couple 84-yard touchdowns that he gets like from within 15 yards, but takes 84 yards.
That sounds absolutely like a possibility. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschak.
Tough loss for the Rangers, but let's talk about the positives next.
Coming up in the next
segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish, the Texas Authority in barricade rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, let's talk about the positives. John Gray was awesome yesterday. 7 innings, 12 Ks, 3 hits, 1 run, and I believe he gave up the run. Well, I know he did. He gave up the run in the 7th inning. For some reason, I was thinking, did it get into the 8th where he pitched? But no, he gave up the run in the 7th inning. But 7 innings, 1 run. This is the guy who's supposed to lead your team, and I'm not saying he will because Martin Perez is the best pitcher in baseball this year.
But did you kind of feel like we needed this from him?
Because we were talking about, right, they're 24-24, but look at Marcus Simeon's overall numbers. Look at John Gray's overall numbers. And yes, Seager has the home runs, but he's not having the batting average as you're usually thinking of a 280 to 300 hitter, which he hasn't been this year.
Did you know those two struck out a combined 5 times yesterday?
Yeah, it wasn't the best. Hitting wasn't great yesterday. But here's always the weird deal in yesterday's game. John Gray, once again, that is great news. If he gets it going, he's using his changeup more, which he's more of a 2-pitch pitcher than I thought. When we interviewed him, he did talk about using more like 3-4 pitches, but when you've watched him this year, he's pretty much been fastball slider.
Yeah.
And when you're a starting pitcher, it's a little bit difficult to just throw 2 pitches unless you have 2 dominating pitches. You
get guys out,
Right, because you're going to face a guy at least a second time, if not at times a third time. So it's good to have 2 off-speed pitches to go with, hopefully, a good command of your fastball. That being said, they go extra innings last night. They lose in 11, and here's always the weird stat. Dennis Santana, 2 innings pitched, 2 runs, 0 earned runs. But there's no errors because you do not get earned runs in extra innings.
Second base.
So it's just a weird deal, if that makes sense, right? Because
you can get earned runs, right? Just not from that guy on second base.
Yeah.
The ghost runner?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's really there.
How did he get there, though?
Well, they
do call him the ghost runner.
Okay.
Which is great.
That's just, I feel
Jared
like
calls him zombie runner.
Okay. I just feel like that's different than like a kid's concept of ghost runner on second. But yes, no, you're right. You're right.
Okay. So real quick, guys, I'm going to give you my opinion, and then I think you guys will have a similar opinion to this, but there are people who don't like it. I love the runner on second base, and I don't want it to go away. I don't want it in playoff baseball. Playoffs shouldn't be decided by a free runner on second base. But 162 games, I don't mind last night, which it was a long game for 9 innings. It was about a 3-hour, 20-minute, 9-inning game. And usually when you have 2-2 after 9, you're not looking at a 3.5-hour, 9-inning situation. But I'm like, this game needs to end.
Yeah.
And the way teams were swinging, I don't know if the game would have ended. It might have gone a 5-hour game. And I get like, yeah, that's how it's always been determined. But I do like throwing a runner out there on second base in the regular season.
Do you think it's the same crowd likely that didn't like the 7-inning doubleheader games? Because like that's not the way the game is supposed to be.
Yeah, and I do think those are a little bit different. I do think overall, I don't mind the 7-inning doubleheader, but I do see where, those last 2 innings, a lot of things can happen. Look at yesterday's Ranger game, right? The Rangers win if it's a 7-inning game. Now, I know there was no doubleheader, but I can see where, man, those last 2 innings can mean a lot. I can remember going from high school to professional ball and going, damn, those 8th and 9th innings make this game a lot different than a 7-inning, high school game. Another positive that I didn't mention, Sam Huff hits a home run and he crushed the ball. He hit it. Getting the ball into the second deck into left field is no easy task at that new stadium.
And not to backtrack too much, but the question you were asking is, I do support the ghost runner on second base in the regular season. I think it's totally fine, even though it didn't work out for us last night.
I am supporting of it too, except for my buddy who was texting me all late in that last night. He was like, why can't they just end this game? Why can't the Rangers just finish them off? Well, I was like, well, because they got to 500.
Well, they
so
did end
here's
the game.
Here's the deal, though. I don't think you can get any earned runs because...
Oh, even the secondary runners?
Well, listen, because I was like, wait a second, because it says 2 runs, none earned. So here's how
I've misunderstood that then.
The inning goes is it goes, runner on second base, but Diaz was hit by a pitch.
Okay.
And when you get the double, only one guy scored on it. Sorry, it was 3-3. So I was like, wait a second. Like, didn't that count as so if the runner from second scores, it's not an earned run, everything else is.
Yeah.
Because I was like, how did he give up 2 runs? But he did give up a run in the 10th and a run in the 11th.
That makes more sense.
And the Rangers did have an opportunity. They had bases loaded with 2 outs, but you got to fly out to left field there to end the inning. But so Rangers lose. They play today at 1 p.m. to finish off this Rays series. And by the way, I mean, the Rangers are just playing great. I expect for them to win today. It's really weird on how the season has progressed. Now you're like, well, okay, we lost a game. That's fine. Like I don't know if we're better than the Rays. They're 29-21, but without Wander Franco there, the way they've played these 3 games, I feel like the Rangers are the better team.
Yeah, which is super encouraging. Man, you know what's really interesting is how much people have gotten more fired up about the Rangers again. I'm sure you all saw it. Yes, I actually do kind of agree with that. Is how many people were like texting and tweeting and stuff about like, oh, they're going to do it. They're going to be above 500 now. Like people seemed excited this early in the season, which is a great sign.
Man, what Peyton pointed out this morning, by the way, since Reggie's not here, is
Listen
that if
to the Get Right tonight.
The Rangers exactly. If the Rangers win and get back to 500 today, guess what happens? I was right twice. I appreciate Peyton with his positive.
So do you want them just to keep losing, but then winning the next one, losing, and then winning the next one?
I predicted Peyton them to win 81 games this year. So if they finish it at 500, I would be the most right I've ever been about anything. So and I would have felt like I helped them the entire year.
That is an interesting point.
How many games did they win last year?
60.
Yeah, so I would if they finish that, I would feel like I helped them to get to 21 games over what they did last year.
Oh.
So looking at power rankings,
I don't know if Mike agrees with that.
I do. I agree. Looking at power rankings, I think this is a sign that people are taking the Rangers seriously. The Rangers are now 16th in power rankings. Now, I know that they have about the 13th to 14th best record in Major League Baseball.
That's still a big jump.
The week before, they were 23rd. So they took a jump up in ESPN's power ratings up from 23 to 16. So I see that as a big positive there, that the Rangers are now considered a middle-of-the-road team in Major League Baseball. And my last baseball nugget is audio that I didn't know about this. Mike Trout was the commissioner of the Tommy Fan Jock Peterson League. Did you guys have an idea when this whole thing was like, when Jock was talking and like, oh, you know, he talked really softly about that. Like, man, you got punched in the face and you're talking like a softie. Like, and he probably kicked my butt. But here is Mike Trout on his thoughts on being the commissioner of the crazy baseball fantasy league. That's football.
It's just one of the things that, everybody's competitive. Everybody loves fantasy football. Who doesn't? So.
Have you been caught off guard because it's like a week-long story now?
I think it's you guys dragging it on. So, I talked to Tommy, I talked to Jock, everybody in that was part of it. We're just passionate about fantasy football. So.
You still resign this reason?
What's that? Am I going to resign? I haven't made that decision. I don't know. Every commissioner I know always gets booed. So. No, but it's like I said, Tommy and everybody in that was involved in that. Very passionate about fantasy football. I think a lot of people, put their hearts to it. I do too. I lost that league, so.
Did Jack break the rules? Now, you're the commissioner, so do the last word.
I'm not answering the question.
By the way, how often have you heard Mike Trout talk?
Like 3
Not
times.
a lot.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like you think about how much you've heard, like NFL players or NBA players.
I heard
and
he
how
loves Jim
marketable that is.
Cantore and wants to be a weatherman.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah.
And then I heard he was a Philly fan, and I was like, okay, I'm out on him.
Out.
Let me ask you guys this real quick. Mike Trout right now, according to MLB.com, they had a vote for who's the MVP after 2 months.
Sure.
He got 27 first place votes. Aaron Judge got 20 first place votes in the American League. But the odds are right now you would make more money if you bet on Mike Trout. It's 4.25 to 1, and Aaron Judge is 3.3 to 1. Now, I think why. It looks like the Yankees are on pace to win over 100 games. I don't know if they'll keep that pace, but they would probably be the number one seed in the American League. He would be on the best team. Right now, the Angels are struggling. They're struggling to win games again. They're going to have a tough time making the playoffs. Do you guys think if they have similar numbers that they will pick Aaron Judge over Mike Trout being a Yankee and being on the best team in the American League over Mike Trout?
Absolutely.
Me too.
They love it.
So you would put $100 to win $330 on Aaron Judge, or you could put right now $100 on Mike Trout to win $425.
The only thing,
and also, do you think Aaron Judge? I know we've had Mike Trout injury.
Stay healthy.
Aaron
I don't.
Judge can.
I was just about to say that.
I think you should. I think I don't have a place to bet here, but I think putting $100 on Mike Trout right now is a pretty good
value
bet.
It's a better value bet
over Aaron Judge, who has. It's tougher for him to win. By the way, Jose Ramirez is 12-1. So if you really thought like he could do it, he's in third place. By the way, Shohei Ohtani actually has the best odds. He's 2.1-1.
Yeah,
he's considered fourth right now in the voting.
Isn't this the year of back-to-back MVPs?
And by the way, Rafael Devers, we're out of time, but Rafael Devers is 20-1. I think he might be one of the most underrated players in the game. He's batting 341 right now.
I have an amazing rookie card of his I'll have to show you at some point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which NFL player are you ready to give up on? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, well, let's talk about men.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Which NFL player are you ready to give up on? 877-881-1053. Maybe you're going to give up on them because you thought they were going to be good and they're probably never going to be in the league in an impact that matters. Or maybe they were good, but you think that time has come and gone and it's time for everybody to move on with your life. Who is the NFL player you're ready to give up on?
Well, Mike, and the reason this comes up is
tell me.
I'm afraid that I'm ready to give up on DeAndre Hopkins, who has been one of my favorite receivers in the league for years. All right. Like this dude, he catches everything. He's had to deal with crummy quarterbacks almost his entire career, even when he got to Arizona. And that, and now he's got this suspension on him. Plus he wasn't there for part of the season last year. So like, it's just all this stuff is starting to build up to where his prime happened. And is his prime almost over? I love the receiver because of the toughness that this guy has. But now I think there's this other part, and this also has some fantasy, stuff going along with it too. There are so many other good receivers out there to support, and you see the card world, receivers aren't loved anyway. But Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Jalen Waddle, all these young receivers that are coming into the league ready and active immediately. It just looks like they're starting to take over, and I just don't know if DeAndre Hopkins can be back to what he was, missing as much football as he is.
Do you think, I'm going to ask you this on DeAndre Hopkins, because I am a big fan of his, and I'll tell you why I'm a big fan of his, is because I met him in San Francisco during Super Bowl week in the courtyard. Yeah, we ate. We didn't really eat lunch with him, but we were in the same line and then kind of sat at the same table, and he was really cool to us. And so I became kind of a fan of DeAndre Hopkins, and right now he has 10,581 yards. Now that puts him in there's 50 wide receivers / tight ends in the history of football who have caught for 10,000 yards. So, I mean, he's already in somewhat of an elite status. If he can have 5,000 more yards in his career, approximately, he gets to 7th all time in receiving yards in the history of football. Only 6, Tony Gonzalez, Isaac Bruce, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, Larry Fitzgerald, and Jerry Rice are the only receivers in the history of football, and I know one's a tight end, to have 15,000 yards in their career. That he's I would assume he's going to get to that number. Or am I wrong? Do you think he's just going to?
I think Corey's trying to say.
I hear what you're saying, and that's why I'm asking this question: is
how many years do you think he has left? Because he's 29 right now.
I would say 5.
I was going to say to get there, you probably have to do 4, right? At the current pace.
And how many games is he suspended? 4, 6? Or
6.
6, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's 29 right now, and he's, so actually, he will be 30 in 4 days.
Okay.
So, that's the other part.
So this year he's going to play at 30. So I would guess at most 5 years.
Okay. And if he can be at that elite level that he typically is, man, that's the thing. But he's missing 6 games here. I think it's going to, if he hangs on like Frank Gore and just keeps showing up to places, if he does what AJ Green's doing, maybe he can get there. But I don't know if this is going to be the compilation of, man, I've missed all this time. And it takes so much work to get back to where I was.
Did you bring up that name because today is the official ceremony for Frank Gore to sign his fake one-day contract and retire with the 49ers?
I will admit nothing.
Is there a monetary value on those one-day contracts?
I don't know.
Do you think there should be?
I think there should.
Can you sign a contract for $0?
I think you could. Is it like $1? Do they sign it? Yeah. Oh man.
What do you guys feel like is
Why are you calling me?
What do you guys feel like is a good year in receiving touchdowns? Where you're like, man, that was awesome.
It used to be like 12.
Isn't that weird?
And now the number feels like if you get 8, you had a decent year.
How many guys?
And if you got double 14, figures. It's great.
How many guys do you think have 100 receiving touchdowns in their career or more?
13.
I know Jerry Rice is one of them.
Well, he has 197. He has the most. He also has
over
22,000 yards.
I'll say
Larry Fitzgerald has 17,000 yards, and Jerry Rice caught 5,000 more yards than he did.
Okay, so...
And by the way, Randy Moss, I'll just give you the second. He has 156, and Jerry Rice has 197. and he played in a little bit of a different era of passing.
So about 10
is exact.
Oh!
Rice, Moss, Owens, Carter, Harrison, Fitzgerald, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, Tim Brown, and Steve Largent are the 10 people who have ever caught 100 touchdown passes in their career.
Man, that's a pretty impressive list. And Kevin, you always hated Michael Irvin, who never got to 100. So that was
not true.
Isn't that weird if you're in that category and some of those people struggled to make the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Yes.
Tim Brown struggled to make the Hall of Fame.
That's what people think of the receiver. Like for the longest time, Mike, they were like, well, running back's all that matters with quarterback, right? And now it's becoming wide receiver is a key, but it feels like it's more of a dime a dozen on wide receivers, unless you're a wide receiver anemic team, and you're like, well, we need to get one of those.
There's
guys.
only 30 in the history of the NFL who've caught 80 touchdown passes or more. In the whole history of the NFL,
So are
only
you telling
30
me I just
people.
need to reevaluate my thoughts on season-to-season touchdowns? Be like,
Yeah,
hey,
if you caught 8 touchdown passes a year for 10 years, which doesn't seem like a lot.
No.
You become one of the 30 greatest receiving touchdown guys in the history of the NFL.
You know what? There's a lot of numbers I need to reevaluate in football, because whenever somebody gets to 1,000 yards, people are like, wow, I had a 1,000-yard season. I was like, that's 60 yards a game.
You'd be right there with Steve Smith Sr. and Art Powell.
And see, like, I think
I don't know who.
I think Mike Evans
played from 59 to 68.
I think Mike Evans and like Devontae Adams might get to 100. Okay, and I don't know. I really don't know what the production with Devontae Adams is going to be like with Derek Carr. I'm very interested to see it. But Aaron Rodgers is an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, surprisingly, has been a very good receiver for what? Is he 10 years in now? And like he puts up touchdown numbers. I think they might have the opportunity within the next couple of years. I think they're like 25 away from being at like the 100 area. So and those guys are like premier receivers of this era right now. And they're still that far away.
You want me to contradict my 17-0 season for the Cowboys?
Oh, here he goes.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Okay.
You're ready to give up?
Look, from the 5.61, I've long since given up on Zeke, but does that count? I think it's fair. And you know what? We talk about Dak. We should not undersell the passion that Zeke brings to these conversations, because there are people who are like that all the time. They're like, oh my God, how does everyone in the universe not see that Zeke is done as a high level player? And then you'll have just as hard pushback as like, you people are idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not see? Like, I had somebody the other day that was starting an argument with me that was like, how you don't see that he's one of the best 3 backs in football is I can't understand it. I'm like, what?
He is one of the best 3 on the Cowboys, without a doubt.
That is
and
true.
If you argue that, you're wrong.
I will not. And I was like, he was 38th in the league last year in yards per carry. And they're like, well, don't worry about that. Look at all these other things. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? So he brings a lot of passion. I think his days of being elite have been done, are done, will continue to be done.
I think the tough thing about Ezekiel Elliott is even if you open up a hole for him, because a lot of people would argue, I think your Zeke fans would say, well, the offensive line doesn't help him. All right. You can't tell me every time he touches the ball that there's never a hole, but somehow we accidentally open up holes for Tony Pollard.
Yes.
Here's the issue with Zeke, and this is why he's kind of done as a guy who should be a number 1 running back. And what I mean by that is he should be a backup running back. And I think he has 3-4 more years left in the NFL as a backup running back. Is I open up the hole. For 5 yards, he doesn't get touched. How many more yards do you believe Zeke's going to get after 5 yards of not getting touched?
1, 2.
And I think 5 more. I think that he can, because there's going to be a linebacker or a safety or a cornerback or maybe a defensive end starts kind of shedding his block and starts working backwards. Now, Tony Pollard. For 5 yards, Tony Pollard doesn't get touched, and now somebody is kind of making contact with him or looking like he's going to make contact. What do you believe Tony Pollard can do now in that situation that you've opened up a hole big enough where 5 yards he hasn't been touched?
He can take it.
He can take it 75 yards. He can take it 100 yards. I know that's a lot, but
so you're willing to pay Tony Pollard?
No. But what I'm saying is that's why Zeke isn't very good anymore. Is every once in a while you open up a hole for him and you're like, great run, first down on 1 carry. But that's all he can get is a first down on that carry. He can't be a threat for really anything more. And so I've taken up too much time, and I know we're still going 17-0, and Zeke's running for 3,000 yards, but it's Zeke Elliott.
Okay, all right, that's a good one, Kevin. I don't disagree with Mike. I'm kind of in that mode of what do I use him for, and the commitment that he made, great, and he stayed committed. I don't know if you saw him at the camps. He's still in the shape. He didn't gain weight this offseason. He's still in the shape that he was in. But can the PCL injury that he had last season, did it heal? Are we going to have more of those pop up? Because he was a really good receiver in the first, or running back in the first half of the season, and then it fell apart for him. I think I could see you. I don't know. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think another running back might be on the list for you.
I actually have two running backs.
Barkley, one of them.
Saquon Barkley is one of them. The other one is Christian McCaffrey. I
thought about him.
I don't understand. We did this story, I don't know, a month or so ago. It was the Bills wanted to trade for Christian McCaffrey, and the Panthers are like, oh, heavens, we could not possibly trade Christian McCaffrey. Why? First of all, you're not going anywhere. Second of all, Christian McCaffrey's not getting you anywhere because he's probably going to get hurt. The fact that the Bills saw a need for him, I was like, well, at least I could see how the Bills were good without him, and with him, maybe they could be even better. But Barkley and McCaffrey were the two guys that I was all in on. And somebody argued with me, and it looks like they were right. When I was like, well, Barkley is clearly going to be better than Zeke, because after his first year, I was like, holy crap, this kid is amazing. Mm-hmm. But then guess what? He broke down way sooner than Zeke. And so Zeke has had a way more productive career than Barkley. And so Barkley and McCaffrey, I'm out on them as elite level players. I think they can be fine, and I think they'll have a game where you're like, oh my gosh, Christian McCaffrey caught 10 passes, ran for 150 yards, but then he'll be out for the next 3 weeks. I think those two are done as that's who I'm done with.
From the 469, Pollard can't be a 3-down back.
Based on what? Well, how do you know?
Here's the other thing, too. What is a 3-down back anymore?
I don't want him to be.
Yeah.
I don't either.
We should draft next year in your 2nd through 4th round. We should probably draft. Pollard might not be here either.
Yes.
But really, the best way to use running backs to keep them fresh is somebody rushes the ball approximately 15 times. The other guy rushes the ball 8 to 10 times.
Yes.
Approximately. And that's your running back situation.
I would be fine with that. From the 214 LVE and Tyrant from the 972. This one's interesting. I want to do something about this tomorrow, actually. I'm giving up on Lamar, not because of him, but because the Ravens refuse to ever give him weapons, man. Tomorrow, I want to say, who's the player that you're still invested in, even though other people have given up on him?
Man, Bobby Belt, he was taking shots at Lamar Jackson the other day.
Somebody just said Deshaun Watson. And I could totally see it. He hasn't played. He had a whole year off, might have another half a season. How good are players whenever they have that much time away from the game? You lose something about what you're able to do. The inconsistency of your schedule. I can see it, but I'm not there yet. I want to see him with this new team and see how he does with his new unit.
And I remain intrigued by when and if he is going to play. I know the situations are so different, but it fascinates me to no end in one sport that not only is Trevor Bauer suspended for essentially 3 years, you don't think he's probably ever going to play again.
I don't think so.
Is the countdown is there for Deshaun Watson. When's he going to play? That fascinates me.
I know that I'm not a Cleveland Browns hater. In fact, I've kind of wanted to root for the Cleveland Browns just so Derek Holland can be happy. And I don't know what happened in all of those rooms during all of those massages. I can't root for Deshaun Watson. There's just too many, to me, my opinion is there's too many women that had too many different interactions with him that didn't seem to go well, to say the least, that I can't root for the Browns. So I don't want for Deshaun Watson to be successful.
Did you see one of the, and this might be nothing, and he might just be ultra generous. We saw, that's the thing. I loved Deshaun Watson when he came into the league because he helped those people after, was it?
I know he has
a lot. Hurricane. Yeah. I can't remember which hurricane, but he paid for 3 of the people to rebuild their houses.
He paid for teams that in the Houston area, high school teams that struggled with jerseys because their school districts didn't have enough money. He has done a lot. It's kind of in a different way. Bill Clinton kind of hid his stuff that he did with women by hiring women into higher positions. Like, look what I do for women. It's like, yeah, look what else you do to women.
And so what? Yes, one of the ladies, he gave her $5,000, and somebody asked her about it, and she goes, "He's just really nice." And so, like, if you're on his side, you're like, he is really nice and he's super charitable and generous all the time. If you don't, you're like, well, that was clearly hush money. And she's just abiding by the hush money. And that's the thing. I hate that these conversations take place, but it fascinates me that everyone's like, well, it's inevitable that he'll get back out on the football field. Okay. Like, you're sure about that. And also, when is that going to be? And to Corey's point, how's he going to react? Because you're going to be in a point where he'll probably be out for a year and a half at that point. Almost 2 years at that point.
And I'll say this. I never really rooted for Ben Roethlisberger.
Yep.
It was like I almost exited him out of my mind. And
you knew that he was there and he was good, but it wasn't like, man, that's the guy I want to cheer for today. It was like, he's really good at what he does. But I agree with you, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I don't want to tell you what to think, Tolos, but if you're thinking about diamonds, let's think about
Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. Or maybe they just write Twitter headlines for ABC News. Now, Peyton brought this to our attention. This is what ABC News tweeted out last night, and it's still up as we speak. Just in, by the way, they posted this at 10 o'clock. So, I don't know, many hours after this had happened.
Yeah, I heard about it on G-Bag, taking my kids to baseball practice in the right around 5 p.m.
So, 5 hours after it happened, just in. Marion Barber III, the former Dallas Cowboys running back who scored plenty of touchdowns without recording a 1,000-yard season, has died. The team said Wednesday. He was 38. What a weird thing to put on there. Just was it Schefter who got crushed for the Haskins tweet? Where he's couldn't catch on in the NFL or whatever it was. And people are come on, dude.
Yeah.
Is this the time?
I agree until I heard Choppy this morning with his potential explanation.
Okay.
It's a compliment. The amount of touchdowns scored, even though he wasn't a 1,000-yard rusher, he was a touchdown machine. And again,
but couldn't that just be who was a touchdown machine?
I can almost guarantee you that whoever wrote that, by the way, Kevin, had no clue who he was.
Yeah.
They somebody in the newsroom probably was just hey, dude, that guy had this without ever having a 1,000-yard rushing. Wow. And that's how that went up. I think I wrote his breakout game. I wrote the feature story on him that day. It was a sidebar. Mickey, when I was working at the Dallas Cowboys website, Mickey said, "Hey, go talk to Marion Barber." And he was like, "By the way, nobody's ever talked to him, so good luck." And I was like, "All right, okay." So I walk up afterwards, and they take me over to him. I'm the only reporter there. And so I have a one-on-one with Marion Barber. Nicest dude I've ever talked to. Kind, soft-spoken, just easy to talk to. Didn't want to talk about himself at all. It was everything was about how great his teammates were and the opportunity he had, and he just had to be ready. All those things went into it. And then afterwards, Todd Archer walks over and was like, "Hey, can I get those quotes from you?" And I was like, "Sure, Todd Archer, whatever you need, man." That was my takeaway was I always rooted for Marion Barber, even as a reporter, because when you, just like we always do with the nice guys, Kevin, I feel like you kind of like them a little more. You're a little more excited about rooting for somebody you deem as a pretty good dude.
No, I think that is, I think that's absolutely
But I
fair.
will say qualify that under the idiot category and do better at writing headlines journalism.
Yes.
Do you agree, Peyton?
I think that is fair.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go.
I don't think you should be negative in any of your headlines when writing about someone who just died.
Can I ask you a question about that then? And I'm with you on that. What about in the article? Because I was kind of flipping through some of the comments.
If you're just mentioning throughout his career and stuff, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if in the article it was he got arrested for this, he got arrested for that. Do you think that's fair game? Because while I was looking through the comments, I did see people were like, how the hell is this still up? But then I also saw other comments that were and there's mention of his arrest and stuff like that. What do you think about that as fair game in the article? Or do you think the article should focus on, hey, he passed away, but if
it's about him dying, then no. But if you want to do an article about his career and stuff, then sure, do it. And then at the end say he passed away. Something like that. I think two different articles should be written there.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
And can that article wait?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I the one time I would say it probably wouldn't wait is if and just for the record, do not know this to be true whatsoever. Is it if he had died of a drug overdose or something like that, or something that had haunted his post-football career, then I don't think it can probably wait. But since we still, as of this morning, there still hadn't been any identified cause of death, then I think I do see the method of which that article can
Okay.
work. I just really wanted to get y'all's thoughts because I was flipping through the comments and I was like, oh, that's fascinating. I hadn't really considered that. Didn't really have to write stories about people who died unexpectedly. Like at the paper is like usually an old-timey coach died and like you knew it was coming and you're like, hey, back in 1958 he invented blah 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 blah. So,
Kevin, I have a question. Is this guy an idiot? Justin Thomas, or are the kids idiots?
ooh, is it the one we know or the golfer?
It's the golfer that we know. Does it make me officially old if I went to the movies last night to see Top Gun, obviously, and was annoyed by the kids talking and making noises during the movie because it really feels like it makes me old? And I remember going to my like 13th Dave Matthews Band concert at whatever the place is called now with the lawn, and like Smirnoff Center. I can't remember.
I want to say Jaxa, but I feel like that's wrong.
I remember going and
Their park
as an adult. Yeah, down there. As an adult, and a kid spilled a beer, and I was like, oh, I'm never sitting in the lawn again. Like I was just like, nah, I'm older than this now, and that was like in my 20s. I was like 30 years old when I did that. Does that make you old that you're annoyed by the little things that are going on where you used to be like, yeah, let's party when you were 20?
I think it depends. Like in Top Gun, it wouldn't bother me as much because like Top Gun was awesome, but like the plot is maybe not the most important thing. Like you have a general idea of how it's playing out, and I want to see.
Don't take shots at Top Gun.
I said it was awesome, but would you also agree? Like if you had to run and go to the bathroom, you would still have the gist of what was going on. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I guess it just matters when you went to the bathroom, though.
Well,
during talking parts, yeah.
See, the fact that you break it up between talking parts and non-talking parts
or talking.
Yeah, like if you miss the part where they're dog fighting, I think you missed something.
Yeah. Oh, but like here, it's like you should skip the talking parts. No, that movie is awesome. But I remember, I think I've told this story before. Am I an idiot or did I just overreact? I had an incident in a theater years ago when I went to go see Black Swan. I know you've heard this story before. All right, Peyton, I don't know if you've ever heard this story.
That you saw.
Never. You tell me if you think I overreacted or not. All right, so I'm sitting there, and Black Swan is a very, as Mike would say, talking heavy movie.
Okay.
And the person in front of me, they decided they were going to have an active texting conversation while the movie was going on. And they're like, every couple seconds, they're taking out their phone. And like this movie is like really dark and like it's like lighting up the theater every time.
They didn't even dim down the lighting on their phone or anything?
No. And so I was like, and so finally I got tired of it and I was like, turn off your phone. And then they put their phone in their pocket and I was like, okay, I think we're good. And all of a sudden, take their phone back out, proceed to write like the longest text message in the history of the world. And so I louder this time, I said, turn off your phone. At which point, they lifted up their right arm and flipped me off. And I decided not to escalate.
Did you ask what the text was about, though?
I did not. Okay. I didn't ask any questions.
Maybe that matters, but...
Because, of course, I did escalate it, Peyton. And so what I actually did was I leaned up in my chair right behind that person, their right ear, and I said... That sure as F better not have been meant for me. They put their arm down, put their phone away, didn't see it again the rest of the movie. Do you think I escalated that situation too much? Or I felt like I tried to ask politely once, less politely the second time, and then they flipped me off.
Seems like a good lean in on that one.
I will say I do respect you more.
Okay.
Proud that you didn't get punched in the face.
Okay.
Now, hold on.
If they did say it was for you, then what?
Then
would you have punched them?
Were you bigger than them?
I probably, what's that?
Were you bigger than them?
You know what I didn't realize until after the movie is there was like 8 of them. And so that probably wouldn't have turned out. But in that moment, you couldn't have told me nothing. Like we've all been in that situation.
You wanted to see the movie.
Yeah.
I like that you say you respect him more for that. Now, do you respect him less for the other time at the movie theater?
Okay, hold on. Do we have to tell that story? I was a jackass for this one.
Ooh, can we tell it?
I don't know if maybe we should hold on to this one until another time.
You can tease it.
Really, because it's a
Forgiveness
pretty
Friday.
long story. Yeah, Forgiveness Friday is probably a perfect opportunity for this. Because I think he's going to lose a little respect for you.
I was in the
for
wrong.
what you did to that kid.
I was in the wrong on this one for sure. I will tell you, I was like 20 years old, and I made a poor decision.
Excuses.
Well,
excuses.
yeah.
From the 817, hell yeah, F them kids, Kevin.
So I didn't feel like I was in the wrong. I felt like I gave him a chance. I felt like I gave him another chance, and then they flipped me off, and I was like,
3 strikes and you're out.
From the 636, my buddy's an idiot. He doesn't think Jennifer Connelly looked good in Top Gun 2. Haven't seen it yet, so I don't know.
for an older gal,
I love Jennifer
she
Connelly.
looked good for sure.
Mike,
Penny?
what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought, I'm
Thumbs
like,
up?
She's 51, Mike.
I'm going to say this whole time, I'm like, that's not the same love interest, but they're acting like it is, but it wasn't. It's the Admiral's daughter.
Yes.
So I'm not giving anything away. So now if you're like me and you haven't seen Top Gun yet and you're like, I'm excited to see it, and then there's this love interest from a while back, it's the Admiral's daughter, which he gets called out on when the Baldy says you guys are going to Top Gun and said you have this demerit on you because you're doing the Admiral's daughter. And that's what Goose is like, oh yeah. And so
How
that's
we
who
don't
that was.
have Mike
married to the
reviews
Admiral?
the movies segment yet. That needs to happen. But yeah,
I love
she's
her.
51 and she looked good in that movie, but for 51, she looked freaking amazing in that movie.
And they had a scene too.
Oh, they did? Is it more him or more
Watching
her?
in slow motion
They played that song during that scene?
No, I was kind of
Well,
sad.
don't say that.
I was kind of sad.
Maybe they did.
Oh yeah, maybe they did.
Oh my gosh, now the suspense is killing me.
Yeah.
I got to go find it on illegal things online so I can watch it.
What?
It was right before they were playing with the boys.
Definitely.
He had to get his testosterone.
Playing with the boys.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here. I hope that did not make the fan cam. I really do. Coming up next, and this is a tough transition because we ripped on the headline, but if you have the positives, let's hear them. It's time for Gridiron Gravy, and what are your memories of Marion Barber? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, your home, your office, your warehouse, your kids. Don't trust them.
Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. Find your roads today at Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with, well, I have to give some praise to Tom Brady because this is pretty incredible. Did you see that in the last year, Tom Brady has made $9.5 million off of NFLPA negotiated deals. And what that means is that's not even his own advertising. These are for like the licensing and marketing things that the NFL does, like video games, trading cards,
the match,
jerseys. Ooh.
Is it PGA or do you think that's an NFL PGA combined kind of thing?
They have some say in that, but like, his closest competitor was Patrick Mahomes at $3.3 million, and Tom Brady made $9.5 million. Like, it is true. That is truly incredible to me. And then obviously he's going to make all the broadcasting money. He made all the money playing football. It seems like he's on track to probably become a billionaire, just like LeBron just became a billionaire. So congratulations.
Good for him, man.
3 comma club.
Having lots of championships. He proves that if you win championships, you can make money.
I do still think that is the easiest thing to sell, is you're a winner.
10 years from now, how many billionaires will there be from just playing sports? Now, I'm not saying he hasn't made $1 billion just in his NBA salary, but that you are an athlete and you made $1 billion primarily on, don't you think Luka 10 years from now could be a billionaire?
Because he's already going to be up to what, 250 million?
Wasn't he saying that he tells Jokic all the time, like, hey, you got to get on Instagram and get the sales? He's always posting his horses, and he's like, you got to use Instagram for other things, use it for the endorsements. And I think Luka sees the. I mean, if
Tatum's 24 and wins a championship this year, I mean, I already know he's Nike, he's Ruffles, he's either Gatorade or Powerade. I know he, has a drink that he does. Like, I just think that once, like, Jason Tatum, 10 to 15 years from now, billionaire.
I guess that is the direction that we're probably moving. And it makes sense to me that LeBron was the first of this group, because clearly he has had an incredible impact on sports, pop culture, and everything.
And that being said, I don't think there'll ever be a billionaire baseball player because there's not much endorsement money there.
Yeah,
nobody's buying baseball shoes except baseball players. Man, it's like you can only use them for one thing.
It'd be awesome if you could get hats, like branded hat kind of things, but everybody wants the team hat. No, because you root for the laundry. You don't root for the player.
Oh my God.
Everybody wants the team hat.
Patrick Mahomes will be a billionaire in 10 years.
Yeah, with his other investments that he has in other sports teams, Kevin. I throw a story in here real quick. According to Barry Jackson, Connor Williams says as of now, his expectation is that he will play center for the Miami Dolphins this year, even though Kevin tried to break him last year.
I mean, he couldn't snap the ball.
After you asked him the question about being afraid of snapping the ball.
Hey, I think I just revealed the flaw in this plan all along. I said, are you worried about snapping the ball? And he said, not really. And then you saw him snap the ball and you realize why I asked that question. I think I revealed the flaw in the Cowboys plan all along.
That's valid.
Now,
Cowboys have no flaws.
Okay, fair enough. But unfortunately, there was sad Cowboys news yesterday. You talked about it, came out during G-Bag, we found out that Marion Barber died at the age of 38. The Cowboys released their statement. We are heartbroken by the tragic death of Marion Barber III. Marion was an old-school, hard-nosed football player who ran with the will to win every down. He had a passion for the game and love for his coaches and teammates. Our hearts go out to Marion's family and friends during this difficult time. Now, something in that statement I really thought about a lot is, I'm sure there was people before, but Marion Barber was one of the people that I reflected on and was like, why isn't that person the starter? You see that in sports all the time when you see flashes of these players.
Yeah, but they used them perfectly because we did start them in the playoff game in 2007, and he ran out of gas a little bit.
But when he started and he was like coming in, rumbling, scoring touchdowns, I was like, man, this guy's really good. Why isn't he there all the time? But you started to see the phase over to the two-back system, and that's what I remember about
Well,
him.
and I would say this, Marion Barber was great for the Cowboys. It was a short amount of time, but was great. And I know this isn't the topic because we're, somewhat eulogizing Marion Barber. If Ezekiel Elliott has any chance of being successful,
You think it's the shift over to?
I think run him in the second quarter and fourth quarter. Marion Barber, I don't know his carries per quarter, but when he was really good with the Cowboys, he might have had 2 carries in the first quarter and 2 carries in the third quarter. But as a team started wearing down, it was like, now bring in this guy who is going to look for contact and just try to destroy guys while they're tired and he's fresh. And I know it shouldn't be this topic, sorry, but I'm like, maybe Ezekiel Elliott can be successful if you use that big guy that way. We're only going to use you when the other team seems tired.
And I saw this, and like, this is just, and I think about this all the time, and I bet other people think about it too. It just makes me so sad. Not only obviously the death, but the police in Frisco said in their statement they responded to a welfare concern. And that just means, whether people had plans with him or appointments or just nobody had talked to him, is like people hadn't been able to get in contact with him or seen him. And I can't help but wonder, how long was he there? And I feel like that's a lot of people's fear, is like not only dying, but like maybe somebody could have saved him if somebody would have been around. I know we'll get more details about this, but it just it was definitely a downer. And I saw a lot of people on social media putting out really nice, eulogies or comments about Marion Barber. He was only 38 years old.
Tough.
We'll try to transition from that to, do you want to make fun of the NFL? We can make fun of the NFL.
I like that.
So the U.S. House Oversight and Reform Committee they asked Roger Goodell to testify in front of their committee. And the NFL's response: we received the committee's invitation this morning and will respond directly in a timely manner. I can't tell you when that manner will be or what that will be, but our response is we will respond in a timely manner.
All right, good.
Would you, if you had time to respond to Pro Football Talk, didn't you already have time to respond to Congress and be like, yeah, okay, I'll see you there?
No, absolutely not. I didn't have enough time. I only have so much. Mike talks about this all the time. He's a very busy man. People need his time all the time. Just think about what we see Mike go through on a daily basis. What do you think the NFL has to go through, Kevin?
Not as much as I do.
They wake up every morning. Yeah. They count all their $75 billion in stacks of ones, and then they get the rest of their work done that day. That's how the NFL works. Isn't that what you do, Mike?
No, he just looks through
his
cards.
You wake up in the morning, count your money.
I don't have time to look at cards.
Work out with the family.
Saturday, I got our game times. 8 a.m., 9:45, 4:45, and 8:15.
See?
Those are my kids' baseball games this weekend.
How many of those games do you want to go to?
If they were 5-minute drives, all of them.
Okay.
They're in Mesquite and McKinney.
Oh. So McKinney, yeah.
It's about an hour drive from where I live.
Mesquite is at least kind of close.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Just have to wake up at 6 a.m.
I'm sorry about that, man. Let's go from that.
Go to bed early.
Yeah.
I guess
that's true. Let's go from that to Tim Patrick with the Broncos, their wide receiver. He said it is Super Bowl or bust this year. Are you ready to catch Denver Broncos Super Bowl fever?
No.
Oh.
I mean, they were the team that broke the Cowboys last year. So, no.
Will you guys be surprised if they finished last in their division?
No. But that division is so strong that I wouldn't be surprised if any of the teams finished last.
Will you be surprised if they finish first?
I was just thinking that.
Probably. I will be. I won't. If they're second or third in the division, I won't be surprised at all. But if they're first, I would be. But yeah, out of all the teams, they have the most surprise for me to be finished first. I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders finish first. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs finish first.
I will be shocked if the Raiders or Denver Broncos finish first.
Okay, that's interesting.
But not the Chargers.
Yeah, not the Chargers.
That fascinates me.
I think it's the Chiefs or Chargers division this year.
Okay.
That being said, I won't be surprised if 3 of the teams in that division make the playoffs because there's the extra wild card spot. If it was 6 teams, it's very tough for 3 of the 4 to make it.
Now, let's go from that to the NFL. You know, a while back they had pledged, they said 10-year, $250 million commitment to support social justice. They did renew 21 different grants worth $6.5 million as part of their social justice initiative. So while I'm going to make fun of the NFL for they're like, yes, I will respond to you to tell you about my response in a timely manner, I will say that it is positive that they're at least following through on their word. What is that look for?
Dude.
Did something happen?
Ryan Fitzpatrick. Do you know what's happening?
No.
He's retiring.
Oh, no.
He's done.
Is
After
that why Reggie's not here
17,
today?
Tom Pelissero, Ryan Fitzpatrick hangs it up after 17 NFL seasons with broadcasting quite likely in his future. He'll broadcast for every single station. You know, that's what he does.
Yeah, man, it probably is going to be easy for him to find a job.
He messaged out, I mean, it looks like a text that he sent to Fred Jackson and then some bunch of different teammates that he played with, like lots of different teammates, and then said forever grateful for the magical ride. So there you go, man. Looks like Fitzpatrick is done with the NFL.
Do you think
what are your thoughts?
He was there.
Dang, dude!
Like,
this guy right here. Do you not see what he's doing with this bit?
Yeah, the beard.
He was entertaining as hell.
Will you remember the beard more than you remember him playing football?
Nobody will remember him 10 years
I'll
from
never
now.
remember him playing
People
football.
remember him 2 years from now.
Maybe 2.
Okay.
5 to 10, no.
I won't remember him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what's your beef with what I said then?
Oh, it was because you said it.
Oh, okay.
Can you name all the teams he played for?
Oh, man.
No chance
Without
in hell.
looking.
No chance in hell. It was a lot.
I wouldn't, and
It
I
was
don't
a
even
lot.
care.
Jets, the Bucks, Washington.
The Browns?
I don't think he played for the Browns.
How can that
Miami?
Miami. He did play for Miami because of Tua. I think he played for Buffalo. Did I say Buffalo?
Oh, gosh,
Tennessee.
Still don't care. Keep going.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Text in.
Cincinnati for like a year.
Don't care.
Text in what you think, what teams he played for. Just list every team in the NFL. You got a 1 out of 3 shot at getting it right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who is your X Factor for the NBA Finals? Which team are you rooting for? And which broadcaster won't be there? All of that next right here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, shorter show today. We will lead you right into Rangers. But our question here is, who is your X factor for the NBA Finals? Which team are you rooting for? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And did you know that Jeff Van Gundy is out for tonight? He will miss game 1 of the NBA Finals because he tested positive for COVID.
Who gave it to him? Was it Mike Breen?
Man, didn't people hear him on the last game and they're like, it sounds like he might have
They
COVID.
all sounded sick.
All right, so
they all
everybody's
did.
getting COVID, but it's not being covered by the media, so does it matter?
Yeah,
I said it.
All right. I did see that, like, while there has been some media hysteria trying to fire up, you need to be worried about COVID again.
COVID numbers.
People are pushing back and saying, but also, like, isn't not very many people going to the hospital, so it's fine. So
I don't know. I'm not
feel free to get angry about it.
Is COVID back to COVID?
We probably won't get into that right here, but I did want to make a note. Jeff Van Gundy, he's tested positive for COVID. He will miss game 1 of the finals. I don't know the answer to that. On the flip side, and I do actually think this is a big deal, and he might be my X factor for this series. Word is that Gary Payton II is on track to be available tonight. And so Gary Payton, he has emerged as a really good defender. The second, yes. Yeah. We're not bringing back the original, the glove is. So he tallied blocks on Nikola Jokic. He has been put as one of the primary defenders against other stud players. And I think having him back in this series is going to be a huge deal for Golden State.
103,000 new daily
Stop
cases.
It.
Yeah, no, actually this might change my sentiment a little bit about what this team can do, or about what this series might turn out to be. That definitely could change it. So I think he could be a huge X factor for him. I think Robert Williams is going to be a huge X factor.
I get it.
And I know, like, he could easily be X'd out by Looney. Like those two can, cross each other out pretty well. Horford can be an X factor in this, but I think that Robert Williams has, mostly because he's a surprise to me. Because Kevin, when he was drafted, I think our show was like, hey, why not take a flyer on this guy? Why wouldn't the Mavericks want to add a player on Robert Williams?
And then it didn't help because he was like just late to something right before the draft. And
and then like afterwards he lost his wallet and stuff. Like all sorts of stuff like went on where it was just like, man, okay, that's a typical A&M player. Something's falling apart for him. But
we had Dwight Powell.
He's grown into a very stout defensive player.
How the hell Dwight Powell became so important?
That's not what we're talking about, though, Mike.
Well, that's why, we don't need Robert Williams. We got Dwight the Flight Powell.
Who has ever called him the Flight? I want to know, because I should have before he had his injury, because he was then. Before he has his Achilles injury, that's what he was known for. Was he and Luka will pick and pop, or pick and roll and pick and leap. Like he was on a pogo stick all the time, dude.
Dwight the Flight Powell. Oh my gosh. All right. Robert Williams makes a lot of sense to me.
Because what happened in our series, right, is we couldn't rebound.
Yeah.
And I think that the rebounding game could get kind of closed off if Robert Williams is effective. And then what is Looney's value there? Is he still that valuable player that you saw against the Mavericks, or is he not as valuable? And if that changes, that was how Golden State got lots of extra points, was because they were getting extra rebounds they didn't need to have. So I think that he could be a huge factor here.
And to go along with all this, Mike, I definitely want to know your X factor for this series, but also who are y'all rooting for? Because I know you've been going back and forth and kind of struggling with this.
I don't, and when I mean this, it's not like I don't care. It's that I just want to see great basketball games. I want to see the score be 100-100 with 3 minutes to go, where it feels like teams are scoring, but yet it's not getting out of hand. It's like, hey, whoever scores kind of these last 6 to 10 points here is going to win, and you just don't know. So that's what I hope. And let me ask you guys this. When it comes to X factors for the Warriors, Is it tough? Because most likely their big three are going to the Hall of Fame. Jordan Poole's now averaging 20 a game. Andrew Wiggins was a starting all-star this year. So sometimes when we look for X factors, we look for Robert Williams is never going to be an all-star.
Yeah.
Robert Williams is probably never going to make $25 million a year playing basketball, right? And so we look at Marcus Smarts and Robert Williams, and it's like, hey, I can pick a lot. Al Horford's this old guy who used to be good, but now is just a role player. Is it tough to pick X factors on the Warriors because they're either Hall of Famers or All-Stars or future $30 million a year players?
And I definitely hear what you're saying. I did put Jordan Poole down on there, but like if you don't count, that's why I also listed Gary Payton the second. But Jordan Poole to me is he going to travel? Is because like
he does travel, but they don't call it.
No, yes, that also. But like, is his game going to travel to Boston? Because you saw at times he can disappear on the road. And so I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah. I think that he will have games where he's way better the first two games than he will be games 3 and 4. But yet he did hit big shots in Dallas. Does that make sense? Like we're like, damn it, that put us away in game 3. So, either, I will say X factor for Golden State. And I like your Jordan Poole pick just because like he doesn't make $30 million a year yet. I'm going to go with, in a weird way, a starting all-star, Andrew Wiggins, because he's going to have the responsibility of Jason Tatum quite a bit. And also he's going to have to once again work his butt off on making sure that Steph Curry and Jordan Poole in pick situations where they're going to try to get those guys on Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, that he's going to have to work his butt off so hard to make sure that the switch never happens.
From the 903, I'm rooting against the Celtics. I don't want Tatum to get a ring before Luka.
I'll say this. If Wiggins plays like he did in the last series, which I don't know whose assignment is that? Like, is that Jaylen Brown's assignment? Is like whose assignment really is it going to be?
Man,
on Wiggins?
Jaylen Brown is really
it's tough because you want to go put a good defender on Wiggins? Well, I know they have more defenders, but all right, who are you going to? Steph Curry and Jordan Poole are out there, and it's really tough. That's why Luka got Andrew Wiggins. It's like, hey, he's 6'7" and can play pretty good, but at this point, we don't want him chasing the ball and Draymond Green having the ball. We don't want to put Luka on the ball a lot. And then we can't have him chasing around Klay Thompson or Steph Curry or Jordan Poole, and he's not big enough, even though he's big. We don't want to put him on Looney. So sometimes Wiggins, in the situation when you're the 4th or 5th best player on your offense, you get the 4th or 5th best defender when you get the ball.
And you can be an X factor in a series if that's the case because of the way your team, like Mike said, because of the way the team for Golden State is constructed, it makes Wiggins an all-star. A guy who's a 4th or 5th best offensive player on their team.
From the 682, I'm rooting for the Asteroid because I hate both teams. Man, neither one of these teams seem
Asteroid?
super hateable to me. Like
that's why I'm having trouble.
Yeah.
If Miami would have won, I can't root for Miami unless they're playing the Lakers. I did find myself going, screw it, just Miami win. Even though
you hate the Lakers,
I guess I fell into this category. That series never had 10 million viewers a game, which is very low in the NBA Finals because there's a lot going on with the NBA and stuff that made those ratings horrible. But in this thing, you say you hate both teams. This looks like it's going to be a 20 million or more people watchable series. So that Golden State's back in with Steph Curry being very watchable, their team being very likable, and Boston having tons of fans and being in a major market, and Jason Tatum being a young star in the league who's trying to take the step into superstardom, or maybe you already have him there. We had the discussion yesterday is if you're not watching because you don't like both teams, hey, that happened the last 2 years in the NBA Finals, as in, like, oh, whatever. But this series seems like it's going to get great ratings.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. We will talk with Jared Sandler right here in your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Baseball's played on a diamond. If you're thinking about
Surf 24/7 for free on the Odyssey app. This is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Autoflex Leasing and by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. That's Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're good. We're good. I know there's other pressing things to get to, including the game last night, but I really wanted to give you the opportunity. And can we just still bask in the glory of the amazingness of Martin Perez?
Awesome, right? I mean, we'll find out tomorrow for sure that he is one American League Pitcher of the Month. I can't imagine that anyone else would earn that honor. I mean, it's really neat. I know no one's been a bigger fan of Martins than Mike, so I'm sure Mike is super fired up over this.
I'll admit, I was not excited when the Rangers signed him. But he has been awesome.
And understand, I get that. And one of the things I told Mike was, hey, if the guy's name was Bob Smith and you just looked at his career numbers, you would say, oh, okay, I get it. Veteran guy, just eat some innings. But because, people who have followed the Rangers had previous experiences with Martin Perez and maybe were frustrated by the fact that he seemed to have all this potential but consistently just couldn't quite put things together, and sometimes it would seem like he would self-sabotage. That was sort of the taste in the mouth. But I think a lot of those mental things, I don't know how to gauge this other than the fact that he's had 10 awesome starts, and you can't have success at this level like that if mentally you are just totally weak. I think he has come a long way, and he's even acknowledged that. He talked about how leaving Texas, he grew up, and he's matured, and he is stronger mentally than he's ever been, and he has a better idea of who he is as a pitcher and how to pitch. And I really think that, I said this the other day, this is a three-pronged effort. One is Martin Perez physically is commanding pitches better than we've ever seen, and it seems like the cutter, which he didn't have when he was here first time, and the changeup are both as good as they've ever been. I think there's the mental growth we talked about. And then I think the Rangers deserve some credit. This is becoming a bit of a track record now of guys who come to the Rangers in the middle of their career and take major steps forward. Mike Minor, Lance Lynn, Kyle Gibson, and I know Martin Perez was a Ranger before, but it was a different regime, different people who were really overseeing the implementation of some of the pitching philosophies and practices, and he's benefiting from this. So it's been so much fun, and good for Martin. He's made such a big impact, I think, on this clubhouse, just on the the leadership side, and to see him go out there and have the success he's had has been a lot of fun.
Correct me if I'm wrong then, and I'm not saying at the level of 1.42, but it sounds like you think this is somewhat sustainable or fairly sustainable, yes?
I am usually the last person to jump on the train when track record tells you one thing and small sample tells you another thing. But there, I think, is a lot of reason to believe that Martin Perez, a very good pitcher, is going to sustain itself this year. Right? Now, this thing could all crumble any second, just like it could for anyone, and certainly for someone who doesn't have the track record of doing this year in, year out. I'm not going to deny that possibility, but I think the fact that he is having the success he's had against righties is huge. Tampa Bay didn't throw a single guy hitting left-handed against Martin. I think it's 2 straight starts now he's dealt with that. And getting right-handers out has always been a problem for him. Yeah. And it's not like last year he showed signs of getting better at this. He was worse than his career numbers at that last year. He has been unreal at getting righties out this year. Whether it's a lefty or a righty pitcher, he's been among the best at getting righties out. And then when you specifically look at left-handed pitchers, I mean, he's kind of in a class of his own in that regard. So I think that part, and yeah, I don't know how to measure the mental part, Kevin, but I just think that there's something a little different. I think he has grown up. I think he has matured, and he is a much better pitcher now than he was when he was with the Rangers the first time around. Then he was a thrower, and you could tell he wanted to flex his muscles and try throw 95 by you. And that might have worked a decade ago. That doesn't work now. 95's not going to intimidate anyone. It's not bad. It's not going to intimidate anyone. I think it's almost forced him to become a better pitcher and less of a thrower.
All right, Jared, I'm going to ask you somewhat of an unfair question. Josh Smith is leading off, playing third base today. I'm really excited about him leading off. I think he can be a great leadoff hitter for the Texas Rangers. Does Josh Young, when he gets healthy, need to find another position?
No, because I think Josh Smith, a couple things. One, he's got the ability to play multiple positions, and they have started to work him out in the outfield. He's got some experience there in AAA this year, and it's not like the Rangers have anything set in their outfield when you think of the future. They have options, right? We're excited about Bubba Thompson and Leody Taveras and Adolis Garcia and, Evan Carter's years away, but, maybe he's an option there, and Aaron Zavala. But they don't have anyone you're like, no, he's going to be around the next 5 years. So, whereas Josh Young, he can play third. Maybe it's first. Maybe to answer your question, maybe that position is first for Josh Young. But I would also say, as much as these things are important, Josh Smith probably doesn't have the power profile you'd like out of a third baseman. He might be able to develop into that, but I think he'd be someone who would probably profile offensively better elsewhere. With that said, you don't have to. There's not one way to skin a cat. So if you get power from unexpected places elsewhere, then you can withstand that perhaps. But I think Josh Smith's best value is going to be as a utility player, not a utility player who, is a 10th guy. I think Josh Smith could be, Woody's had these guys in the Dodgers, a Kike Hernandez type, or, even a Chris Taylor type. Yeah. Who
I do like his defense. I mean, look, it's so early to say, he's great defensively or he's not great at this But I've Smith at third base, I think, has improved the Rangers' defense a lot there right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He's a middle infielder playing third, and those guys, as long as you have the arm strength, you're going to be okay there. And I think he's definitely right now probably the best defensive third baseman they have on their roster, if not Charlie Culberson, who he's had a rough year defensively, but typically he's been really good there.
What are you expecting out of today's game, Jared? You expect another Ghost Runner situation?
We let Mark Carpenter go, and he just hit a home run off of Ohtani.
Matt Carpenter?
Did I say Matt?
Yep. We said
Mark.
Close enough.
Yeah, no, that's 3 home runs for him. So, listen, Corey Kluber, last time he was here, didn't give up a hit. He's been really bad on the road this year, though, for Tampa. Both his fastballs, the sinker and the cutter, have not performed very well. So it seems like he's vulnerable. But the Rangers in general have not hit right-handed pitching nearly as well as they've hit left-handed pitching. So, a little bit of a test for them. But be a great opportunity to go and win a series and take 3 or 4 from Tampa. That's for sure.
It'd be awesome.
We appreciate it very much. Good, sir. Look forward to the game, and we will catch you soon.
Sounds good, guys.
There you go, Jared Sandler. He will start the pregame. Remember, last time Corey Kluber was there, too, he had to kick Mike out of the press box.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got kicked out.
Pregame.
Still threw a no-hitter.
Coming. Jeez. Pregame coming up next for the Texas Rangers. Stick around for that. First pitch will be at 1:05. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Full show right here on 105 through the Fan.
Look at Kevin.
No hitter.
I'm Chelsea Messenger.